This man is a true aura farmer. He once served in the army's special forces and entered the tower in search of his brother, who had disappeared. Inside the tower, he manages to do everything with mastery, humiliating his opponents as if it were nothing. On top of having cold blood, not sparing anyone who dares to stand in his way, and taking rank 1 in every test created by the tower's administrators. To give you an idea of how Sigma Chad he is, the rank 2 girl named Adora falls in love with him and wants to marry him at all costs. The problem is that his future father-in-law is fierce and extremely powerful, being capable of obliterating an entire guild with a single strike. Will he have to beat up his father-in-law to marry the hot demon girl? But our protagonist is not intimidated by that. He will enter the vault of the gods and obtain the strongest powers in all of history. I have only just mentioned a fraction of what will happen in this video. So now let's go back to the beginning so you can see how he became so powerful, what tactics he used, and how he won the heart of the hot demon girl. Now he only wants revenge on the people who made his brother suffer. This is the story of John, a man who became a demon to get revenge. It begins with the main character staring at a photo of someone who looks just like him, thinking that the first news he has heard about him in 5 years is that he died. That takes us back 3 years to his mother's funeral, where we learn that, and he explains that the man in the photo was his brother, who had disappeared. Even so, their mother never stopped looking for him. After that, the main character says he stopped searching for his brother and was sent to Africa, so he saw no reason to return to Korea. Back in the present, he holds a box with a photo and a watch, remembering he was told they belonged to his brother. He looks closely at the pocket watch and says it was a gift he gave his brother to wish him luck for college. Then we get a flashback of the two of them on the couch talking and remembering a warm moment together. We also learn the main character's name is Cha Yun-woo. After that, he notices the watch moving. He thought it was broken, so he's shocked it still works. Then he hears a voice speaking to him. He says it is not a hallucination and not some recorder inside the watch, so he starts getting nervous and scared. It is his brother's voice. He says he tried to find medicine to cure their mother, but he could not come back. Then flashbacks of the brother of Cha Yun-woo appear. One day he got a strange text that simply asked whether he wanted to participate or not, and in the end he answered yes. From that day on, he started having strange dreams. It felt like he was in a fantasy world filled with spirits, orcs, trolls, and dragons. At the center of it stood the Tower of the Sun God. People said that if you cleared it, you would become a god. But that was not what mattered to him. What he wanted was the magic medicine inside the tower, the one that could heal anything. A few days later, the brother says he formed a team with people who shared his goals, and they began climbing the tower. He talks about their journey and how progress kept slowing down as they climbed. Then they ran into trouble with a high-ranking clan, so they tried to make a deal. It failed, and war broke out. He briefly mentions what happened after that. An allied enemy clan was wiped out. He met someone who loved him in that world, and then the war started again. Months later, it was still going. Everyone was worn out. Then they found a traitor in their clan, and nobody trusted anyone. His diary says he kept getting worse. His body slowly broke down. The woman he loved stabbed him in the heart and left him, and his body began to rot. Then we see him surrounded by enemies. He believes he finally got the elixir, but in his condition he could not deliver it. So he left behind all those messages, explaining the whole situation to Hume, so he could recover the elixir and give it to their mother. Suddenly the voice stops and a status window appears, saying his session has started. The main character starts feeling something flowing inside him. It is mana, the power used in that other world. His brother's flashbacks return and end with one last message. The mark of his awakening was complete. Another message says his body's ability had improved a little, and because his nature had been identified, he was given skills. After that, he is told he can register and oblige. Now the main character finally understands what happened to his brother, and that is when he decides to begin his revenge. In the next scene, he checks his skills. His nature is cold-blooded, so he can stay unrealistically logical in any situation. No one can brainwash him. His second skill is Dragon Eyes, which can see through even the truth, and helps him analyze things more deeply. Clairvoyance lets him hear the memories his brother recorded in the watch. After that, he settles all his affairs by speaking with the sergeant, puts his house up for sale, and burns his military uniform and backpack. He buys what he needs for the trip: first aid supplies, military knives, and rations. Then he arrives at the location and presses a button on his watch. A door suddenly appears in front of him. From now on, he will be known as the Demon Masked. He enters Floor 0, where the tutorial begins. It is an entrance test for players who are being given a chance to become gods and climb the tower. They have to prove they are worthy. Beyond this place are the people who hurt his brother, and their scores are insanely high. He cannot do anything unless he raises his level, because that will strengthen his body. He has to raise his flawed state into something better. Then the guide arrives. His name is Ibel Kora. He is friendly and explains that the tutorial is split into 7 blocks from A to G. The higher the score, the better the reward. The time limit is 30 days. He is also advised to gather a group of 3 to 5 people to keep clearing levels. Going alone brings bigger rewards, but it is much riskier. Most people die if they stay alone. Then the next stage begins. To clear it, he must prove he has what it takes. He has to disable or destroy the traps in the block, and something is already coming. He barely dodges the first attacks thanks to the warning from the arrows in his brother's diary. Some arrows miss him, but others do not. He quickly uses his backpack and the wall to lower his exposure, but arrows still pierce into him. After a while, his cold-blooded skill helps him calm down. He knows the place is deadly, but if he keeps panicking, he will go insane. Using his army training, he treats his wounds. His pain resistance also starts rising. Then he notices the arrows are fired on a timer, and a signal comes right before they launch. He needs to find that point, but it is too dark, so he has to rely on sound. His sense stat keeps going up, and once he hears the gears, he throws his knife and disables the first trap. After that, he keeps dodging arrows and realizes something useful. Depending on how he handles them, he can raise different stats. Dodging a blue arrow from the side raises agility, a red arrow raises strength, and getting hit by a yellow arrow raises endurance. This floor is really just a bonus stage. He can raise most of his stats, but not MP. The administrator starts enjoying the show, which makes him curious. The main character is pleased because in just 34 hours he has improved his skills a lot, so he reaches the safe zone. But before he enters the next area, his bones and wounds are treated. After entering, he is completely exhausted and passes out. A while later, when the masked fighter opens his eyes, he finds someone standing in front of him. He had not sensed the person at all, so he assumes it is a mysterious merchant. The merchant introduces himself. His name is A, and he says he can sell all kinds of items. Skill books, potion books, food, and even all sorts of artifacts. One thing catches the young man's eye. It is a reset ticket. With it, he can return to a point he chooses, but the price is his stats. He also notices a bottle of mineral water costing 2 strength points and thinks the prices are a total scam. Then he asks to buy the reset ticket, and the merchant wonders why, since nobody has ever used one. Still, he hands it over. To use it, all he has to do is break it, and it will send him back to the starting zone. He buys 10 tickets using every stat point he has, so now he has nothing left. No strength, no agility, nothing. But he is ready to farm everything again, and his skill points start rising once more, along with new abilities like visual projection that lets him see the whole area around him without color, and his brother had advised him to make full use of it. Soon he reaches the endpoint again. The first time it took 34 hours, now it only takes 4. He has gained plenty of levels, though the best players are probably already in Block A. Still, now is the time to really begin, and he enters the boss room of Block A. The moment he steps in, fire arrows start appearing. Traps trigger too, but thanks to his stats and reflexes, Yamu survives. Then a giant flame appears, but he cuts through it and pushes forward through the fire, until one hit knocks him back. His enemies are copper scarecrows. His brother had warned him about them. They are objects that can copy a user's skills, and if he beats them, he can enter the boss room. The way to win is to destroy them head-on or stab them. He activates his dragon eyes, and that lets him see the weak point to strike. He also remembers the advice to attack when he sees their mana sensors. He hears it clearly, dodges around, and stabs one. She cannot understand it. She has no idea how he knew about the sensors. He presses her, but she keeps denying it. Youngwoo only wants to know how she knew, and she finally explains that she could see the magic around them. He realizes how valuable that is, because a skill like that is incredibly rare. He wants her to teach him, but she refuses. To her, beating those scarecrows without magic sounds insane. After she understands the situation, she agrees to teach him, if he helps her clear the stage. Youngwoo says yes, though he stays cautious, since her skin hides what she really looks like. Just like that, they teamed up for that stage. As the protagonist kept taking down one enemy after another, she taught him the basics of magic. Here he also learns more about his brother's nature, which helps explain why he was so strong. When they finally reach the door, MC earns a huge amount of karma, the reward currency for clearing stages and beating enemies. The more you have, the better the items you can buy or sell for. MC thinks about hiding his karma, since the amount would shock everyone. Wanting to stay unnoticed, he enters Block A. It's like a coliseum packed with people who cleared the level. A lot of them are badly injured. People start whispering about him, calling him mysterious, and they tell her to go in. She's almost in tears, overjoyed that she finally made it. But when she spots a group of men, she gets furious. They ask what is wrong, but she ignores them and follows Yanwu instead, still sharing everything she knows about magic. Then, after giving him all the help she can, they part ways to follow their own paths. People call her Yule. It turns out those men had been recruited by Arandon, a well-known player whose group had completely dominated the tutorial. He told them that after clearing the level, they should join him. But a problem came up. The enemies were far too strong for their team, and their chances of surviving were almost zero. Out of all of them, Yule was the weakest, because her only skill was analyzing magic. So they grabbed her and threw her out as bait to distract the monsters while they ran from the trial. Yule could only watch their backs as they left her there to die. Seeing their faces now, she makes it clear she wants nothing to do with them. To her, they were nothing but trash. They try to apologize, but Yule rejects it and starts to leave. The real reason they apologize is simple. They already told their leader that Yule had sacrificed herself. If he found out she was still alive and told the truth, Arandon would throw them out of the group. Luckily for them, they were in a spot with no witnesses, and since they had already gotten rid of her once, they figured they could do it again. One of them draws his sword to stab her in the back, but Yulwoo calls them pathetic and slices off his hand. He had figured out that Yul was betrayed, so he stepped in, but his real reason was that her story reminded him of his brother. The man curses at him, furious that Yul will cut off his hand. He coldly tells him to try again. Then he orders the others to drop their weapons or else he'll break their leader's arm. The moment they hear his desperate scream, they let them go. But Yanwu thinks they're fools and breaks the arm anyway. They start to protest, but their leader drops to the ground. The other two rush in for revenge, but Yanwu deals with them easily. After that, he just tells Yul to be more careful about who she trusts and walks away. Hearing her thank him, he also tells her to visit the flower garden in Prisia since it could help her a lot. After that, they truly go their separate ways. From afar, the protagonist catches the attention of two people. He was clearly strong, even if he had picked a fight with Arandan's men. Still, they decide to keep watching him closely. For Yanwu, Block B begins next. There are 4 doors, and he only has to pick one. The farther right they are, the harder they get. He chooses the black door because he knows the vampiric dagger of Ursabet Bathory is inside. Once he enters the room, he finds a huge chamber. The mission is to cross to the other side of the water, but when he throws a stone, it melts away instantly. Using dragon eyes, he spots a small tile filled with mana. The moment he touches it, a tunnel opens. He's found a hidden dungeon. As he moves forward, he finds white moss, something harmful to humans. Still, insects and animals treat this white moss as food, because moonlight gives it special power. It creates heat from the heart and grants fire traits, and Yanwu knows a very useful recipe with it, one that strengthens bones and muscles. The human body is fragile. It gets sick, breaks, and tears easily. A stronger frame would make future battles much easier for him. To make it though, he needs the heart of an insect, so he throws his dagger at a giant centipede. The moment it feels the hit, it charges straight at him. Yanwu realizes the dagger did nothing. Its shell is too tough, but after activating his dragon eyes, he finds the weak spot. He just has to stab it at the right moment. As he senses the attack, he dodges and moves in, driving his blade with both hands into the creature's shell. But it doesn't work. He takes a hit that sends him flying into the wall. He's dazed and badly hurt. Worse, the centipede's pain response poisoned him. He now has 4 broken ribs and 2 fractures in his neck, but his nature keeps him calm. He's even starting to build resistance to poison. Cornered, new skills appear: Iron Will, Fighting Spirit, and Survival Instinct. By forcing the centipede's head back, he finally finds the one place without protection. That's how he kills the red centipede. Once he calms down, he eats the moss and then consumes the monster's heart. Meanwhile, in Room B, Arandan is furious at his men for being so weak, and also angry at the protagonist because he attacked people under his command, so he decides to find him. At the same time, inside Yeonwoo's body, the things he ate start working together. His broken bones and muscles are healed and strengthened. Now, thanks to that fight, his stats are 60 strength, 65 dexterity, 62 endurance, and 21 MP with a D-rank combat skill. For now, he thinks that's pretty good, but he still needs to grow stronger. As he continues through the dungeon, he defeats some bats. Mixed with the moss and heart, they create a compound that turns into explosives. Deeper inside, an army of ants and eggs blocks his path. These blue ants range from about half a meter to a full meter, and they're led by a queen. They would die for her, so if he attacks one, the whole swarm will come. He knows he can't beat them all at once, but beyond them lies the cave holding the vampiric sword, Evatori. It's said to be one of the rarest weapons in the game, ranked 352 among the best, a weapon that carries death. Even though he doesn't want to fight the ants, he can't give up this chance, so he throws a bag of powder at them, then right away tosses in a lighter from his bag, causing a massive blast through the tunnel. A total of 217 blue ants are hit, 87 are burned, and he finishes off the survivors one by one with his blade. But he points out that these were only worker ants or eggs that hadn't hatched yet. Then something huge appears, the blue ant queen. He doesn't think he can beat her, so he looks for the tunnel door to escape. He throws his knives, then at full speed manages to cut off a couple of her legs. That gives him just enough time to slip through the door. He has entered the sanctuary of the vampire monarch. He found it, the rank 352 unique grade weapon. When he pulls it out, black magic rushes through his body, especially his arm. He remembers that the dagger chooses its owner. If it rejects someone, their mind is said to be devoured by it. But he uses the dagger itself to stab his other hand, forcing the dagger to pierce through its own power and break the true seal. That reveals its real rank, number 66. In its true form, the vampiric dagger is said to drain an enemy's life force and devour their soul, giving both to its wielder. Yanwu wants to test his new weapon, so the second he steps out, he goes after the queen ant. He moves to the high ground and activates the dagger. The target's strength and vitality are drained. The dagger's skill rises by 1, and he earns 300 karma for killing the queen. Meanwhile, they had been following him the whole time and never imagined a place like this existed. On top of that, the bodies around them leave them stunned. The energy drain is incredible. Not only did he clear the block alone, he also claimed an artifact they had never seen before. He was amazing. If he keeps this up, countless clans will try to recruit him, but they plan to get to him first. Then they hear something. Yenru has now hunted a total of 1,000 monsters, meeting the requirement for the next mission. His body starts to change, and he gains a reinforced physique. His strength rises to 81, agility to 83, endurance to 89, while MP stays at 21. He also gains a new nature that lets him become a vessel for the resting place of ascension, now 21% complete and immature dragon body. He also refuses to register his name on the rankings because he doesn't want to attract attention. Then we see the leaderboard, Adora in first, Fante in second, and Khan in third. Yeonwoo has climbed to rank 281, but he still feels far behind. What were those people doing to rise so fast? Then his instincts warn him that someone is coming, probably to kill him. He throws his dagger at the first sign of movement, but the redhead barely stops it. Yeonwoo asks if they're from Arandan's group. After the confusion and argument, they apologize and explain they were looking for him because they want him as their ally. Doyle turns away in embarrassment. Even after hearing their repeated offers, Yeonwoo refuses. He doesn't see any benefit in joining them. They're shocked. Does he really not know who Khan is? He's the biggest star of the tutorial. Doyle tells him not to mind Khan since he's full of himself, and starts over properly. Their names are Khan and Doyle. Yeonwoo remembers at once. They were third and second on the rankings. He believes them because he's using a skill that makes the pigments shine brighter when someone tells the truth. Even so, he still doesn't get why they wanted him on their team. Then he remembers the Colosseum and figures that must be when he caught their attention. They also explain they're after an artifact they couldn't obtain, so they need his help. The item is Aragon's crown, guarded by the Lizard King Aragon, a brutal and difficult enemy. The reward is a crown that boosts the wearer's presence. It sounds useful, but the protagonist doesn't really care. Still, it's another dungeon, which means more chances to level up, so he agrees. But on one condition. He wants every item they find except for the crown. After thinking it over, they accept. They introduce themselves, and Yeonwoo gives the name Kane to keep his identity hidden. A goblin says he needs to report this to his general, but he gets killed first. The redhead is confused. Wasn't he in Block B just a little while ago? How did he grow this much and already clear Block D? All his stats had also been restored. It was daytime there. For the first time, he saw real sunlight. They explain that the tower has an inner and outer area. The inner side covers blocks A through D, while the outer side is blocks E through G, and now Block E had begun. He also received a token. More tokens were hidden across Block E, and he had to collect 99 to prove himself. In simple terms, players can steal them or kill for them. Finding 99 on your own is really hard, so taking them from other players is much easier. Looking at the others, he doesn't seem very interested in the tokens, but he still keeps an eye on them. They say this area is huge. There's an eastern region full of mountains, and the west has a river. The south is lined with more mountains, while the north holds a dense forest that serves as their path. At the end of that forest, there's a swamp. The strange part of this test is that it has all kinds of monsters based on their surroundings. Meanwhile, Arangan is furious because they still hadn't gathered enough information on the masked man. Then he's told that recently the man was seen with two others in Block B, and they were Doyle and Khan. They were planning to capture them, but his companions were far too strong in the rankings. So he raises his voice and declares they'll take their strongest soldiers to crush that masked bastard. As for the protagonist, he had already made great progress on the road, but he still doesn't get the bond between Khan and Doyle. Along the way, they showed perfect teamwork in battle. That kind of sync doesn't come from training alone. On top of that, they were always laughing together. It reminded him of the bond between him and his brother. Seeing the moon, he figures he's getting emotional. Then they wake up and he still thinks it's too early to head out. They say they couldn't sleep because of all the noise around them, so it was time to stretch their muscles for fun. When he draws his sword, he figures the men hiding nearby are already dead. They can't understand how he noticed them and think they should scatter, but Khan won't let them. Then Doyle attacks with his nature swarms of insects. They scream that their skin is being eaten away. They try to run, and when two of them charge toward the protagonist, he laughs. They pick the worst possible target. These were thieves trying to gather as many tokens as possible, so they went for a backstab. But they have no idea what just happened. He killed their boss in a blink. Now they think they need to kill him. After he shows how strong he is, everyone runs, but none of them gets away. After 21 kills, Che Yeonwoo now has 81 tokens. The next day, they run into some lizards, but they go down without much trouble. He also takes their eyes, since those could be used to get a very rare item. Then they notice tracks from something dangerous. They report that the blood is fresh, about 5 or 6 hours old, and it leads that way. From the marks, it looks like the lizard dragged off some players. They explain that their mission is to steal the crown from the Lizard King, since beating it is nearly impossible. Even with all three of them, it would be rough. And there weren't just one boss but two, because the male stayed outside on guard while the female remained inside. Khan would fight the guard, Che Yeonwoo would distract the queen, and Doyle would steal the crown. Then they'd escape. They warn the protagonist that he can't kill her, he just has to keep her busy. The protagonist thinks he used to carry out plans like this in the army, and this felt very similar. Soon they reach the hidden section, the lair of Aragon. The lizards react at once to the human's presence, and the Lizard King appears when his followers call him. He roars that it's unforgivable for humans to enter his territory, and he'll kill them all. They had never felt such pressure from a beast roar alone. When he spots Che Yeonwoo, he picks him as his target and attacks, but Khan jumps in. He tells him not to interfere because he isn't worth his time. Even so, Khan dodges every strike, and those attacks end up hitting his own subordinates, while Doyle and Cha Long-woo enter the lair. After killing the first two guards, they find humans locked in cages like animals, begging over and over to be saved. Chai MC realizes this is where captured players ended up, most likely meant to feed their young. He just tells Doyle to keep moving. They can't waste time. She snaps at him, asking how he can stay calm after seeing this. He reminds her that Khan is still fighting outside alone. The longer this takes, the worse it gets for him. They have to stick to the plan. If she lets emotion take over, he'll leave the mission. That makes her stop, slap herself, and apologize. She wasn't thinking straight. They move on, but Cha Long-woo keeps thinking. It's obvious the humans were being kept for the young, but why not use that against them instead? Now he has a plan, and if it works, they might even save the humans. They'll need the firebugs Doyle used the night before. Meanwhile, the queen punishes one of her guards for letting humans enter her lair. She has to protect her babies since that's clearly why the humans came. Then Cha Long-woo appears in front of her, asking if she likes fireworks. He says now's the time. Doyle releases his fire insects. Once the smoke clears, she sees that Cha Yeon-woo is holding one of her babies with its throat cut. She curses them as filthy humans. How dare they? Cha Yeon-woo tells her that she treated humans like livestock, so she should know the same thing could happen to her. She's told to stay back from her young, but when she rushes forward, the insects react to the pressure and burn her to death. They had killed the boss monster. Cha Yeon-woo sums it up, human or monster, it's always the same. Kill or be killed. As he takes the crown, someone starts screaming. It was that bastard, shouting and crying. He tells his beloved that he'll avenge her and their children, then starts eating her, creating a proper mutation, his second phase. The protagonist curses. This is bad. Before he was a boss, just a weaker one, but he had the heatwave skill. And after transforming, that power got so strong that getting even a centimeter close would mean being erased. He had to do something fast or he'd die. Then through one of the insects, Doyle tells him to stick to the plan. The Lizard King roars that they shouldn't hide, and when the protagonist steps out, he rushes to attack. After pushing him back, they say it's time. The king says he won't hold back anymore. His revenge will show no mercy. He's about to use Heatwave, but Cha Yeon-woo stops the attack. Khan knocks back its return strike, and Doyle burns him from behind. After several exchanges, the monster is exhausted, and Cha Yeon-woo thinks this is the perfect moment. Using his power, he gains Heatwave, and with his skills, it changes into Flame Infusion. One look at the stats nearly makes him pass out, and the other two catch him. They're both worried, but he calms them. He has regeneration, so he'll be fine. More importantly, they need to go save the people. The captives cry as they thank them for everything. They had saved everyone. When they see them, they recognize them as famous players, but he says they shouldn't be thanking them. They should thank him, pointing at Chin Young-woo. But the captives are angry at the protagonist because they remember Doyle finding them and him ordering Doyle to leave them behind. He clearly had no humanity. Still, he's told to stop talking. It doesn't matter what was said before. He needs to realize he saved them, and even ended up badly hurt doing it. After hearing that, the man lowers his head and apologizes. He didn't know what he was saying. He also gives Cha Yeon-woo a personal apology, but the protagonist thinks they're all filthy traitors. Back then, he risked himself to get them everything they needed, yet when he needed help, they all turned away from him. Then one of the chief's disciples shows up and says not to worry, he has a plan. The Lizard King had taken all their things, so if they left with nothing, they wouldn't survive even one night outside. So they should grab what they need and run. If they get caught, it won't matter, they'd be dead either way, whether they act or not. And he had a solid idea since one of his friends had the trait called Fast Hand. Meanwhile, the protagonist is dividing the rewards as promised. They would keep the crown and he was fine with that. Doyle is happy because he always knew Cha Yeon-woo would keep his word. He jokes that Doyle sounds like he's asking to get hit. Even though he was odd, the protagonist couldn't hate him. Then he collects his share, the Lizard King's weapon, a red helmet, a battle cry axe, 3 hard crystals, and a Karchina dagger. Then looking upward, he tells them to come out. They ask if he knew the mysterious merchant. When he denies it, the merchant doesn't get it. He thought they had something special. After a long round of bargaining, Cha Yeon-woo finally manages to sell all the blue crystals from the dungeon for 400 tokens, bringing his total to 698. The merchant grumbles that this would wipe out all his money. Then the protagonist asks for one more thing, a mask. The merchant offers one in exchange for 5 strength, but Cha Yeon-woo refuses. If he doesn't hand it over, the whole deal is off. The merchant gets mad but says it's a gift for him. He walks off in a huff, telling him to enjoy it. Before leaving, he says Cha Yeon-woo bargained way too confidently, so he must have heard what happened on the other side. When MC denies it, the merchant tells him to forget it and leaves. Going over what might be happening, he reaches the conclusion that high-grade artifacts weren't being mass-produced because there must be a war between the clans and the rankers. They ask Cha Yeon-woo what he'll do next. Seeing that he's still far from the top of the rankings, sitting at number 51, he thinks he still has 1 card left to play. But they ask to keep following him because working with him had gone really well and they made a strong team. He turns them down, though. He still has things to do. Still, he finds them strange. Sometimes they're harsh, other times way too soft. Being that friendly only attracts snakes, and to make it worse, this place was full of them. After hearing no again, they say fine. He figures the swamp is huge, so it'll take time to get out. On top of that, there were plenty of lizards roaming around, along with weak players. They depended on them. He asks Khan what to do, and Khan says they can only escort them out. The others say they did all they could, and he just laughs. To him, they were all pathetic lackeys. Even their leader. Robbing them wasn't enough. The 3rd and 11th ranked players had to die. If he killed them, he'd get closer to first place. He still knew nothing about the man in the mask, but one look at him sent a chill through his body. He felt more like a monster than a person. Then the man asked them to help his friends who were badly sick. They were exhausted too, so they asked to stop and rest for a bit. He thought it was time to hand over some tokens so they could survive on their own, but he figured being prisoners for so long had crushed their spirit, so letting them rest a little made sense. He laughs. They only needed a little more time because his friends were waiting nearby, and they were the scavengers. The moment those fools led them into the trap, Khan would die at their hands, but Jahan was right behind him and killed him at once. No one understood what was happening. When he turned around, he realized the attackers had to be their lackeys. After activating his skills, he could sense even the slightest change nearby. Once he watched Khan and Doyle, everything clicked. The way they ordered people around, the way they spoke. They thought it was hidden, but he sharpened his senses to find out what was really going on and uncovered the whole plan. He also sensed strangers waiting to ambush them, and he was sure they were the scavengers. So he moved to strike first, but Khan stops him. What was he doing? But Jahan tells him he still had a long way to go before becoming a real player. As he looks around, he finally realizes it, but he never noticed the others had already surrounded them. Their boss asks what was going on, but they stun her because she was still just livestock to them. There were too many. They had no idea who these people were. The protagonist figures it out. They had to be the ones running human farms. Some made deals with monsters and pretended to be hurt or in danger to lure victims into trap zones. Then they took their tokens and artifacts while sending them off to the farms. He believes the real victims from the farm had already been killed and replaced. They celebrate their new stolen artifacts and feel sure their plan worked. But while trying to communicate, one of them stops answering. He gets it right away. His brother went silent because of an ambush. He yells for the bastard who did it to show himself, but when he looks beside him, his brother has already bled out, using his last bit of strength to tell him to run. But behind him was Guion. Khan couldn't understand what was happening to a random. He was supposed to rule these floors, yet human farms had been running right under his nose. Then the protagonist appears. Desperate screams close the scene. The scavengers were wiped out as fast as they attacked. They're crushed. Jian says they thought they had saved those people, but the victims had already been murdered. This would probably scar them for life. No one could comfort them right then. Khan asks how he can stay so calm after all this. He doesn't know what kind of life he lived, but was everyone where he came from like this? Jian simply says that if everyone were like that, the world would be pure chaos. Khan rubs his head, unable to understand how he stays calm. He also can't stop thinking that Guion had always suspected them, but that wasn't true. Jiun had simply believed they were good people. He says nothing else and says goodbye since it's time to part ways. Doyle tries to stop him, but Khan doesn't let her. Jiun just thinks he can't stay with them any longer because he couldn't waste his only chance. In Arendon's room, they report that Squad 2 had been wiped out. He thought Squad 2 would be enough, but it clearly wasn't. So now Squad 1 had to be prepared. They were elite members trained personally by the Blue Sword Guild. He would move out too. He couldn't believe this was happening before they had gathered all the sacrifices. Still, the people behind Bloodsword and Foxtail were dangerous. They had to be eliminated fast because a war was about to break out. They needed to save as much strength as possible. Then a loud crash shook the base. They report that they were here, Bloodsword and Foxtail. Arandan asks why they don't have some fun. In the Orc Plains domain, Geon appears and slashes the first guard's throat. He puts a dagger to the next one's neck and asks just one thing. Had anyone seen a hunter around there? Then he explains that person knew where the hidden piece was, the Akasa serpent, which only appeared at a certain time, so he couldn't find it without that person's help. In the past, his brother met that man while trying to catch the serpent. He saved his brother and became his first master. Galliard. When he tries to knock, someone asks what the hell he's doing. Galliard was a dark elf. Daron introduces himself as Kane. He says a friend told him about him, so he came to buy an item, the Undine Mirror. He curses at him, but still lets him in. We learn the Undine Mirror is an artifact holding an incredible amount of Akasa spirit energy, which was exactly what the Akasa serpent liked to feed on. He asks if Kane even knows why he came. When Kane says yes, he gives him the mission. Over time, only 5 people had cleared it. A game of hide and seek with him. If Kane could catch him, he could learn Galliard's technique, Fleeting Steps, a unique dark elf skill. Confident because of the gap in skill, he says he'll use only his feet and only the Quick Steps technique, then vanishes like the wind. But Jeon activates Dragon Eyes. He could see aura trails. On top of that, Fleeting Steps had a weakness. It always needed a surface to move across. As long as that was true, he could always read its movement pattern. The test had been cleared. He laughs, amazed he was beaten so easily, and hands over the reward. The Undine Mirror, A rank. He warns him not to break it. If the mana leaked out, it would be a disaster. Something like that barely belonged in the physical world. If released, it could cause a massive explosion. He also gives him the book that taught the Fleeting Steps technique. His body felt unbelievably light, but now that the prep was done, it was time for the main act. At last, he could hunt the Akasa serpent and take its core. He wishes him luck, Then he mentions that two twins had passed the test not long ago. Jaeon already knew who they were, the number 1 and number 2 players in the rankings. When he hears the protagonist wants to catch the Akasa serpent with the mirror, he gives him bad news. The serpent was already dead. The twins he mentioned had killed it. Jaeon couldn't understand it. How did they know that information about the serpent? Looking at the corpse, he could tell they only took the most important parts. He couldn't understand how they killed it. Not even a group of experienced players should have been able to bring it down. That meant those two were absurdly strong. Pulling off his mask, he wonders what he can do now. He needed first place to keep moving with his revenge. There was almost no time left before the tutorial tower ended. Most likely he wouldn't make it. Only 7 days remained, and he was in 40th place. There were too many obstacles, and the biggest was not having the serpent's core. Then he notices its brain was gone, and there were many tracks around it. They weren't human, they were orc tracks. Then we cut to Bahin, ranked 6th. He didn't want to answer his leader's call to join the hunt for Jeon, because he wanted to level up instead. But they convince him when they say the reward would be all the tokens collected by Erendon's group. Jeon had reached the place where the tracks ended, the Akaza serpent's lair. None of it made sense. The place looked built up like it had a hidden shelter, and drums were beating. The orc shaman speaks with anger about the death of his god at the hands of 2 tiny humans, but now it was time to revive it with the souls of their warriors. He's shocked so the Akaza serpent could come back. He never expected that. He could kill it now, but the more prey it consumed, the stronger its heart would become. Since it had been revived through souls that fed on magic, the mirror alone wouldn't be enough to raise its power. The best idea he had was to feed it more living sacrifices. So in the lizard village, Jeon kills the general in charge and leaves an orc there so the lizards would think he died in battle. Then he uses his fire flame technique. The lizards shout that the hut was burning and an orc had broken in. His next targets were the goblins, then the werewolves, stirring all the monsters into a riot against the orcs, all hungry for revenge for the death of each of their leaders. Cha Yan-woo thinks it turned out even better than he expected. If everything went to plan, the Akasa serpent would become the biggest ever seen in the tutorial. On the cliffs, Arandine's army argued over who was stronger, but they needed to focus on the mission. Then hundreds of footsteps made the ground shake, and a stampede of monsters rushed toward them, screaming for them to get out of their way. They report what happened to the orc chief. He curses. How could they do this to him? Especially right in the middle of his god's resurrection ritual. The orc army tried to hold the line, but they were outnumbered. Cha Yan-woo thinks the battle should have started already. The two bosses had to be fighting by now. They were about as strong as the lizard kings, so the fight would last a few minutes, but he needed to draw out the serpent. When he entered, it had already fully revived and started devouring everything in front of it. Driven by hunger, it burst out of the cave. Cha Yan-woo thinks that's perfect. At this rate, it would head straight to the battlefield. He was also sure that place was hiding something. Fighting the serpent was so hard it shouldn't even exist in the tutorial, so there had to be a reason it was there. Even his brother never figured it out. But if it chose to rest there, something had to be hidden. After searching for a while, he found a place completely frozen over. And there it was, a mythical humanoid root. Don't get confused, it's a plant. He never thought he'd find it there. It was around 300 years old, even though 500 years was the best time to eat it, so the snake had to stay there guarding it. But his plan changed, because he was going to eat the plant himself. It tries to get away, but in the end, Cha Yan-woo devours it. All his skills start rising, especially his magic. On top of that, his body's growth starts again and reaches 42.9%. Now his body had become a young dragon body, and now he could use magic by putting it into his feet to move even faster. Still, it was time to hunt. On the battlefield, everyone was covered in blood after the brutal fight when something appeared. They wonder what the hell it was, as it started devouring everything in its path, eating non-stop and spraying poison. Cha Yan-woo thinks the whole thing turned into chaos, and even better than he hoped. Only 1/10 of the monsters were still alive, and because of that, the snake had grown nearly twice its normal size. The two kings were at the front, but they were already close to dying. It was time to set up the big finish. He jumps at the snake with his new powers and lands on its back, activating Devour. His stats start rising again, while it also gives him 3,000 tokens for killing it. Then he pulls out the core. It was originally the size of his fist, but after feeding on all those monsters, it had grown that huge, which he also devours with the Devour ability, and his body's growth activates again. But this time, the full process would take at least 15 hours. When the monsters see Cha Yan-woo, they can't believe it. Those were the eyes of a predator. After hearing what happened, they thank him for everything. They always knew he'd be great. He reminded them of someone they once knew. They also hand him a weapon before leaving. It was part of his big win, taken from one of their enemies, a good sword. The master asks how the hell he ended up on bad terms with Eridon, since their base was in Block F, and they came all the way there to fight him. It was almost like they hated him. Cha Yan-woo asks what he means, and when he learns that the sword's mark belonged to Eridon's group, he's confused. Did they really come all the way there too? That meant the scavenger groups weren't just thieves, they also belonged to the Blue Sword clan. If that was true, then Eridon's real goal was hiding the fact that he ran the farms and the scavengers. And if so, Khan and Doyle must have found out and gone to confront him. He knows those two are strong, but if they were up against all of Eridon's group, that changed everything. The Blue Sword clan had countless players and ranked among the tower's top 8 clans. If they really went, they were in danger. Still, he wonders why he even cared. Then he remembers his brother's words. "You've always been my hero. I hope my pain doesn't change the kind of person you are." He thanks his master, but it was time to go. He had decided to save his teammates, though he still didn't get why they were building human farms. Something felt very suspicious, but if he learned the truth, he could use it against them. The 8 clans were the reason his brother died, especially the Blue Sword clan, because one member of that group had driven one of the swords into his brother's heart. Things were moving a little earlier than he expected. He only had 4 days left in the tutorial, and would have to start his revenge sooner than planned. His plan would take at least 3 days, leaving only 1 day to clear the tutorial. He would drive them into panic, wait for them to wear themselves out, then hit them where it hurt most and leave no one alive. Back in Block F, where Eridan's group was based, they report that they still can't find the masked man. He thinks that guy was a curse. He had already wiped out Group 1, Group 2, and even possible recruits at the start. He destroyed 2 years of work. Even so, they had to restore their strength before the people on the island noticed. Only about 3 days remained before the tutorial ended. Rebuilding the group in that time was almost impossible, and he wouldn't escape punishment. But there was one option to complete that. They were missing materials, though the masked man might help with that. He asks about Bloodsword and Foxtail. They say those two will soon become materials for the stone. Here we learn why Eridan's group worked together to kill players. They were trying to create a product through experimentation, something that never should have existed. Khan lowers his head, ashamed that Doyle got dragged into this and feeling like there was no hope left. Then a huge tremor hits. The leader doesn't understand. That building was made to survive earthquakes, so what was happening? Then he's told there's an intruder outside. The guards are terrified and don't know who's attacking them. Cha Yanwu uses his fast steps powered by mana. The Eye of the Goblin King warns him of danger. Death count 118. Everyone starts running. It was a damn monster. The guards are frozen in fear because it's coming for them. Then a voice tells them not to move. They light up with relief. Lord Bild had arrived. They were saved. He wonders where a rat like that had been hiding, and how he dared come straight to his base. Cheon-woo feels an immense pressure. That man's presence felt familiar, even though he had never seen him before. Then a dark memory surfaces. 5 swords pierced his brother's heart. 3 came from 3 kings. 1 from his beloved, and the last from the person who called himself a friend and watched his back. A thirst for blood rises from the protagonist. He tells a man named Grand to send a message to the island, but his head explodes. There was no point wasting time anymore. He had to attack directly. He shouldn't even think about running, because he wouldn't be allowed to. Drawing his swords, he thinks the man is way too confident, but he'll show him how useless his power is against him. Chayanwu realizes Will was far too strong to still be in the tutorial. He also knew there was someone else, the one who stabbed his brother with that sword. Aradan's group had to be just a cover for their real plan. Will can't understand why he's so strong. He should only have beginner skills. Chayanwu thinks he gets it now. Will was fighting badly even though he must have been good once. But after running with those filthy dogs, he'd lost his claws. Will asks if they knew each other. Who the hell was he? He uses his magic at full power. As they watch their lord nearly dying, his soldiers try to protect him, but Blackblade cuts them down. Their leader screams at them to defend him, and when he sees them refuse, he activates mind control. They think he'd never use that technique in a moment like this. He runs because he needs the stone. That was his only chance to beat him. After taking everyone down, Chaeon-woo thinks this was basically the end of Eridan's group, but one was still left. As they argue over who was the bigger fool, they wonder what Khan was doing. If they had known things would end like this, they would have told him where the hidden piece was, so at least he could use it. Chaeon-woo, the protagonist, says they can still tell him. As he opens the door, Doyle asks why he's there. He casually says he was passing by and found them. Khan says their last meeting didn't go so well, but he's really grateful. Chaeon-woo says Khan can still tell him where the hidden piece is. Khan thinks he's always trying to get something out of every situation. They were still badly hurt and didn't think they could just walk out alive, but he calms them down by saying Eridan's whole group was dead. They're shocked. Really? He says yes, but Doyle points out there's still something below. Khan says there's something down there, and he doesn't know exactly what it is, but it's the reason they did all this. Chaeon-woo finds the human farm. The smell of rotting corpses was overwhelming. He knows the best materials for alchemy are human bodies and souls, but doing this was a crime. Bild really was a rat who only cared about results, no matter what it took. Then ghosts appear around him. They were the souls of the players and they wanted his help. He says he can do it, but only on one condition. Bild reaches his lab. He doesn't know how much time he wasted making that stone. His old companions kept climbing the rankings while he stayed behind, waiting for the king's orders. Now all he cared about was surviving. But the stone wasn't finished. If he swallowed it, only 2 things could happen. Either his body would explode from all that energy or his power would rise like crazy. But after taking it, nothing happened, and the faint figure of Chaeon-woo was standing behind him. He demands to know why Bild did all this. Why did he kill them all? What the hell had they done? Why was he sticking his nose into their business? Chaeon-woo removes his mask and asks if that answers his question. Bild shouts that it's impossible. How could Chaeon-woo be standing in front of him? Chaeon-woo still wanted to believe they might feel at least a little guilty for what they did to his brother. But to them, it had all been normal. Lying there, bloody, toothless, and barely alive, Build begs him to just kill him. He says he can't do that because his own enemies are looking for him. With a snap of his fingers, he explains that the souls had been strengthened by his black bracelet. They swore to serve him to avenge their unfair deaths. Build screams that he already told him everything he wanted to know, he should just let him die in peace. But the protagonist doesn't even look back. After burning everything, he thinks his job is done. As Build's body falls apart, he spots the stone they talked about, but the game can't identify it as an item. He can't understand how they killed so many people for a failed product. But when he picks up the stone, it moves next to his heart. Not even his magic could remove it. It had no description, no magic, no rank. But after studying it closely, he realizes it isn't a failed product, just an incomplete one. It needed more steps to be finished, so he keeps it just in case. As he leaves, he tells them to get out. It was safe now. They thank him and give him a gift. He has to take it. It was everything they had collected so far. Chao Yanwu says if they're trying to repay him for saving their lives, he doesn't want it. But they shake their heads. That wasn't it. They were going to quit the tutorial. While trapped in the dungeon, they talked about giving up. They also couldn't go to Block G, because the players there would beat them since they were the weakest, and they had no time left to recover or rank up, so they wanted to try again next time. John pushed himself to the limit to take first place in the rankings, the only reward that really mattered. That was why he had worked so hard every day. But when he learned the tutorial could be retried as many times as you wanted, he was stunned. All this time, he thought he only had one shot to clear it. His brother's journal never mentioned that. He had been stressing for nothing. Still, since the tutorial gate rarely appears in the real world, he figures he didn't waste that much time. And honestly, he had fun. He also beat Will and met a few decent players. Khan tells him that if he takes those items, he has to crush those idiots Fante and Adora. John feels like he's heard those names a lot. Their names were always near the top of the rankings. He asks what they're like, and they just call them monsters. Khan tried to beat them again and again, but never could. Then he steps up beside John and gives him all the support he can, like a real bro, since he can't do it himself. John also needed to check the secret place they mentioned in the dungeon. To do that, he had to wear the crown, and everyone thought he looked ridiculous. After that, he only had 28 hours left to finish the tutorial. 8 hours later, Conan Doyle's hidden piece was underground, inside the thorn mole's nest. In the last room, after cutting through dozens of monsters, he faced the mole boss. It was stronger than the house serpent. If he hadn't gotten the attack skill from Aragon's crown, he never would have won. And once it fell, there it was. Vigrid, Conan Doyle's trump card. The Overseer laughs. That player was seriously talented. He took care of the Serpent Group's loot in Aragon's area, and now he had Vigrid in his hands. For someone who started the tutorial a week late, it was unbelievable. He wonders what John will do with the last 12 hours, since he was still low in the rankings. At last, John reached the tutorial's final block, Block G. There were no monsters there, and no levels either, just players. That meant the only way to earn ranking points was through player challenges. It was where the tutorial's best fighters gathered, so the rankings could change fast. Then he felt a huge energy coming from ahead. People mutter that they're monsters. How could anyone like that still be in the tutorial? He laughs. It was funny seeing everyone struggle just to stay standing. Cha Yanwu recognizes them right away. They were Fante and Adora from the Horn tribe. He asks why no one was going near them. When nobody moved, he decided to go himself. The players try to stop his attack, but after seeing his power, they freeze. He tells them again not to stand there like idiots. Then he tears through them like lightning. James Fu thinks he's insanely strong. No wonder they beat the serpent. That much was obvious, and Adora should be even stronger since she ranked first. He couldn't tell how strong she really was. She felt like a living ocean, calm on the surface with no clue how deep her power went. Something was hidden inside her, something terrifying. When he noticed she looked his way, he thought he'd been found. Still, there was no point staying quiet. So he decided to introduce himself, taking the bag they gave him and dumping it right at his feet. No one understood why he threw them out. What was he doing? And how many were there? 1,000? 2,000? 10,000? Then James Fu used the Combine skill, merging all his tokens into the serpent's heart. Just like that, first place became his with 109,000 points. The players couldn't believe it. It was the first time anyone had stolen first place from the siblings. James Fu was ready for whatever came next, pulling out his new sword, Vigrid, a unique ranked blade. No one knew what that weapon was. Why was it giving off so much power? Still, the one holding it was alone, and nobody had seen him before. They assumed he couldn't be that strong. Even Fante and Adora would have to go after him. No matter how tough he was, there was no way he could fight everyone. This was everyone's chance to take first place. That sword had once been wielded by legendary heroes. It wasn't at full power now because it was sealed, but it still held a lot of strength. First, he used the sword's blessing. That skill worked best against strong enemies. The stronger the opponent, the more power the sword gained. Then he used the sword's souls to boost its force. Some of the other players were relieved. The attack hadn't hit them. Chayanwu realizes he had unlocked a new skill, Blessing Contagion. Anyone killed by it became a poison carrier, slowing players nearby. Using that edge, the protagonist wipes out the weaker fighters. But now the real fun started. He was about to strike when Fante jumped in. He never expected to meet a player this strong so early. He was crazy excited to fight him. After asking his sister, she agrees, but tells him to hand over the tokens first. And now the tutorial ranking shifted again. Those two beast hearts held over 60,000 tokens. Fante finally felt like he could use his full power. His tribe also had a special skill passed down for generations, Lightning Fist. He admits John was pretty good, since he blocked the first attack, but now he wanted to see if he could do it again. When Cheon-woo saw him move, he launched his own strike. Fante couldn't believe it. He was born into royalty and had even boosted his magic with the serpent, yet he was getting pushed back. That only fired him up. If he wanted to become king, he had to show everyone his power. He never thought he'd meet an opponent this worthy. He couldn't see anything through the dust. It looked like the protagonist had lost. But before the game even started, the watch he inherited had a special power. It could show future events for a few seconds, though it burned through at least 3/4 of his mana. Even so, from past experience, he knew seeing events even a few seconds ahead could decide a battle. Back in the fight, they were still clashing, the same exchange repeating, but this time he used Dragon Eyes and quick steps to dodge the blow. Fante smiles. Catching him wouldn't mean victory. He throws a punch, but Cheon-woo slips past it instantly. After that strike, he knows from his foresight that she would attack next, so he rushes her before it can happen. In the last second of foresight he had left, he saw that she would dodge and he could kill her, but she blocked the attack. He didn't get it. He made no mistake, so why didn't things happen the way they should have? Adora was that strong. She reveals her eyes just like her brother. She'd inherited an ability too. Vision, an incredible power. It helped them hold first and second place by letting them read what moves an enemy would use. That's why his foresight got cancelled. His 5 seconds were already gone, so he sheathed his sword. He couldn't keep fighting. Adora says that was a smart choice. He was still very strong. The first person like this she'd ever met. If it were only up to her, she'd give him first place. But she had her own goals, so she apologized. But John tells her he hadn't given up, then shows the tokens. She had no idea how he pulled that off. He explains that her eyes could only read moves used against her, so he made another plan. John took first place again. Then activating quick steps, he vanished from the scene. Adora calls it an obvious loss and ends up loving that mysterious guy even more. Only 4 seconds remained before the tutorial ended, and every player was called to a waiting area. Everyone was shocked. It was finally over. The tutorial number 1's ranking notice started popping up everywhere. He figured he had drawn a lot of attention, but that was the best way to get Zeus's key. There were 2 places to visit after reaching the tower. First, the Ardea clan house, and the other was Olympus's treasury, where the old gods stored their relics. Zeus's key was one of the 12 materials needed to open that vault. Then someone called out to him. He knew who it was, the masked rookie who beat everyone. Thanks to him, after hearing about the garden, she found a chance to make a contract with elemental spirits in Phrysia's garden, and even found a master nothing like her old teammates. Bowing her head, she thanked him for everything he had done. Everything she had become was because of him. Still, one day she would come find him. Then she disappeared. Next, the goblin arrived. He was excited to see so many players gathered there. A lot of them had made a strong impression on him, and he hoped they would keep working hard like they did in the tutorial. Now he was going to announce the test results. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe anyone had really passed 500,000 karma. Was that even possible? They'd heard top players usually only got around 50,000 to 100,000 points. Fante congratulates him. The goblin laughs. That was the highest score not only in this tutorial but across all tutorials. So his reward matched his achievements, and the goblin handed over a mysterious box. Inside were an Iblis embryo, a lion beast helmet, and the Zeus key he had been waiting for, the item that opened Zeus's treasury. Many players threw it away because it was only F rank, but once they reached the higher floors they realized how bad that choice was. It was one of the 12. Finding the others wouldn't be easy, but he was already one step closer. With that, the tutorial round officially ended. Those qualified for the tower would receive a message. Those who failed just had to try harder in the next tutorial round. Jungwoo got the message asking if he wanted to enter the tower, but Fante stopped him. He wanted to fight him again, man to man, but Jungwoo says he gives up and walks away. Fante thinks he wasn't even done talking and curses him out. What the hell was wrong with that guy? And just like that, a super rookie entered the tower right after the tutorial ended. Rumors spread from player to player. The rookie who completely took over first place had collected over 500,000 points. He had also beaten the royal siblings of the Horn tribe, and people called him Jugurther. Because of that, many clans started looking for him. Countless people wanted to know everything about this rookie, but no one found any real information, only that he wore a mask. He was still a total mystery, since he hadn't even officially registered. Then Jongwoo arrived. It felt like a movie scene or a dream, but the tower was overwhelming. It stood in the center, its top impossible to see, like it pierced the sky. The Tower of the God. The people tied to his brother's death had to be here. They saw his brother as a threat, but this time would be different. He would make them pay for everything they did. This was where it began. Looking at the paper, he thinks the place should be around here somewhere. Based on the photo, it had to be this spot. He walks in and finds a shop that looks ready to collapse, but the weapons are spotless. Every item there is high grade. When he looks at the weapon, he can't tell its stats. It could be completely ruined or something amazing. Either way, it's tempting. Then someone asks who the hell he is. Jung-woo is sure this is the dwarf smiling beside his brother in the photo. His brother mentioned him more than once. A loyal man, maybe even more than that, almost like a father. He remembers they barely knew their real father. Their father died in an accident when they were very young. All Jung-woo remembers is one warm hug and happy laughter. So what made this man someone his brother treated like a father? When he says he came to buy a weapon, the dwarf snaps at him. Can't he see the state of the shop? Was he insane? Stop messing around and leave. But when Jung-woo keeps talking seriously, he's told to get moving. The dwarf says he isn't selling anything. Jung-woo asks if it's because Artia fell apart. That instantly changes the mood, and the dwarf warns him not to bring that up. He was Artia's official blacksmith. He wasn't a player, so he never joined, but he stayed by their side. And with the incredible weapons he made, Artia won battle after battle. Seeing Jung-woo won't back down, he finally agrees to hear what he wants to buy. He hands over the dagger, then asks if Jung-woo even has money. Jung-woo asks if credits will work. The blacksmith laughs it off as a joke, but after seeing the dark elf bag, he figures this kid must be strong if he cleared the tutorial. So he agrees to look at the items. Still, he warns him, these things won't come cheap. Tutorial gear is usually worthless. Once he sees them, he says they may look like junk on their own, but they're all materials needed to forge that artifact. Now that he checks Jung-woo's gear closely, it's clear this isn't rookie equipment. The only thing he can't identify is the bracelet, and after seeing everything else, he thinks Jung-woo has to be messing with him. Those are items from famous beasts, a demon egg, and even something from the Lord of Beasts. Just having things like that is basically a guaranteed ticket to becoming a top player. He trusts his own work, but Jung-woo's gear is way beyond normal. He's sure the kid is toying with him, until Jung-woo asks for the gypsy eyes. That makes him curse. So that was the real reason. Only 5 blacksmiths can make something like that. Did he even understand what he was asking for? But Jung-woo calms him down. He says not to worry, he'll handle the other clans, and if the blacksmith is scared, he can walk away. That only makes the dwarf shout that he'll do it. As he studies the dagger, he realizes it's better than he thought. It feels like he's already held it before. He wonders if it once belonged to someone precious to Jung-woo's brother. Later, while walking alone at night, Jung-woo senses plenty of people following him around. 17. Maybe they were after his artifacts, but he doesn't want to fight. He slips into an alley and hides, then stays at a place his brother used to visit often. He spends time going through places his brother wrote about in his diary. The places his brother recommended always turn out good. He wonders what his brother was thinking there, how he sat there, and how he laughed with his friends. Over the next few days, he keeps visiting the blacksmith and stays nearby to make sure nothing goes wrong while the gypsy eyes are being made. Using his dragon eyes, he can tell the man is a true master. Thanks to those hands, his brother earned the name Wings of the Sky. The blacksmith asks if he's falling asleep. How could he nod off while watching real art being made? If he was bored, he should leave. Instead, he gets ordered to hammer metal for being lazy. Since Jung-woo knows nothing, he keeps asking what everything means. Hearing all the yelling, he figures the dwarf really doesn't like him. But from the other side, the dwarf thinks this kid is a mess, even worse than the report said. On top of that, the materials they gathered vanished in a single day. They had to figure out what happened, checking every rock and every corner. They needed proof from everywhere. The one leading that search was Leonte, one of the 5 clan leaders and a former Ardia member. After a lot of arguing, the dwarf finally starts teaching the protagonist blacksmithing, at least the basics. Through trial and error, he learns faster than the dwarf expected. The old man wonders if he's getting too old and thinking nonsense, then throws a tool at him because that wasn't the angle he was told to use. A month had already passed since Jung-woo arrived. He feels grateful. The dwarf complains non-stop, but he always teaches him the right way. He feels grateful. The dwarf complains non-stop, but he always teaches him the right way. Now he understands how much he cared about his brother. He was a strange but good person, and Jung-woo is glad there was at least one person who never betrayed his brother. That's why he couldn't drag him into danger. Once the gypsy eyes were done, he would disappear and climb the tower. He had to meet the high rankers and grow strong enough to face them. Then a crowd suddenly surrounds him. From what they say, they found the idiot who ignored the warning about going near Hinova's forge. Jung-woo gets it now. These were the ones harassing Hinova. They explain that the 8 clans don't handle outside business themselves, so they hire groups to do it for them, like pressuring Hinova. The protagonist tells them to leave Hinova alone and get lost. The moment he draws his sword, he wipes out the group. They can't understand how a rookie could be this strong. One of them begs for mercy, but Jung-woo shows none. Then they shout, asking how he dares cross them. He has no idea who's backing them, and he'll end up just like the old blacksmith. Jung-woo grabs him by the neck and tells him to say that again. The rest are terrified. Once they realize he wants all the details, one of them talks. Jung-woo really only needed one person to break. The man says their clan bosses ordered one team to get rid of Jung-woo and another to finish off Hinova, because if Hinova stayed alive, their clan would lose face. When Jung-woo arrives, he sees Hinova and asks if he's okay. Hinova apologizes. They took all the materials, including the item Jung-woo asked him to make. He's crushed over losing everything. Even then, Jung-woo calms him down and says he should rest. At least he's still alive. Jung-woo will handle the rest. Hinova asks what he plans to do, and Jongwoo says he'll take back everything they stole and make them pay for all of it. Night Watch was a powerful clan in the underworld of the tower's outer district, and rumors said they were tied to Red Dragon, one of the 8 clans. That's why nobody dared mess with them. Hanhova grabs him, saying he can't go alone. But when Jongwoo calms him, Hanhova freezes and clenches his fist. Why the hell did that kid keep reminding him of that boy from the past? Thanks to a traitor, the protagonist reaches their hideout. Judging by the setup, there are traps everywhere. This had to be the right place. He tells the guide he'll go in from here alone. As he steps inside, they ask why the man is so quiet, but then Jongwoo grabs his arm and throws him away. They start cursing Willet. He was a damn traitor. Now they had to kill the intruder. Soon, screams fill the place. They shout that he's just one player fresh out of the tutorial, so they should crush him, but one look in his eyes shakes them. They send their men at him anyway. Then he hears the sound of a trap and looks down, noticing someone trying to escape. He isn't about to let that happen. Once the man realizes he's cornered, he pulls out the hideout sword and attacks. He can't understand what just happened, and Jongwoo warns that if they want to live, they'd better come down. After tormenting them for a while, he demands compensation for everything they stole from Hanhova and all the damage they caused. For now, he wants everything inside that safe. He doesn't care if they report what happened because the group backing them won't be able to help. When he returns to the dwarf, Hanhova asks where he's been. The moment he sees the bag, he says Jongwoo is crazy. He's going to get himself into serious trouble. But at least he came back alive. They should get some sleep. The next day, Cha Yongwoo shows him the work. Hanhova has to say something because it really does look better than before. Still, he sighs. Zhang Yuwu was the one who wanted the eyes, so this was the least he could do. The attitude reminds him a lot of someone else. Then he pulls out the new weapon he made and says it turned out pretty well. Thanks to the progress, a lot of MC's skills improved, and now he can even see other people's information. It's unexpected, but a huge advantage. Even the very shy part of the description fits surprisingly well. When Cha Yongwoo asks more about how the sword was made, Hanhova gets mad again and refuses to explain. But once he notices the sword is finished, he grabs it and can't believe it. He knew the kid learned fast, but what was this? Quietly, he admits he couldn't have made it any better himself. Cha Yongwoo thinks it really is that hard for him to give one simple compliment. Instead, Hanhova starts cursing him out, and then an explosion goes off. Someone shouts, asking where he's been. They searched every damn rock looking for him. Cha Yongwoo just tightens his fist. Hanhova asks if he's really going to let that bastard slide. Then he also realizes he knows her. He made that weapon for her when she was little. And now that he thinks about it, there was another kid who never understood words either. Days pass and Fonte keeps challenging him to fight all the time while eating on the way to the bathroom, even while working. In the end, Cha Yongwoo agrees, but only with a bet. Right after that, Fonte comes back with both eyes bruised. He curses under his breath. Back in the tutorial, their levels were close, but now the gap is huge. As Cha Yongwoo keeps working, he thinks he finally has a reason to stay here. We learn that his brother cleared the first 10 floors in 10 days and earned the key of Hades for breaking the record for clearing the beginner floors that fast. Cha Yongwoo is just waiting for the gypsy eyes so he can do the same. The dwarf still can't stop thinking about that damn kid from the past. Then someone walks in. He says the shop is closed and to come back tomorrow, but a huge red figure answers, "It's been a long time, master." After that, the three of them are sharing a moment when someone else arrives. He stands out right away. Who was he? Then they recognize him. The rumors were true. It was the brothers and him. This should be Mr. Khan. The man introduced himself as Taham from the Red Zephyr clan. He came to persuade him to join. After that, invitation after invitation kept coming in. None of them caught his interest. Then someone else showed up. So this guy was Hoarder. Yanwoo couldn't understand why that man was here. It was Bahal, the Flame Fist, a ranker, and one of the top leaders of Red Dragon, plus a former student of Hanhova. He wanted the same thing as the others. He was here to recruit him into his clan and help him climb the tower. Yanwoo figured the offer came from their need for more power, especially since a war between the 8 clans was probably coming. The man looked calm, but he was really a monster. So he said he wasn't interested in joining for now. After hearing that, Bahal asked him to think it over. He also told him to watch over the dwarf. He'd grown pretty attached to him even if he was grumpy, so he wanted him protected. Yanwoo rushed out to where Hanhova was, but he was fine and said it was a good thing Bahal had come. His item was ready. When Yanwoo opened the chest, he was confused. The eyes were supposed to be an amulet, so what was this? Hanhova calmed him down. It was a gift he made himself. When the protagonist checked it with his dragon eyes, he saw armor made of Gaius. It raised perception by 20 and reduced physical damage, including elemental attacks like fire, ice, lightning, and holy power. It also resisted curses, poison, and arcane power. It could even repair itself by 50%, though only once a day. He was amazed. Hanova's talent was unbelievable. He had made something incredible. The coat was already amazing, but there was still the mask. It boosted his power by 30, and had a fear effect for 15 to 20 seconds. It was a one-of-a-kind artifact. There was nothing else like it in the tower. Yanwoo felt it was worth far more than what he'd paid. Hanhova said of course he didn't have enough money right now, but since he'd already said so, he could pay the rest with credits over time. Now Yanwoo understood why his brother cared so much about him. Then MC put on his full armor. He didn't know how long he'd stay in the tower, so if this was their last goodbye, he gave Henova his most sincere thanks for everything he had done. After that, Yanwu arrived at the tower. He was about to open the door when Fante stopped him. Why hadn't he told them he was leaving? They should have talked a little longer. But Yanwu shot back that he didn't have time to mess around like they did. He had to go in. But the two of them made up their minds to come with him. They said they wouldn't get in his way, so he didn't need to worry. Yanwu told them to do what they wanted, but if they fell behind, he'd leave them. Once they entered the waiting area, the place where people rested before taking on the tower's tasks, there looked to be around 50 people there. A lot of them were complaining about why they'd been brought in. But Yanwu realized they were talking about the siblings. Then they started talking about him too. Still, he stayed focused on clearing the first 10 floors in 9 days. Easy to say, hard to do, but he needed the keys. He already had the tutorial key. Another waited on the next floor, and the rest were hidden across the first 10 floors. Some were in unexpected places, and others came from hidden quests. Then a voice welcomed them. His name was Aaron, the guardian of the tower's first floor. He knew many of them had been here before and wanted another try, but there were also newcomers, so he needed to explain the rules. Everyone had to listen carefully. He moved them all, and the first stage was the cliff. There were 2 teams, one on each side, with 100 players per team. The goal was to protect your team's crystals and steal or destroy the enemies. Whichever team had more left when time ran out would win. Each side had 5 crystals. How they handled the test didn't matter. They could hide them or let the strongest players carry them. Yanwu thought the test was insane. 100 strangers had to work together. And to get the key, he needed all 10 crystals, 5 red and 5 blue. The problem was that players could choose to destroy the crystals, and if even one was lost, his goal would become impossible. So he decided to crush anyone in his way. First, he needed all 5 crystals from his own team in his hands. When they asked who would be the blue team's leader, someone stepped forward, but one of the siblings didn't agree. He said he'd take charge of all 5 crystals himself. Was there anyone better than him at protecting them? People yelled at him to quit acting stupid. Last time, because of his ego, every crystal got destroyed. Everyone agreed with that. Yanwu finally learned what had happened before. It sounded exactly like something that guy would do. But then he threatened them, and no one argued. He just laughed, saying this time would be different. Still, Yanwu held out his hand, which confused everyone there. Later in the room, he told the goblin he didn't get why his lord cared so much about that rookie. Even if he was strong, he was still new. But Aaron just laughed and proposed a bet. If they didn't trust the rookie, he'd wager the boy would do something extraordinary. Aaron took the opposite side and bet he wouldn't. Meanwhile, people couldn't understand why that sibling had handed the crystals to such a mysterious person. They asked what his plan was. He told them to guard the area for a while, 30 minutes, maybe an hour at most. They agreed, and he told them to come back safe. Yanwu broke down the test. It was so hard because each team had to build a plan around the enemy and find the hidden crystals. But the biggest problem was the bridge. It looked like it could break from the slightest strain, so fighting there was unavoidable. Even so, there was another way. He drew his sword, then activated his power. The best way to beat them was to cut off their only escape route. Everyone thought he was completely crazy. They had to stop him, but instead he managed to gather all 10 crystals. After fusing them, he got the hidden piece, the Key of Hera. The trial was over, and the enemy team had been wiped out. It took only 30 minutes for the round to end, the shortest round in tower history. It was the shortest ever. Yanwu earned the highest score, and he was the only one. They offered him his rewards, but he refused. He wanted to delay all his prizes until he cleared every beginner area. That surprised them, so he really did know the trick of the game. If he saved the rewards, he could combine them into something much better. Since that was his choice, they asked if anyone wanted to continue to the next floor. None of the other players had the karma for it, and they gave up after that test. They said they'd wait for the next round. With only 3 people left, the next round was ready to begin. Yanwu told the other 2 to go back, since staying wouldn't earn them any points. But they wanted to see how far he could go. When he asked to start, he also requested to be separated from the group. He wanted to do it alone. Aaron warned him it was dangerous, but if that was what he wanted, he wished him luck. Then the test began. The goal of the second trial was to become the king of the forest by subduing countless monsters. Yanwu thought it was the perfect place to measure his strength. He started by taking out one group at a time. That's how he got the Key of Demeter, and then he moved to the next level. When he found himself surrounded, he remembered that Archia's group had taken 10 days to clear the beginner zones. So if that was their time, he decided to finish in 5 days. In the monitor room, they couldn't believe it. He had cleared the 7th floor in just 12 hours and 27 minutes. It felt impossible. Archia's group had done things like this too, but Yanwu was doing it alone. It was absurd. Then he cleared the 8th floor in only 7 hours and 45 minutes, getting that key too. Everyone started panicking. The goblin said he was going to get rich at this rate. When Yanwu was on the 9th stage, Lava and Fire, a voice shouted, asking how he dared stand before the Fire King. He knew it was still too soon to subdue it, so for the first time he asked for help. He told Fante to handle the ogre. Then Adora had to take over. Jumping down with both daggers in his hands, he stabbed it through the skull. With that monster down, the key of Hephaestus was obtained. Now he had 10 keys. He only needed 2 more to open the treasure of Olympus. One came from setting the record for clearing the beginner zone, and the other was on the 10th floor. Since he had reached the last floor, the others said goodbye. They only came to see how he would do, and he had now reached the white stage of the 10th floor. It was a place cut off from both the living and the dead, where time itself didn't exist. This was the stage where players failed the most. His brother and his group had acted like kings when they got there. Because of all the records they'd broken, they thought this floor would be easy too. But the tower knew exactly how to crush hope. This was a solo battle. Artia's group suffered badly here because they had always fought as a team, but for Yeonwoo it was different. That weakness wouldn't work on him. He had to find a door somewhere on the 10th floor. As he moved on, he smashed one fake door after another, but then he chose the real one. At last, he did it. He got the 11th key. His time beat the old record by 83 hours. When he saw his brother's name, nostalgia hit him, and he refused the honor of putting his own name on the ranking. He also received several items for clearing the floor, along with the final key. Together, they unlocked a new power. They had formed the key of Olympus. When he reached the door, he inserted the key, and someone was there to greet him. So he was the one who had thrown the Guardians into panic. It was Hermes, who said he had never met anyone like him. But Yeonwoo only demanded entry to the treasury. Hermes laughed. He really was impatient, but he'd grant his wish and told him to follow. As they walked, Hermes seemed almost embarrassed, but he still offered him an artifact. It was one of the best of its kind, and if Yeonwoo accepted it, Hermes would take him as an apostle. That meant he'd be trained by him and could influence his followers. Hermes was one of the 12 gods of Olympus, so becoming his apostle would be something truly rare. Tempting as it was, he couldn't accept. As they kept walking, even the weapons started talking. They tried to convince him to take them, but Yeonwoo was looking for one thing in particular. When he saw the painting, he knew he'd found it. The shield that can turn enemies to stone. He grabbed it, then wondered where Zeus's items and his were. His watch suddenly lit up, and he had no idea why. A second later, it started acting like a compass. That's when he realized it was leading him to a hidden door. Behind it was something everyone knew by name, Zeus's thunderbolt. But the moment he grabbed it, it shattered into countless pieces. He had no clue what that meant. Then a bright light burst out, and a chain bracelet wrapped itself around his arm. Not knowing what it was, he used his eye to check what had happened. The item details were unreadable, except for one name, the Black King. Even his brother had never written about this in his journal. All he learns here is that the Black King once ruled the serpent, and that's about it. So he can only guess how to use the artifact well. Since he had already picked his items, he was kicked out of the treasury. When he opened his eyes, Hermes congratulated him. He had truly left an impression. When Hermes asked why the thunderbolt disappeared, he just laughed. That part would stay secret. Besides, the tower gives rewards however it wants. Now that things had settled down, Hermes moved on to the rest of the rewards. There were 12 items total, but he asked to turn them into a single reward. What he wanted was the thunderbolt. When Hermes said that was impossible, he made it clear he was serious. He really wanted the thunderbolt, but since he couldn't get it, Hermes gave him a different item along with the shield. After that, they said goodbye. That should have been the end. But Hermes laughed. Something very interesting was happening elsewhere. In another area, people were talking about the protagonist. One of them was glad, even though the record he helped set had been broken. Still, their real focus was bringing him into their group. Not forever, though. If by any chance he refused to join, they would crush him, just like they had done to other players. The same thing happened to Artya's group. They kept breaking record after record, which stirred up jealousy and anger in the 8 great clans, so they all agreed to wipe them out. Looking down, he figured this was the place he had been told about. There wasn't much time. They had to strike now. When he came down, he said it had been a long time. Leonte snapped back, asking if he understood what he had just done. He did. This was how a war began, wasn't it? Beating one of the 5 war gods of the Blue Sword clan was a fine way to start. They used to be friends, so he should hand over the mana organ. Maybe then his life would be spared, but he refused. As for the protagonist, he meets a rabbit who explains that the 11th floor is completely different. On earlier floors, if a player failed, they could keep trying as many times as needed, then recover in the waiting area. But the 11th floor had no waiting area at all. If he failed, he stayed there. If he got hurt, he had to treat himself there. In short, a player was trapped until clearing the test, and if there were no questions, then the next stage would begin. It was the world of dreams. His job was to hatch his own mystical beast from the egg in his hand. No one knew what kind of creature would come out, because it changed based on the dreams and devotion fed to it. On top of that, it needed real care. The more effort he gave it, the stronger his partner would become. Then the rabbit left. He sighed. This was going to be hard. For his brother, it wasn't. He treated it like the first stage where he could live a normal life, giving it lots of love and attention. That helped him hatch one of the best species in the game. But the protagonist wasn't good at that stuff at all. Unlike his warm-hearted brother, he was terrible at taking care of anything, though his brother had left him a few tips. Even so, the beast would awaken with flame abilities, so the best place to raise it was a phoenix key. Because of his fire and wind affinity, he figured his friends would take a while, so he left them a coded message to find him. Soon he reached the land of the phoenix, and it was already watching him from far away. He didn't get it. Had it always been like this? The killing intent was incredibly strong. As he looked toward the nest, the phoenix moved, but he was told to stop. One more step and he'd die. He said he had come a long way and only wanted a mission to earn its flame, but the phoenix wanted nothing to do with him. He had to leave. Yeonwoo felt something was off. He thought it might be because of the mana in the stones. As he moved closer, he apologized for coming this far. They yelled at him to back off. Just as he suspected, he said he could see she was sitting on her eggs. At that, the shouting stopped. He could tell one of them was missing. She didn't understand what he meant and told him to get lost. To her, he was just a human. Yeonwoo lowered his gaze and said that if he got the egg back, would she give him a mission? Even though her answer was full of hate, he took it as a yes. Once the quest appeared, he saw the mana trail ended there. Not far away, some men were bragging about their big score. They had found the egg while the phoenix was gone and planned to sell it, but then blood suddenly spilled. He wondered when that happened. One of them said the water from before worked great, so there was no need to worry. He would handle the egg himself. He was thrilled and never thought he'd get something like this, but a sword pierced his heart. Yeonwoo thought this was the easiest mission he'd had so far. The phoenix cried when she got her child back, and the protagonist was glad. The feeling was strange, but she thanked him and kept her promise, giving him the life flame skill as his reward. Still, to be a proper vessel, he had to make the right container and come back. He needed 5 albatross eggs, 80 snake apples, and a lesser dragon heart. He cursed. It was harder than he expected. That night, he built a warm, calm space. Looking at the egg, he guessed it was in a good mood. He followed the instructions, but still wasn't sure if he was doing it right. He couldn't believe he was actually doing this, petting it. He was literally petting an egg. By the next day, everything seemed fine so far. He also checked the reward from the Phoenix quest, and when he shook an earring, a soul came out. Using his skill, he ordered it to obey. After plenty of failed tries and whining from the soul, he finally succeeded. It was the witch doctor. It followed every command, and it could even use lower-level magic without trouble. After more testing, he found it was a bit slow, and the farther away it got, the less he felt connected to it. That wrapped up his tests. He also wanted to know what the bracelet did, but nothing made sense. Even his eyes couldn't identify it. Then the phoenix came over and asked about it. He could see many kinds of objects, but he still couldn't tell what this one was. Most likely, it was an opposite force. The phoenix was a being that burned with life and was reborn through fire, but this thing brought life through death. The bird also noticed he had been blessed by the goddess of war because he carried that shield. It protects against dark magic and can petrify enemies across a wide area. It also boosts allies and weakens enemies in battle, which meant the spirits the protagonist controlled would get those benefits too. But there was a problem. His allies were afraid of something. The shield and the black bracelet didn't work together. Then he came up with a plan. Merge the divine sword with the bracelet's curse, creating a cursed but divine sword. That way he could use both the shield and the curses. The phoenix was stunned. It had never seen anyone wield both powers at once. Before leaving, it asked him for one more favor, to name the baby he had saved. Back in the phoenix's nest, he held the chick. He laughed. Even someone like him could get nervous. Now he had to choose a name. After thinking, he called it Jian. When asked if something was wrong, the phoenix coughed awkwardly and said it guessed the chick would like that name when it grew up. Once he gave it a blessing and a name, Jian felt something strange spreading through his body. Now he only needed 0.5 more to complete his body growth. After that, he left and tried to control the shield, which we learned could split into 9 pieces. But it was far harder than he expected, like drawing a circle with one hand and a square with the other. That night, after all his skills had gone up, we finally get an update on his stats. Strength 253 plus 23 from armor. Agility 245 plus 29 from armor. Health 239 plus 14 from armor. Magic 320 plus 22 from armor, along with all his skills and their percentages. Then, when he checked the rankings, Adora had passed him, but he still hadn't found them. Something must have happened, and he wondered what it was. 5 days passed, and Fante and Adora still never appeared on the 11th floor. On his own, Jian kept training and learned to control 3 shields. His spirits had grown too, to the point that they could now think for themselves. Then it was time to make a vessel for the life flame. He arrived at a dry wasteland, where the quest waited. Kill that creature and its eggs because they were damaging the area's ecosystem. When it came closer, Jian told his spirits to come out. He used Devour, and gave each of them a reward for the job. Honestly, it was amazing to sit back while they did all the work for him. The next quest was to gather the apples, and a few hours later, it was done. Seriously, those poor spirits were being worked like day laborers. Later in town, he heard people saying someone was draining materials from every area and slowing everyone down. Jian felt a little guilty, but he needed them to make a proper vessel. Still, the city was supposed to be full of life, so he doubted the mood had changed just because of him. He started to wonder if something else had happened. Then someone shouted for everyone to move aside, unless they wanted to get hurt. They were from the Giant Clan, allies of the Blue Sword Clan. If they were moving through here, then something serious must have happened. Wanting answers, he followed them to a shop. Handing over a pouch, he said he wanted to buy something. Evasive wings. He wanted as many as possible, and while buying them, he also asked for information, adding more money. He wanted to know what had happened on the 11th floor. After thinking it over, the seller agreed to tell him. First, he asked if Jian knew that the Red Dragon Clan and the Blue Sword Clan, they were at war. Yaomu's killing intent flared up. He asked what he meant and cursed himself for getting careless. He apologized and asked him to keep telling the story. After a clash between Bahal and the Red Dragon outside, Leonte made it out alive, and that led both clans to openly declare war. Most likely, the fighting would happen on floor 11, because it had plenty of resources they could use to strengthen their magic beasts. Now Yeonwoo got why they hated him so much. He'd been taking those resources. He figured he needed to leave floor 11 fast. While walking through the forest, he told them to come out. They said so. He was the hoarder. They knew someone had been stealing everyone's resources, and they suspected him, so they wanted his help with their investigation. Yeonwoo shot back that they should just come for him instead of making excuses to fight. Once he admitted he was the one taking the resources, they moved to attack, but their captain's head rolled across the ground. He'd been beheaded. They had to run, but Yeonwoo's dark beast pierced the soldiers. Others tried to flee with everything they had, but between the dark beast and MC, none of them were getting away. Then another group watched from behind. This one was weaker, but they thought things would go differently if they surrounded him, so he couldn't catch them off guard. As they moved, they wondered why it was so cloudy, and tried to regroup, but their soldiers were already gone. What was happening? The general told them to run, but the captain refused to abandon the mission. The mission didn't matter. Ghosts were hunting them. They had to run. These things were worse than monsters. Then he saw a shadow and someone told him to look behind him. Here we learn that the mist powers confused enemies and split soldiers apart. Because it ruined their vision, the enemy couldn't set up an ambush. The fear players felt after 10 seconds hit everyone nearby, throwing them into panic. That made his curses over 200% more effective. A brutal combo. Even his spirits now had minds of their own, and they chose to support him, calling him their master, especially the healer, who wanted to grow stronger to help him. Now only 3 people were left out of the 150 there had been. Yeonwoo asked if any of them wanted to live. After killing the other 2, that last survivor had to go tell the people who sent him that if this happened one more time, he would wipe every one of them out. Then he was free to leave. After that, he told his dark hound to follow him. The bartender thought they were tearing each other apart pretty badly. Many clans had gathered to take down that man. If they beat him, he could have valuable information, and if he won, they'd learn more about how strong Joe Arter was and sell that knowledge for a good price. When the soldiers showed up, they realized the group must have lost. He cursed the man for giving him that mission, then ordered them to get rid of him. But the hound appeared. It wasn't going to leave behind any information about its master. Later, he returned to the nest and everything was ready. The materials were high quality, so something very special could come from them. Cha Seon-woo had earned the highest score again, and memories of his childhood with his brother came back, days full of laughter and fun. All those warm memories had one thing in common: his brother was in every single one. Then he suddenly started crying. The man who never showed affection, who always seemed perfect and emotionless, finally broke. The bird calmed him down. That power was life itself. It burned away things like hatred, and from the ashes came memories like the ones he saw. It also felt like her daughter had grown attached to him, so when he left he should come visit her. He agreed, and since everything was ready, they could begin. The hatching of his egg was starting. He was shocked. He'd never seen one that big before, but nothing happened. The egg didn't hatch. The phoenix tried to give him encouraging words, saying that sometimes that happened and they just had to wait a little longer. But when nothing changed, she said it needed motivation. Since that floor was the world of dreams, the beasts fed on them. So he had to give the egg a dream, tell it what his own dream was. Thinking back to the cliff, he felt his dream wasn't anything good. He only wanted revenge. But that wasn't a dream, it was just a goal. He couldn't think of any dream at all. It felt too small. Then Shirtby came over and said his friend was only sleeping. That gave him an idea, so if it was sleeping, he'd feed it the best flames. And if that wasn't enough, he'd pour in the power of the 3 legendary beasts and see if it still wanted to stay inside such a tiny space. He'd keep feeding it until its belly burst. Yeah, that was bad news for the poor little egg. Then someone stopped him and handed him a letter from Fante and Adora. It said their tribe had important business, so they'd been called back as royalty. They apologized for not going with him, but said they followed after handling those matters. It also said they'd sent someone because he might need help. Even if he looked weak, he was an heir of the psychics. Yeonwoo was surprised. They were the prophets, the forerunners who could speak with the gods serving the one-horned tribe. But the boy calmed him down. He knew what he was thinking, but he wasn't as important as that sounded. There had been another successor before him, which meant he was the weakest one. Still, he asked to come along and wanted a chance. Since they needed his sister's foresight ability, Yeonwoo said he should go back to the village. Then he remembered they were busy, but the elders also wanted to meet him, so visiting would be best. Yeonwoo thought it over. Since that tribe was one of the oldest in the game, they probably knew many secrets. When he saw the egg, he was amazed, but this wasn't the time to stand there stunned. He'd heard the tribe didn't welcome outsiders, and their location was unknown, so how would they get there? But the boy said that wasn't true. They even had traveling merchants who traded with them. Still, the village was hidden by a barrier, so the protagonist had to stay close. He handed over a ticket that would let him leave the tower. Looking back at the nest, Yeonwoo figured he'd return soon. He crushed the ticket, and from then on he had to copy every step the boy took, exactly. As they moved, he didn't fully get it. He had no idea what kind of skill this was, but he felt like he was starting to understand. Step by step, he was glad he'd managed it. He still didn't completely understand, because the path had no clear pattern. The guide was just walking along the flow of energy he left behind. Yanwu studied each step so he wouldn't get lost. 45 degrees to the left, then 16 degrees to the right. Now he got it. So this was the place. Then a voice said it never expected an outsider to cross the cloud of Hojo and Mystic Jin. The horned man demanded to know where he had gone. He was lucky to make it through. If he'd missed even one step, he would have been trapped forever. Yanwu stayed calm and said he saw the path, so there was nothing to worry about. Was he some kind of monster? That seemed impossible. Then the village appeared. It was a civilization like any other. Everyone was shocked to see a human. Was that the person Lady Adora had mentioned? Yanwu couldn't understand what they were muttering. And then Adora showed up. She apologized for not warning them. They just never believed the princess could smile like that because of someone. Then someone else appeared. So this was the human his daughter had talked about. It was the martial king. He felt like a monster, dark and overwhelming. No wonder Yanwu got through their mist field. And now that everyone was here, when was he going to marry his daughter? Adora just shouted at him to let go. She said she'd beat him up. He replied that it had been a long time since they'd had a guest, so they should at least serve tea. He apologized for the wait. He had to dress properly. Now they could talk. Yanwu was the top rookie to clear the tutorial. Blood brother of the fox and the one who defeated Arandon, right? The protagonist stood up. How did he know that? But then the man pressed down with his presence. Yanwu felt it and couldn't move. Once he sat back down, the elders started talking about the egg. Long ago, there had been someone with something similar. Originally a being from outside. They said that case happened before the tower even existed. That egg must have been warped by unknown causes, and to hatch it they had to fix that with moon seeds. Seeds passed down through their clan for generations. Yanwu asked how to get those seeds. They couldn't just give them away, because they were too valuable. They took 15 years to grow. He offered money, but they refused. Then he offered rare items, and they still said no, but his body looked promising. Had he heard about the war between the Red Dragon and King Dao? Sooner or later they would go there as merchants, and they wanted an ally. What did he think? That's how his mission was decided. For the first time in decades, the One-Horn group would join the war as merchants on King Dao's side. Yanwu had to become one of them and enter the war. He didn't want to get involved, but he accepted. They congratulated him. Taking part in that war would help a lot, since the experience he gained there would be useful for climbing the tower later. And unless there was an objection, Khan would join his side. But then someone raised a hand. Since Yanwu was only from floor 11, he was far too weak to join their ranks. Seeing the brothers argue, the others stepped in. But if he distrusted the human that much, he could test him. After they went outside, they apologized and explained that things were a little messy, because their clan had 51 families, and he was the strongest candidate among them all. His brother denied it, but it was obvious he was stronger. Seeing Adora worried, Yanwu calmed her. She only had to watch and stay still. He wasn't going to worry them. The Horn tribe moved to their arena, and as they said earlier, this test was meant to prove his strength. Killing was forbidden, and if everything was clear, they could begin. The other guy called him an arrogant brat and said he'd cut off all his fingers with his sword skill. Jianwu only moved his arm. The man wondered where he was, and Cha MC told him not to stick his nose into his business again. But the match still wasn't over. The brothers shouted for him to stop the fight. That sword shouldn't be able to do that. He told Cha Yimwu he would never walk again. Then came sword dance. Everyone got excited. This was even better than they expected. His skills were incredibly strong. They asked if everyone agreed now that he was qualified to become one of them. Later that afternoon, they asked him directly how he knew about Arandon. He admitted a spirit told him, but he calmed them, saying it was never. He says he won't tell anyone, though 3 others have the same gift. One of them is all for one, someone far stronger than him. He needs to be careful around that guy. The diary mentioned him too, a being at the top of the tower who knows everything like the back of his hand. They also tell him the Horn tribe will join King Dao in 5 days, so they need to work together and act friendly with everyone else. That night, the tribe chief asks the woman beside him if this is really the boy they should accept as their disciple after the war. Later, the tribe holds a small celebration for their new disciple. Cha Yangwu thinks they're way too cheerful. This kind of mood just isn't for him. Then someone notices him. If he's the new one, he should come greet them, not make them walk over first. A fight is about to break out, but the princess steps in and stops it. She tells him his egg was moved to the elders. She thanks him too. The whole village is happy with their deal. They even want him to stay so they can study the egg more closely. Then he notices the chains. Chao Yanwu asks for her help. He needs her eyes to figure out what they are, and she says they're ancient restraints made from divine iron, a very rare material. But the set isn't complete. From the bracelet, she can tell it's missing a leg shackle and a pillory. If he finds them, he might uncover their secret. Then he asks one more favor. After that, they meet with her father, who wants to teach his tribe's Mugong technique to Chao Yanwu. After talking for a while, he agrees, but only if he proves he's worthy. As he walks, the protagonist remembers his brother's death. The sword in his brother's body had been made of divine iron. The next day, he asks the princess how things went. She gets annoyed. He didn't even say hello, but she still says it went well. He got permission to enter the archives. That gave him a new trial. He could learn the technique only if he reached enlightenment, and no one was allowed to help him. He only had 4 days, something no one had managed before. Then they show him the archives. There are thousands of books. His first job is finding the right ones. On top of that, he also has to figure out what the words mean. So he grabs whatever book he can and starts reading, memorizing the letters so he can understand the writing. He keeps going, book after book, and learns a lot about the cycle of magic, even about the gods and demons of the 98th floor. Now people are starting to watch him with curiosity. He keeps studying, learning how to better use his own abilities, and he goes on like that for hours and hours over 4 days. The princess ends up falling asleep. She asks if he's okay, and one look at his eyes tells her he's mentally drained. But no, those are the eyes of someone right before enlightenment. That should have been impossible. His mana vein and all 12 meridians had opened. Adora looks at him with love. She spent 4 days beside him, and now he feels like a completely different person. Still, Leon tells him he's starving and asks if there's anything to eat. Even so, he still hasn't fully completed the skill, and with just 1 day left, he needs to learn how to bring that power out as a technique. The next day is the test. He thinks Leon doesn't look ready, and Leon complains to his daughter for not feeding him properly. He's all skin and bones. Then Leon asks him to start the evaluation. It's shocking. Leon sprouts Wings of Fire, which inspires the name of his skill made to honor his brother. Wings of the Sky. They're impressed. It's a very strong technique. He focused on balancing attack and destructive power, and that balance lets him pass the test. He had reached control over his abilities, so that became his reward. Now the focus will be training him in martial arts. But the war is about to begin. He has to follow and bring him along. He agrees, though it's hard to believe he can keep up with the king in war. Still, if he studies him with his eyes, he'll gain wisdom. Then the king offers him a first lesson. One of the secrets of supreme power, the Dantian. Leon thinks it's happening way too fast. He can clearly see the king's hidden potential, and now the beast has opened its eyes. This is ridiculous. Was what he just did even possible? After removing it, he tells him to get ready. It's time for war, and Leon now only wants to surpass that man. When he gets back to his room, he says he nearly died. They ask why he acts so cool. The truth is, he used up all his strength. But in front of that boy, he couldn't show weakness. He had to seem like an impossible wall. Then the night of war arrives. They shout that nobody better wet their pants. They'll check each one if they have to. Everyone laughs, but they're also told not to die. If anyone does, they'll be chased in hell and dragged back. Got it? Then it's time to play. Everyone's fired up and tears their entrance ticket to go inside. Leon says the day has finally come as he tears his ticket. Right before the war, they call him over. They're going to teach him the 8 points. He'll only be shown once, so he has to watch carefully. First comes Gum, then Teika. He's stunned. The movements are exact, flowing together like a stream. And with that, the first 32 steps are done. Closing his eyes, he thinks there were more, but maybe he shouldn't have noticed. Not wanting to crush his spirit, he's ready to admit he can't do it. But Leon says he memorized it and wants to try. Just like that, Leon begins. First Gum, then Teika, then Leon. That's right, isn't it? He's proud. If Leon couldn't do that, he wouldn't be his disciple. And that's how he starts mastering the 8 fists. His children can clearly tell he's frustrated. Leon feels his mana flow growing stronger, but it's still only the basics. Even so, he really wants to test it. With full confidence, Leon asks if he can take care of the war, but he knows he can't just do that. Still, he wants to see his new skills in action, so he comes up with an idea. In the city of Karam, people are running around, not knowing what's happening. They wonder if it's the Sword Aura clan, but no, it's the Horn tribe. They can't believe it, since that tribe never joined wars before. Someone tells their general to look up. It's the Martial King. He freezes, then he's asked if he wants to live. He'll be given one chance. Fante says someone is flying this way. He complains, was he kidnapping people now? He's shut down, they were brought here for a reason. He orders them to fight this guy. If they win, they'll be freed. There are already 5 generals. They can use any method they want. The only rule is one-on-one. One of them volunteers to fight first, even though he's angry. He can't believe he has to face a rookie, so he even gives him the first move. Then the match begins. He can't believe that speed. That brat was dangerous. Then it was time for the next one, and the next. He never thought he'd really have to fight. But looking at Jahan, he knows the boy is at his limit. Someone warns him to be careful. Even at full strength, Jahan would still be dangerous. Rankers are titles given to the strongest players climbing the tower. Most of them have reached the 50th floor, but that floor is known as the barrier. So people who stop at floor 49 are called semi-rankers. Jahan believes that someday he'll face the 8 clans, defeat the high rankers, and even the 9 kings. So fighting a semi-ranker is the best way to break past his limits. As their swords clash, he asks for one favor. No matter how this ends, his men must be set free. Hearing that, he realizes this man is ready to die. So he has to face him the same way. Seriously, using all his power, he's completely different from the other 4. No matter how much he attacks, he can't find an opening until he spots one on the upper left forearm. But he misses. Damn, it's too late to avoid it. He won't dodge in time. He has no idea what just happened. He was sure the hit landed, so there's no way he was mistaken. Right now there are two openings, but once again he's the one who gets hurt. He wonders what happened. His instincts scream not to trust what he sees or he's dead. The man says he gets it. Now he doesn't know what focal points are, right? One look at his face, and he knows he'll be the one who survives. He rushes in fast, completely unlike a moment ago. He tries to think of a way out, but the more he thinks, the only answer is death. So he activates his foresight skill. He has no idea what's going on. He was sure he killed John. John decides he doesn't need to explain. As he dies, the man thinks at least he saved his subordinates. They ask if he wasn't afraid of death. He says of course he was. When he first got there, he was shaking. But he was also a leader. As he fades, he thinks that if his brother had someone like this beside him, maybe he wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Barely alive, John asks him to teach him about focal points. Basically, they're feints. One possibility can be turned into a lie. Put simply, focal points are the power to choose the possibilities in a fight. But only players who have trained their mana to the limit can do that. And he has only just started learning the fists. And with that, the first battle between the Red Dragon clan and the Azure clan ends in that city. On the 11th floor, this man tells them to move. Mama Phoenix thinks something is coming. It looks like John has returned. Later, the protagonist is recovering so he can get back to full strength. But something is wrong. Chirpy looks terrified. The siblings are talking, and then the door is blown open. John rushes out at full speed. He thinks he can feel her fear. What the hell happened? When he reaches the nest, everything is destroyed. He panics. He can't sense any traces of Phoenix magic. While digging through the wreckage, he sees something shine. It's Chirpy. When he picks her up, she's very weak, and he can see her memories. Someone tells her mother she's not as impressive as expected. They apologize, then pull out the god's saber. We learn that Changhua Island is one of the 8 main clans, even though it has fewer members. What makes it so feared is its 5 martial gods, and every one of them is a high ranker. The one in Chirpy's memory is the god of the sword, and that's how the phoenix died. The little one just cries. He realizes he can't take Chirpy with him. Changhua Island had worked with the Horn tribe, so he needs to take her somewhere else. A voice thanks him. He had found her youngest child. He shouldn't be so angry just because she died. In a few decades, she might come back. But Changhua sees death as final. Even if she returns, it will be in a different time. She asks one thing of him: until she comes back, protect her little one. It was a heartfelt plea. On top of that, she would give him something small, something that could help her little one in danger. The inheritance of her legacy had begun. This was the power of the phoenix, and he knew he couldn't waste any of it. A new skill called Bear was created, and his body was now 99.8% complete. Every wound on him was healed. Still, he didn't get why the phoenix spirit was flowing beside the stone, and he had been given a huge skill. Kirby begged him to save her siblings. John is shocked by how brave she is, but that's fine. They would save them together. Then Adora arrives, glad to see him safe, but she asks what this place was. He tells her it was his friend's nest, and Changhua Island was hunting the legendary beasts. He hadn't asked for help, not from the One-Horn tribe either, so he hoped she wouldn't interfere. Adora tells him she's going anyway. She hated what the island had done by dragging her tribe into this. He smiles. Since he knew the way, she just had to follow him. Later in the eastern territory of the Empty Dragon, he thinks they came too late. Then someone calls for him and laughs. So this was the player favored by the legendary beast. John recognizes him, so he was the remnant of the Empty Dragon. If that was true, he laughs. He knew it. He would help him get revenge in exchange for using his power. Bold offer, but he accepted. That bastard hadn't just awakened him, he also took his inner core and his heart. So he'd help, just this once. Still, the gap between them was pretty big, so he would help him cut it down. And just like that, the contract was made. He gained the title Dragon Contractor. In the north, the Bisal turtle had also been killed, and it too gave its blessing. Now only one legendary beast was left. When asked what they should do, he said the tiger was still safe, but they should leave. He would handle his own problem himself. Or he could accept their request if they gave him the little phoenix on his shoulder. Adora thinks he's unbelievably rude and arrogant, and she firmly believes they should leave. The tiger, though, felt differently. Unlike the others, that meant they had done all they could, right? So they should return to the village. He respects that, but he can't go back there with Chirpy. And once he gets the egg, he plans to go to the Red Dragon. Then an explosion erupts. It had started. He tells Chirpy she needs to look carefully at who they would have to defeat in the future, and uses shared vision. John wonders if the sword god had always been this strong. He must have some kind of magic artifact, and the tiger had been defeated. John arrives soon after. The tiger asks if he came to mock him. If not, then leave. He wouldn't give anything to a mere human. John smiles. He never said he was there to ask for something. He was there to devour him. The tiger shouts, asking what that even meant. He needed to get his hands off him. It curses him, and that's how John gained its spirit. His body was now 99.9% complete. He also earned the title Former Saber Tiger Slayer and absorbed all 4 souls from the 4 legendary beasts. Then he feeds all that absorbed power to Chirpy with the vampiric dagger. Every mission was complete. He didn't understand it, but they had counted Chirpy as a hatch beast, so he had cleared the 11th floor. Chirpy thanks him. From now on, she would be his companion. Adora doesn't get it. Is that really his chick? She can feel an aura from it strong enough to beat many high-level mythical beasts. He thanks her but says they need to leave. He can't fight the one-horned tribe. Dragging them into this wouldn't be right. She asks him, doesn't he know why she was following him? Then Chirpy asks if the two of them were going to mate. He scolds her. Where did she even learn that? When they enter the territory, someone's attention is caught right away. They wonder why the great Azrael was here. He was the spear god, had the body of the one-horned tribe, and was also a great swordsman. That made him the most troublesome part of the Azrael sword clan. He stares at him with disdain. Had he come to apologize in person? He wanted to stop being a guest of the tribe. Azrael gets angry, so he got everything he wanted. And now that things were dangerous, he was leaving? He denies it. His problem was with the Azure Sword clan. Azrael hits him, asking what was wrong with him. Had he forgotten he was his disciple? If something happened, he should come to him, so he could see whether to support him or scold him. He shouldn't forget they were connected now, so what was his problem? Then he asks him straight, what was he to him? That catches him off guard. Azrael always joked around, but he had always taught him everything. Deep down, he had always suspected it, and now that he thought about it, it was true. He lowers his head and calls him his master, thanking him for everything. On the way out, they meet the brothers. They were angry and couldn't leave them behind. He asks if they really weren't scared of becoming enemies of their own tribe. They say they were ready for that. Still, having to keep seeing the faces of those Azure Sword clan bastards every day was something they couldn't stand. Jungwoo laughs. It looks like he found a great master and two solid comrades. Right now, the Red Dragon was focused on old age while trying to expand its territory, and the Azure clan kept attacking without stopping. They also say Bahal was in charge of reclaiming the 11th floor, and the Azure clan had the Martial King, his master, the Knowledge God, and the Sword God. Knowing that, the Red Dragon should be at a disadvantage. But if Leon came, things would change. They ask Jungwoo if he planned to join the Red Dragon. They don't think that's a good idea, since the clan probably hates him right now. But the protagonist thinks they're in more danger than he is. They understand, saying their tribe tends to wander around, and if they don't meet head-on, it won't matter. He agrees. Like they said, Bahal must be looking for him, and so he arrives at old age. He hands a letter to the guards. A few minutes later, Bahal arrives, smiling. He doesn't know how long he had been waiting. Yanwoo curses him. If only he had treated his brother like this too. Bahal apologizes for being late. He doesn't get it, so that was why he wanted him to raise his own name in the Red Dragon by using him. Still, they also welcome him, so they head inside. Bahal introduces them, the player and the brothers from the One-Horned tribe. The people there were old members of Arthea, once branded as traitors. He mentions the 81 Eyes. It was a legend. Once they were one eye, made up of 81 high rankers who followed the queen, and he spotted some familiar faces. Then one presence grabs his attention. Bahal asks if he can't see how valuable this is. Their guests had brought a map with the enemy's coordinates. If it was real, the war could turn in their favor, and if no one objected, they would give rewards to their new allies. Cain would receive the Foreign Legion, a force of about 3,000 mercenaries. He thinks that's not bad. He'll stay there and keep climbing until he's strong enough, so he accepts. Later, Captain Amber tells everyone to greet their new leader, Cain. As they leave, he warns him not to trust them and not to draw attention from the other platoons. That's when they recognize him. So he was the player, and the brothers thrown out by their tribe. Bloodlust fills the air. They want words with him because he looks exactly like one bastard they had once hunted. He owed them a lot, and he still thinks they're a pain. Fante was supposed to handle them, and after seeing Leon's face, he agrees. He was bored anyway, so it was time to start. Chirpy only hears my arm and leg, so she says she doesn't like that guy. Someone moves to attack Leon, but he orders them out of his sight. Cursing, he says he expected a challenge, but all he got was dust on his hands. Then he demands to know why they were still standing. Edora doesn't understand his plan. It's his platoon, and now they were all broken. Then Yanwoo uses holy fire and all their injuries heal. He tells Fante not to worry about them and to keep breaking their bones. A few hours later, they were all kneeling. He was worse than a devil, hurting them, healing them, then doing it again and again. Yanwoo tells them one thing. He needs house dogs, not dogs that bite their owner. This was their last chance. Fante would teach them a few things. He complains about having to do work like this, even outside the tribe. When he sees he's being ignored, he gets mad. This was all his fault, and he was going to kill him. Back in the room, someone praises them. They had picked up someone truly useful. On top of that, he was that master's disciple, so they needed to keep him under control. Then they ask about Leon. He was still stuck outside. The sword god was protecting him, so it would take more time. She curses the fact that if not for the wings of heaven, they wouldn't have had to come all the way down here. Then she stands. They had to hurry and get the stone because she needed to restore her dragon's heart. The spear god arrives, demanding an explanation for what those three were doing. He asks for answers, but the reply is that they do what they want because he doesn't interfere in individual actions, as long as it doesn't affect the tribe. He calms down. He was speaking in general, like when he left the tribe and joined the sword gods. But if that was the case, then if they met in battle, he could kill them. Seeing that he accepts, he trusts they won't take back their words. Later, the platoon trains under Fante's harsh yelling. He treats them worse than slaves, and they realize they were doing fine now. He was great at leading and teaching, so for now Yeonwoo could leave them to him while he studied the second section of the 8 Extreme Fists. He's surprised his father truly believed in him. The 8 Extreme Fists were one of the Mugong techniques created by the martial king, but the second section was only for a chosen few. Then Bahal appears, praising how well he had shaped the soldiers. He asks if he's ready to head into battle. Yeonwoo says his army can move at any time, but there's something he wants to mention first. Did he even know the Sword God's son was staying on the 16th floor? He didn't. As far as he knew, the Sword God only cared about getting stronger, but a son changed everything. Then he learned more. The boy was born weak and had almost no magic power. His body couldn't handle the 4 beasts, so he needed the Phoenix's Nissan back, along with the heart he had consumed. He knew they didn't fully trust the plan, so he said he would handle the mission himself. Then Yeonwoo said he had a mission too. Find the Azure Sword Clan troops on the 16th floor. But first he had something else to say. He still hadn't cleared every floor. The trial on the 12th floor had started. They cursed, never thinking they'd go back there. Chirpy was thrilled. It was blazing hot, and Yeonwoo also knew hidden items were still there. One of them was the fire gem, so he planned to collect them and take the Red Dragon's power to do it. With that, he sent everyone out to gather items. This gem made Chirpy happy. Once it arrived, Yeonwoo would give him half as a snack and the other half to his spirits, since the bracelet was holding back their growth. The more traits they gained, the more complete they'd become. Then Chirpy gave him a sleepy look and went back to the heart. Yeonwoo still didn't get why Chirpy liked staying near that stone. He couldn't decide whether to finish it or throw it away. A few hours passed and all the missions were done. Since he was ready, he headed for the 13th floor. But someone stopped him, asking for a moment. He looked busy, so he got straight to the point. His brother had trouble with the Guardians, especially the highest ranked one. That Guardian was Plaza, the rabbit of the Zodiac among the 12 Guardians. He wasn't trustworthy. He was there to deliver a message from his superiors. Yeonwoo might not know this, but the 12 Zodiac Guardians served as messengers for gods and demons. This time he came with a warning from one demon in particular. Beware the 3 Norns, especially them. Yeonwoo didn't get it. If he meant the 3 ancient goddesses, then he had to mean Erd. But why so suddenly? There was no real answer. He was only a messenger. Even so, Yeonwoo guessed he was about to anger those goddesses and stepped onto the 13th floor, called Judgment, the Wheel of Life. As soon as he arrived, he told everyone to bring out the items they had gathered. 182 fire gems, 35 ice crystals, and 91 frostfield roses, plus a special inventory item. They nervously asked where the Azure Sword Clan troops were. He said they were at the temple. Erd of the past, Verdandi of the present, and Skuld of the future were the 3 goddesses who lived at the Spring of Life, beneath the tree where they spun the thread of fate. Their temple was always full of worshippers. Even so, these goddesses stayed away from the gods and demons of the 98th floor and remained on the 16th floor. The others were stunned. Was he saying they were going to attack the temple? That made no sense. Even if the Norns had changed, they were still divine beings. But Yeonwoo shook his head. They could only tell fate and couldn't cause physical harm, because the tower had bound them. On top of that, the mission was part of the contract. If they refused, they'd be punished, so they had no choice but to move. Once they entered the temple, they wondered why the Red Dragon was there. The priests, or whatever they were, asked the same thing. First, everyone had to leave their dangerous weapons outside. Yeonwoo figured that, as the Red Dragon's representative, a bigger clash was better. The more damage there was, the bigger the story would become, and it would reach the Azure Clan and the Sword God. Then the soldiers attacked. They ordered them out. No one was allowed in. When the door opened, a drunk man appeared. It was Hanbin, the Sword God's only son. They argued, and it was obvious he was a lost kid from the outside who knew nothing about life. They knocked him senseless to stop the shouting. Yeonwoo thought the Sword God had been blind. His love for his son made him ignore the truth. Hanbin had struggled his whole life with his disability, and the easiest escape had been drugs. The protagonist smiled. At least Hanbin's words would spread across the tower, and the reputation of the 3 goddesses would fall, along with the Sword God and the Azure Clan. Back on the 11th floor, he smiled. So that was the boy. He looked just like his father. Yeonwoo couldn't believe he'd gotten that trump card without lifting a finger. Now he started planning how to take the stone. Leonte with his trump card had to be awakened. Then an important-looking goblin showed up, asking Rabbit if he had done anything. In another scene, he was sweating. He had just heard that the Red Dragon had kidnapped his son. He shouted that he had to save him. He didn't know where Hanbin was, but he'd find him. As he grabbed his weapons, a note fell. It said that if he wanted his son back, he had to bring the stone. When he opened the box, he found a finger inside. They said that after leaving his tribe, he crushed every enemy in his path. He always won. In time, people like him gathered around him, and they became the foundation of the Azure Sword Clan. Unlike Artia, which was destroyed too easily, he wanted to end the war fast. But if he did, the 9 kings would vanish and lose their name, so he couldn't do that. He couldn't let the Azure Clan disappear. Then he was told someone was attacking his general. He didn't need to hear it twice. They demanded the stone. He kept saying he didn't know who had it. When he saw the massive attack coming, he begged them to stop. He knew nothing about the stone, but they had never asked if he knew. They just told him to hand it over if he wanted to live. Spear appeared. He had to move. This wasn't his business. Spear thought he had gone mad. How could he do this? But the order came again, move. Then a masked man stepped between them, asking what was going on. He only wanted one thing, but Fist wouldn't hand it over. He didn't even know what it was, but Hanbin had been taken by the enemy, and they wanted that stone. He'd accept any punishment later. For now, every second mattered. He drew his sword, but it was knocked away. They told him they would talk this out properly. He should go to his room, calm down, and they'd call him when it was settled. Then they explained that he once had a woman, and the only thing left of her was their son, born weak. Still, he promised to protect him. Now he had to ask his son to forgive him for breaking that promise. Then someone left him another message. When he opened the box with shaking hands, he found his son's eyeball and the same note. He released all his power. They asked what was wrong, and he demanded to know whose side they were on. Once they swore loyalty, he ordered them to gather all the men. That night, he would start a revolution. Later in the hall, they praised Cha Yonwoo. Everything was going well because of him. Everyone in the conference room congratulated him too. Now they were getting ready for what came next. The war would end, and his name would be carved into stone. Everyone who ever called him a traitor would regret it. They asked Cha Yonwoo to become the tip of the spear. He thought back to the day Artia was formed, a memory his brother kept until death. But Bahal had already thrown that memory away and buried it. Earlier, he had said the red dragon had eyes and ears everywhere. That meant he was the red dragon's eyes and ears inside Artia. Yonwoo realized that the moment Hanbin was brought there, the game board was set. And if he wanted to play on a broken board, he had to prepare. So he started making a magic barrier, just in case. He needed as much power as possible. Then someone greeted him. It was the first time a soul had spoken to him. Its speech was rough, so it clearly wasn't very smart. He gave it a few items to test something. If it worked, Boo would evolve to a higher level. They explained Artia succeeded for two reasons. One was meeting the dragon Calidus on the second floor, and the other was creating a strengthening element. That item was extremely hard to make because it needed many parts. But MC had his witch doctor, so he used his own body like a lab. The creature coughed and MC told him to endure it, absorb everything and succeed no matter what. And in the end, his witch doctor evolved into a death mage. It greeted him properly without hesitation and thanked him for pulling it out of the abyss. It swore to obey any order and showed off its skills. For example, it could create summons. Next came Blood Mist, and it could also use corpse absorption. Its strength would depend on how many corpses and souls were around. It also said it could use basic magic. Yanwu felt proud of the idea. Now he had an ally, and he could fight more calmly while leaving some work to it. Since he now had a mage who could command his subordinates, he needed a warrior beside him too. So he wondered where the hell that guy was. After a lot of back and forth, Yanwu explained everything that was coming and said he needed him at his side. At first, the man didn't want to face the Red Soldiers in the future. But when he pointed out that he could force him with sheer power, he agreed under two conditions. His will had to stay intact, and he had to become stronger than he was in life. After taking in the same thing as Boo, he swore loyalty to his master. Then they talked about the 5 focal points, and he taught Yanwu that all 5 senses were needed. But he also had to develop something called the 6th sense, which meant instinctive choices. The more he fought and studied battle patterns, the easier it would be to grow. He offered to teach those patterns through real combat, but the lesson didn't last long because they were interrupted, and something felt wrong to Yanwu. He suddenly went on alert, and when he looked up, the Summer Queen was standing right in front of him, while something strange was happening in the sky. Elsewhere, the Sword God was giving a speech to his soldiers and thanking them too. None of them had backed down, even knowing they would be branded traitors, and with that, they moved forward. The army pushed into the base of the Sword Sura clan. Sura said he had taken a pill he got long ago after killing the 6th commander of the Demorio army. It could draw out hidden power, but the side effects were brutal. Even so, if this was his only choice, he would use it. They warned him he should not be there, but he was blinded. He told them to take cover. They shouted at him, asking what he had done and whether he really had to go that far. He had already made up his mind they had to hand over that fool and give up the stone. He refused and broke the illusion with his power. They could not understand it. The whole base had been fake, and now he was surrounded while all his men were dead. Still, he offered one last chance to back down. This was the first friend he had ever fought beside, so he wanted him to repent. Did he think his allies died with smiles on their faces? Feeling sorry for them would only insult them, and he needed to understand one thing. Whether it was 1, 10, or 100 people, there was only one person he wanted to reach. No, he still could not understand it. Even after taking a hit from that, he survived. His technique was amazing. He moved to his side in an instant, but now he was within range. This was the end. He could not believe it. He was stronger than ever, yet he still could not leave even a scratch. The man thanked him, saying he had no idea the 4 legendary beasts were inside his body. The pill had fused them together, and now all he had to do was pull them out. Laughing, he said he had always known what he was doing. In the end, they had only used him. He apologized to his son, then remembered the coordinates from the letter he had received. Laughing again, he realized his enemy made a mistake by explaining how the beast's core worked, and he opened a portal up in the sky. Cha Yamwu realized that was the magic of the 4 legendary beasts. If so, the sword god was dead. When the figure raised a hand, his body began absorbing the energy, and his magic power shot up fast. The body succession process had reached 100%. His dragon body was awakening. The army panicked. How were they supposed to fight something like that? The masked man thought the red dragon had appeared after losing the power of the four beasts. He had wanted to use the stone and the beasts to finish the sword, but his plans had failed. He snapped, asking if they meant to ruin everything he had spent so long building. In that moment, Queen Summer leaped onto the dragon and told it to kill her. They thought they were safe. The sword god could handle her, and behind them the bow god appeared too. The spear god said it had been a long time since he had seen him. If they defeated Queen Summer, the red dragon would fall. This was their chance, and it might work because three gods were there. Elsewhere, Fante was fighting. He said he was disappointed if this was all the sword Sura clan had. Adora relaxed since no one from the Horn tribe was there. If her father had come, the red dragon would have been badly hurt. She also wondered where the main fighter was, since he had been put in charge of that place. Meanwhile, Jayan was suffering. His magic circuit was expanding. It felt like his whole body was being torn apart. And then the process finished. All his skills had gone up, and he also got rewards for achieving something huge. Now everything felt different. It was not just his body, his soul had changed too. It was like he could see through things. He still could not control it fully, but he had the power to study the truth of everything and understand it. That was a dragon species skill. And because of his transformation, he could now use all 8 authorities. The authority he had was basic, but it was the first step. Then someone said he was the new successor, the one the child had talked about. He realized it was Kaladas, but that made no sense. Kaladas was dead. Still, Kaladas told him that he would be waiting until he looked him in the eyes. Jakan woke up and decided his first goal was to catch the saber god. It was time to rise. They asked him to lead them. He explained that the people here were not normal warriors. They could easily form a major clan. He thought about making them his servants, but it was too early to celebrate. He told them to split up. Leonte and Bahal were still alive, and the war would not end until both were dead. Once they clashed, he would strike from the back. Bahal thought they were just flies and told them to get out of the way. He yelled for his enemy to come out, saying the soldiers were not even worth a warm-up. Or was he just a coward? Leonte was getting angry, but he could not move because of the saber god's order. Bahal guessed they were planning something, but apologized because he did not have much time. A second later, he appeared at Leonte's side, asking where his stone was. All of Leonte's soldiers were dead. Bahal asked if he was ready to surrender. If he wanted the killing to stop, he had to hand over the stone. But Leonte kept shouting that he did not have it. Bahal knew he was stubborn, but if he kept this up, there was nothing else to do. Now he started to wonder if Leonte really did not have it, but he still needed to learn how it was made. He did not know how long his queen could hold out against the 3 gods. Her heart had been destroyed, so he had to recover the stone and make her ruler of the tower. After the explosion, he yelled for Leonte to surrender, but Leonte was done holding back. Now Bahal would see what he was really capable of. Bahal could not believe it. Was that the energy of the mythical dragon? That was impossible. How did he have that power? Leonte asked why that even mattered. Bahal wondered when he had placed those magic circles. Then Leonte appeared at his side. Bahal cursed as the technique slowed him down. He admitted Leonte had blocked his attack, but told him to try enduring the next one. Bahal was in trouble now. That sword belonged to Odin himself. A weapon so great it could not even be ranked. He could not understand how a bastard like Leonte could wield it. He shouted, thinking Leonte had nearly burned through all his power. No wonder the saber god had given it to him for emergencies. Still, Bahal cursed him. If that power were his, he would not need the stone. Then in the distance, Bahal screamed. Covered in blood and missing an arm, he swore he would never forgive this. Leonte laughed. Bahal looked pathetic. He had clearly used up all his inner power. This was an easy win, and Leonte's real revenge for their last fight was about to begin. Until someone said, "I finally found you." He froze. When had that happened? The voice was familiar and full of killing intent. Before he could react, his head rolled across the ground. The Watcher could not believe that man had consumed the core of the mythical beast. That beast was why Dragon Kaladas had taken an interest in his brother, and the two had become close, so he was glad to take it back. Even now, Bahal shouted, asking what he was doing there. He had ordered him to lead the second group. Jahan thought he was clever, but he did not understand the danger he was in. Bahal could not believe it. Even if it was faint, he had the power of dragon fear, something only dragon species should have. No one except his queen had that power. If this boy really had it, then he had to be careful. There were things he had not expected, but he still had 4 beasts left to fight. With the men he had, he should have won easily. He did not know what was going on, but from that killing instinct alone, he decided they were enemies. Since they were all worn out, this was the perfect time to move. Still, he said he would not give him the satisfaction. Everyone had to scatter and get away to warn the whole army and the high ranks. He truly wanted to kill him, but there could not be another stone in his plan. Jihan thought he had it all wrong. He was reading the whole situation badly. There was no chance he would let him leave the dragon's territory. He cast Domain, his new skill. Bahal could not believe it. That bastard had really awakened dragon power. Bahal cursed him. How dare some rookie act like this? He should be bowing his head to his betters. Jahan smiled. Bahal wanted him dead, but his plan had failed. His allies had probably already warned the rest of the clan, but Bahal was wrong again. He was still reading things badly. Some and everyone here was going to die. Bahal could not believe it. He could use both dragon power and the dead. One of those was already enough to shake the tower, but both was impossible. They screamed, asking what the hell those things were. One voice answered, "Glory to the master." Then another knight appeared. This was the end. Bahal looked down. His body was wrecked and the flame beasts were dead. This was the worst. Even after leaving Archia, he had faced one problem after another. Nothing had ever come easy, but through all of it he completed the Fire Fist skill, earned his place, and became the Eye of the Red Dragon. But he cursed himself. He could not think straight. He could not believe he had almost given up, especially against a rookie like this. He pushed his power to the limit. Jahan-Wu could not believe he still had that much strength left. Bahal declared that he was Bahal of the Fire Fist Rain of Fire. Yan-Wu cursed. That attack was only meant to distract him while Bahal hid in the flames. It could not be real. He had deflected the attack. Who was this brat really? The main fighter thought this was taking longer than expected, so he needed to finish it. Bahal shouted that he was a damn bastard, but moving as fast as lightning, Yan-Wu dodged the attack and stepped into range. Then Bahal's body was cut. He could not believe a mere rookie had done this to him. Was he really going to die? No, he would never give up. While dying, he asked who the hell he was. If he was that curious, then he should look into his eyes and see his brother's face reflected there. Then Yan-Wu cut off his head. She could not believe it. A contract linked to her eyes had been severed. That meant Bahal was dead. Even with the beasts inside him, that should have been impossible. Her heart was close to failing, but she still came to war. She had risked everything, so she had to get that cursed stone. Unleashing all her fury, she expected them to be strong, but even with 3 gods, they still could not kill her. Then something hit her at once. She realized it and was shocked. It could not be. Leonte should have died. Chayoung-Wu was trying to take in all of that energy. They told him every enemy had been wiped out, and his bracelet was shaking hard. It made sense. Besides the beasts and soldiers, he had absorbed 2 incredibly strong players. He had gained a huge number of souls, and they were now in limbo, fighting each other. Soon they would learn that the bracelet's power could not be beaten. He felt a little guilty that so many had died to make the stone, but if the Red Dragon wanted a stone that badly, then it had to be useful. His mission was done. Now he just had to tell Fante and Adora. They needed to pull back. The Saber God realized they had lost half their army. The legendary beast forces were gone. 2 of their strongest men were dead. It was their worst disaster since the war against Arceus. Then an attack cuts him off, and they tell him not to hesitate. Or was he already too old to fight? He snaps back to himself and says that from here on, he would handle it. His sword was back. Spear and Bow got ready to watch his back. The queen wasn't going to let them plan anything. But Bow stepped in, so Spear charged ahead, setting up a perfect combo between them. Meanwhile, a skill was charging up, while she focused on the 2 of them. A huge attack was heading for her skull, but something had changed. Someone tells the Saber God to run. On the ground, everything was shattered, and he felt like he was about to pass out. Now he understood why the Sword God had gone so mad, and how they knew about the information on the stone, so he had planned all of it. The Bow God smiles, asking if he had only just figured it out. They shout that he was a filthy traitor, but he gets slammed by the queen's tail. The soldiers had always fought on, but for the first time they saw their leaders fall. The only reason they kept fighting had collapsed. Their gods were badly hurt, and one of them had betrayed them. The queen says it took more effort than she expected, but this was the end of the Asura clan. Still, Spear blocked her path. Had he passed out? No, this couldn't be his end. He was the core, the clan's king, and his irreplaceable friend, so he would not let him die there. As long as one god lived, the clan would live too. So he had to stop her no matter what, even if it cost his soul. At that moment, the countless players of the clan came back to their senses. Light returned to their eyes, their blades shone again, and they all rushed forward together, weapons in hand, because they had only one thought: to attack the queen and buy their gods time to escape, offering up their lives. But Fante asks if it was really okay to leave things like this for his tribe. They calm him down, saying his tribe surely knew about that war, but they never showed up. That made it obvious they had broken away, and they would not seek revenge. They would only be trying to recover from the war. Later they returned, but he only greeted his children. He had no reason to greet someone who came back only after causing a mess. It was also obvious he now had a dragon skill. He smiles, it was impressive. He had even tried to hide how strong he'd become, but it was still clear. Then they say goodbye, and he asks if he had finished what he needed to do. He lowers his head. Yes, it was all thanks to him. Later, outside the village, someone desperately begs them for help, because the Red Clan had broken into the headquarters. When they get no answer, they shout that the contract was already made. On top of that, one of their members was about to die. He denies it. There was no member of his clan there. That man had already cut ties with them, and the contract only covered one war, and they had already won the first one, so they were free of any promise. Leon thought he was safe with them, but there was no telling what would happen once he left. Also, with those 2 betraying them, one of the 8 great clans had fallen. That would likely spark a brutal fight among the great clans for control of what the Asura Sword clan used to own. That war had only been the start. He needed to get stronger and get used to his new body, because his fight with Bahal showed him how far he still had to go. But first he was going to start by hatching his egg. As soon as he arrived, angry shouts broke out. How could he be so impatient when there was still time left? When they saw how badly he wanted to hatch it, they dropped to the floor saying he should keep it a little longer in his care. They still hadn't figured out how to hatch it, but he thought he had the answer. After receiving the energy of the 4 beasts, a crystal formed and created a new skill, and he believed that finally, thanks to it, he could hatch it. Then Cherpi appears happily, because she wanted to meet her new friend, leaving the elders stunned by the majesty before them. Well, then he comes in with it, which was the one from the tribe's strongest after the king. No one knew how much it could grow, and they still didn't know how to make it hatch. When they see that the protagonist seems to know, they suggest he hatch it outside. They ask if he really knew what he was doing, and if so, they hand him something. It was the moon seeds, but he shouldn't be looking at him. He should look at Adora and Fante. They had given them to him. They inherited them at birth and decided to pass them on. He closes his eyes. They really were amazing friends. Then they talk for a long time, and the Martial King tells them to hurry because he was getting sleepy. He also says they had better get something really great, since everyone kept saying it would be amazing. They could not disappoint him. Chai Yongwu thinks the time had come. He was about to begin the hatching, bringing together the seeds, hearts, and souls of the beasts. He had to awaken it. The dragon says it had been waiting for him to call once again. They shout. It was completely different from normal mythical dragons. It also looked like a serpent, and its attribute was demonic energy. They couldn't believe it. There had never been any record of a mythical beast with that power. It also controlled 4 kinds of energy. How was that even possible? He says he had never seen anything like it. It seemed the tower would be thrown into chaos over this again. He thinks it had waited for him for a very long time. It threw its physical body into a void and locked itself in darkness for his sake. He doesn't understand why he isn't happy. His old self would have been jumping with excitement, but Cheonwu apologizes. He was not the person it had been waiting for. He asks his master for permission, but they needed to talk in private. The king doesn't understand a mythical dragon with demonic energy. This was the kind of power used by the demons of Floor 98. It could twist a person's nature and drive them into obsession. It was extremely dangerous, and it demands to know if he had gone through something so terrible he couldn't remember it. Why wasn't he happy? Chai Yanwu understands. His brother left his dragon behind before fate caught up with him and protected it. Taking off his mask, he explains that, just as he said before, he was not the one it was looking for. He was Che, the protagonist Wu, the older brother of Che, the protagonist Wu. When it gives no response, he apologizes again. His brother's memories and the reason he came were to take revenge on the bastards who killed him. He says he'll leave it alone for a while so it can think about everything that happened. But before he leaves, it stops him. He wasn't the master it had expected, but he still had blood ties to him, and if he wanted to kill those bastards, it would help him. Then when they admit they want to destroy the tower, it laughs loudly. He was completely insane, but it liked him. It needed a name to become his ally. Still, he would have to wait a while, since its power was only just recovering. Then Cha Yong-woo gathers Fante and Adora because he had a big plan. He wanted to take over Floor 11, and he would use his beasts to turn them into legendary beasts and control the floor. They would benefit too, since they would have a legendary beast as an ally and gain all of its experience. Then he goes somewhere as far away as possible and summons the souls of Bahal and Leonte, whom he blackmailed and tortured until they told him everything about the stone. After a long time, Leonte finally tells him the full truth about what he knew of the stone, and he gives their souls to his soldiers. Bahal then tells him everything about the red dragon. He also explains that the ring led to a magical vault, where many items were stored, and at the end of the room were the materials needed to complete the magical stone. Only a few parts were missing, and he thought he needed the man who was an alchemist and his brother's friend to see if he could finish it. Then, even though he begged for his life, John showed no mercy and gave his soul to his soldiers. That meant they would never be able to reincarnate. Thanks to that, his soldiers had gained the best skills of the generals. But he thought he had one more thing, the soul of that man, which he managed to collect after casting the magic circle. It was the sword god, who got straight to the point and tried to convince him to join him. If he did, he would save his son. He denies it. His son was dead. The red dragon must have killed him. But John then teleports him and from a distance tells him his son was right there. He can't understand it. Why was his son there? John admits he secretly brought him over before the war began, but he should thank Chirpy, not him. She was the child of the phoenix he killed. She had planned to kill him to avenge her friend, but she stopped herself. Even though her friend had been killed, she said there was no reason to make others suffer the same grief they did. He can't believe it. Something like that should not happen in the tower. Everyone lived for their own purpose, so he kneels before him. The sword god greets his new master and says he will be forever grateful for saving his son. And just like that, he had another general among his troops. Later, during a fight with the martial king, he realized how much they still needed to improve, so he pushed himself through brutal training. He trained over and over, driving his body to the edge to break through that massive wall of power. 15 days passed in training. Then he got ready to pick up a job from the lower floors. When he reached the forge, he wasn't sure if he should be there, since that man must have heard about Bahal's death, and Bahal had been as dear to him as a brother. But they ask why he was standing outside like an idiot. They should go in. After a long talk, he explains what kind of job he came to request. There was no point lying. He already knew why he was there. Then after a lot of shouting and going in circles, he yells at him to say what the hell he wanted. He keeps it brief, saying it was hard to explain, so he hands over papers with all the details. He gets excited seeing something that could be so amazing. And before Leon leaves, he says that to him, goodbyes were already a normal part of life. He shouldn't worry about him. He lowers his gaze. Then he thinks that man was terrible at pretending, but he still kept moving forward. That made him someone truly admirable. Later, in the cave, he was completely broken. He had almost no power left, and he couldn't remember how he got there. It felt like the last time he had met Spear. He was about to be killed, but he showed up. He had no idea what was going on, but he had to find his friend. So he stepped outside the cave and found people standing still. As he moved farther, tears started to fall. His whole army was dead. They remained standing, and thousands of enemy soldiers in front of them had been cut down too. He cursed him. Why was he smiling? What was there to be happy about? Why did he throw his life away? That should have been him. He had always seen him as a brother. He had always been there for him. Because of him, he kept going. Now, he didn't even want to live. But then something changed. The saber's wrist started to glow. The moment he saw it, his hesitation vanished. Pride stopped mattering, and he used a power he had never used before, the forbidden kick. If it could grant his friend's wish, he would throw away his warrior's pride. His friend would never stand beside him again, but he would always remain inside him, eating at his heart. Meanwhile, John was trying to enter the 16th floor where the Temple of the Three Goddesses stood, but they refused to let him in. He figured that if there was no other way, he'd have to enter by force. But the goddess also had a sincere wish to meet him. It worked out, since he had been denied entry to the 16th floor. Because the goddess Ord had called for him, her territory was open to him. John saw no reason to refuse, but he did things his own way, since he still didn't trust her. So he would only use her help until everything was over. She agreed and led him to the goddess. Once inside, he thought it all felt too quiet. Even with the Scythe's shadow present, no one seemed shaken. Still, he stayed alert because of the warning the rabbit gave him to be careful of the eldest. As they moved on, she could only take him as far as that door. Beyond it was the goddess's sacred territory, and without permission, she couldn't enter. John felt something he had never felt before. At other times, power felt heavy, but this was different. He couldn't name it. He only knew there was immense power behind it. He asked what the hell was behind that door. She said it was a god, but that made no sense. A god couldn't leave the 98th floor. The three Norns were only allowed to send their consciousness to the 16th floor because they didn't want to stay trapped on the 98th. She told him not to worry. He would understand soon. John walked in without hesitation. He wanted to see it, but what waited inside was beyond anything he imagined. The power he felt went far past his expectations. It completely swallowed him. It was like his whole being was being devoured without end. He felt like nothing more than an insect, like his existence was starting to fade. But no, that couldn't happen. He wouldn't die there in such a weak, pathetic way. He had to block that outside power. A voice said he was a stubborn child, but he needed to calm down. It had promised not to harm him. It also wanted to know who destroyed one of its temples. John understood nothing. She said many humans begged her to free them, but he was different. He had no regrets and no lingering attachments. Yet at the same time, he was sinking into a deep past. He kept blaming himself again and again. His mind held only what happened to his brother, and his brother had been betrayed by his friends. So of course he couldn't trust the people around him. Betrayal always came. He had to keep doubting everyone, and that brought back what he lived through in the war. His squad had left the area. They had no time, so they abandoned him to die. They were his trusted friends, yet they betrayed him in the middle of an enemy camp. He risked his life for them, and all he got was betrayal. No one should have survived that, but there was no way he would die there. The bitterness of that betrayal kept him alive. He thought only about surviving no matter what. He met and killed countless people, and at some point he threw away his rage, resentment, and every other feeling. After that, they started calling him Cain, the emotionless monster. She laughed. He would never cross that abyss. He would become just another piece in her collection. So he had to draw out the monster inside, but the protagonist thought it was boring. Was that really all he was? No way. Every player carried regrets, and his were among the strongest. There was no way he could break free that easily. She smiled. It looked like her business was finished. She thanked him for passing the 16th floor. Hermes mocked her. Besides, she wasn't supposed to touch him since most of those on the 98th floor were already planning how to make him their apostle. The goddess couldn't understand why they were protecting that bastard. She had been humiliated, but she wouldn't let it end there. If she couldn't add him to her collection, then he had to die. She ordered her elf to devour him, but at that moment, the link between the god and apostle was cut. Erd hadn't even noticed the shadow because of the power Jahan had left throughout the room, and that mistake brought a terrible pain through her whole body. Soldiers were now attacking Jahan. It had become a holy war. He thought it was all getting boring. They should say their final words. He was told they had all been killed, but even then they complained it had been too dull. He calmed them, saying stronger players would come later. Then he cursed. It was his fault for making them this strong. He didn't even need to draw his sword. His soldiers knew their master was powerful, but how had he broken free from Erd's chains? After all, humans were bound by their own memories. He thought that his past had taught him to trust no one, turning him into someone truly awful. But now things were different. Remembering his brother's words, he knew there was no way he could show his brother such a shameful side of himself. Then he moved on to the 20th floor. That test was too easy for him because it only covered the place in darkness, and with his power he could easily find the path. For everyone else, crossing it was hard. They kept falling into places they shouldn't go because the farther they went, the more their senses dropped to almost nothing. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. But for Chagyeon-woo, thanks to his training, it was far too easy. His senses had grown a lot. So to keep training, he removed all his artifacts and sealed all his skills. Once everything was turned off, it felt like going back to the beginning. He knew it was truly dangerous for him, since he had many enemies. But he could use that pressure to push past his limits. After a while, he realized climbing without his senses was much harder. Once he got higher, he started wondering if he was even going the right way. At that point, the only thing not reduced was his sense of touch. But it was time to develop his sixth sense. He began feeling the waves of everything around him. At first, he couldn't tell them apart. But now he could, at least a little. Each being had a different length. And now he pushed his awareness as far from his real body as possible and let himself flow. At that moment, his combat skills started rising fast. Jumping from 20 to 62, he had lost all sense of time. Maybe hours, maybe a day, maybe a month. And he had gained control over the soul. Now he was completely awakened. It was a power that clearly couldn't be gained by normal means. Now he understood why high rankers came to this floor to train. At that moment, he could feel every aura around him. If he mastered it, he could learn the skill his master told him about. That was a skill even his master had never fully achieved. It had been passed down through his tribe, which belonged to a god, but he never understood the book and only wished him luck in figuring it out. Back then, he hadn't even gotten a hint, but now he was starting to understand a little. During this, the generals, the sword god, and the semi-ranker gave him some clues about controlling the sixth sense. But he had to be careful, because one mistake could separate his soul from his body forever. But Jahan only heard this. More sixth sense, more power. And expanding his sixth sense sounded great. So he trained with his allies for days until at one point, the system was searching for skills that fit him. Then he was granted extrasensory perception. They couldn't believe it. That skill was one of the top 5 defensive abilities. It should have been impossible. No player was supposed to reach that. But when it came to that guy, nothing was impossible. Jahan felt like everything was constantly expanding. It was different from when he awakened his dragon body. Now the world around him had become clearer. He almost felt like he had gained another sense. That was extrasensory perception. Now he couldn't wait to test all his senses and skills together. His allies finally understood why that guy Fante envied him so much. Standing beside him was discouraging. He was getting stronger every second. He told them to be quiet. It might be time to head to the Mountain of Penance. They had to move. Someone asked if there was really a person like that in this place. Another voice answered that it was interesting. At last he had appeared. It was time to go welcome him. Jahan felt something right away. He told his captains to go back inside. Whoever was coming was strong and heading straight for him. Then, on top of a tree, someone appeared. So it was true. It was Kane. How had he been? He got annoyed. Why wasn't he saying anything? Was he still that rude? Jahan knew that voice. It had to be Khan. But why was he there? There wasn't supposed to be another tutorial, and they had abandoned him. So how was he here? He never thought he would meet his brother again so soon. He asked what he was doing there, and where Doyle was. He had always thought something was off about him. Besides, he was completely different from the one he met in the tutorial. Then someone cut in. He said he should introduce his friend. When Jahan refused, she hurled lightning at him. Jahan couldn't believe it. That had been too fast, even for his extrasensory perception. It was rune magic, the language of the gods, and hard to use. Not many people in the tower could handle that kind of magic. Was she a Zadu? He had heard that the ones living on the last mountain, the place everyone wanted to escape, enjoyed solitude, pain, and pressure. People who trained non-stop on the 20th floor. She apologized, but if she didn't bring him in, they would kill her. So could he follow her? As he did, he could clearly tell she had grown stronger. As for him, he had become stronger through outside help. Beasts, soldiers, powers. But she had none of that. Just looking at her showed how hard she had pushed herself to reach this point. When they arrived, 2 people were waiting. They greeted him. With a mask and plain clothes, it was obvious she had come only to train. Jahan thought she was the one who used the magic. Runic magic, the Crimson Divine Tree, Victoria was one of the few rankers allowed to use the language of the gods. Jahan had heard she was famous, but had no idea why she was here. On her right stood Kindred, the ghost of pestilence. His presence felt almost as overwhelming as MC's master. The diary said he belonged to the demon army, a cult that worshipped an unknown demon god through 8 bishops. Kindred was the 2nd bishop, and nobody knew his face. The diary placed him on the 20th floor, but that note was 10 years old. Yuan-Wu couldn't figure out why he was still there. Khan just laughed. How could she call him handsome with a mask on? And didn't she know he was younger than her? He still hadn't sensed her magic activate. She was that strong. It made no sense that she could use magic like that with no warning at all. Unless it was because of those bracelets. Victoria told him he really was handsome, but he shouldn't stare at her like that. It was making her blush, and if he wanted to learn runic magic, she could teach him. Khan quickly warned him not to fall for her tricks. First she'd promise a hot night together, then tie him up as her test subject. Victoria shot back that she wasn't lying. They did spend a hot night together. Khan yelled that was true, but he nearly died and none of that mattered anyway. She needed to stop bothering Kane. He was Khan's savior, and Yeonwoo's aura began spreading through the whole area. Victoria wondered if he had vanished, but no. He was just too fast, strong too, so why was he letting himself be seen? What was he hiding? He was suppressing both his power and his body. Then his magic circle flared to life. All his senses merged into one. Someone asked if that had been too much. He'd never pushed things that far before. Another voice calmed them. Yeonwoo looked perfectly fine. The protagonist couldn't believe how strong that man was. Without his improved prediction and extrasensory skills, he would have been taken down right away. The hit felt like a cannonball. This guy was dangerous. Even going all out, Yeonwoo wasn't sure he could win. They asked if he wanted to keep going, but he refused. For now, he just wanted to see more of that power. He could wait. Still, he asked what his connection was to the Saber God. Yeonwoo didn't get it at first, then remembered he meant his master, the Martial King. Now it made sense. The Saber God had once been the Martial King's disciple too. Still, the Martial King was supposed to have stopped taking students forever. Even so, the man understood. Then he asked if Yeonwoo planned to enter the 5 mountains of penitence. If so, he should follow Khan. Victoria cursed. They had wrecked her whole garden. After that, they showed Yeonwoo his new room. Khan said those two could be rough, but they weren't bad people. As long as MC didn't annoy them, they'd help him and give useful advice. Later, they talked about their lives until he asked where Doyle was. Khan made it clear she wasn't there. They had split up a while ago, and Yeonwoo shouldn't ask about her anymore. He found that hard to believe since they used to seem so close, but it was their business, not his. Still, he had no doubt he'd meet Doyle again. She was smart and strong. Khan was happy because nobody ever passed those two's test, and now that Yeonwoo had, Khan was no longer the rookie. The protagonist had become even more mysterious than before. He gained a lot here, but Khan knew MC would gain even more. He also hoped they'd fight again sometimes. After that, Yeonwoo threw himself into training, trying to awaken and control his draconic powers and combine them with the Yi sword and the technique his master had given him. His soldiers thought he wasn't making any progress, but he believed he could do it in 3 days. Then he slipped into complete darkness, until someone kept calling him over and over, then started insulting him. Everyone sighed in relief. They thought he'd died. If he'd stayed like that a little longer, he probably would have. They warned him meditation should only last a few days, so why had he kept it up for a whole month? They wanted to know what he had learned, but when it seemed like he had learned nothing, they called it nonsense. Was this training a scam? Yeonwoo didn't think so. The more he trained, the more he sensed the real power waiting for him. He just didn't know how to reach it. Whenever he tried, it felt like standing inside a giant fog. He had never been this frustrated about failing to learn something. Then he got some advice. If he felt stuck, why not start from zero? The Yan sword was swordsmanship, plain and simple. So first he needed to master the sword itself. He had to reach the expert level, where a swordsman's skill creates an aura. His brother's diary couldn't help here since Yeonwoo had never achieved that. Luckily, Yeonwoo had 2 great teachers with him. He called Adora and apologized for reaching out so late, but she bombarded him with questions since she hadn't heard from him in so long. Yeonwoo calmed her, said he was fine, and asked if Henova had contacted her. He had asked Henova for a favor a while back, so if Henova showed up, Adora should tell him. She snapped that Henova had come by a few times and was staying at her villa. If that was all he wanted, she was hanging up. Yai figured he had waited too long to call. Then Yeonwoo kept training his swordsmanship against his semi-ranker subordinate. By now, that servant was so strong he could pass for a real ranker, with perfect sword control. Once that was done, Yeonwoo faced the sword god, who taught him during each clash. He focused everything on the tip of his blade, remembering how his master had done the same with his fists. Breaking past the limits of his body and old teachings, he turned the 8 extreme fists into the 8 arts of the sword. It was incredible. The power was even greater than expected. He reached expert level in no time. Now he had sword aura, and from here on he needed to shape it and make it stronger. He also thought the red aura seemed to carry a fire trait. Seeing how fast he pulled it off, the other 2 asked if he could teach them the 8 extreme fists. Victoria was frustrated. She couldn't understand why the result still wasn't what she wanted. She ran through every possible answer, but none of them worked. Then she remembered Kane. She had hopes for him, and the rookie was clearly stronger than expected. Still, asking Kindred or another Zaydu for help might work too, but there was no need to expose her skills to them. She settled down. Time to rest. Maybe she'd go look at some handsome faces. She teleported away and thought she had felt the rookie's energy nearby, but no one was there. In fact, she couldn't sense any energy at all, and the place looked wrong. Then she noticed the dark energy left behind. It looked like a giant constrictor from the Hermes line had torn everything apart. Could this really be his doing? Had he grown that much in just 3 months? She also couldn't tell what that leftover power was. There weren't even undead monsters on the 20th floor. She smiled. This was wonderful. Yeonwoo felt his training with his captains was paying off. Then Victoria came to see him and demanded to know why he had come. Smiling, she asked if they could make a trade. She thought she had caught a pushover. Besides being handsome, she figured she could map his thinking in a month. He must have thought he was clever, but he agreed in exchange for learning runes. That didn't mean he could really learn them, But either way, thanks to him, her long search might finally pay off. She expected to finish half of it that day. 20 days later, she realized something was wrong. There had been no progress at all. She thought it would end quickly, but that boy had taken every poison, magic circle, and artifact she used on him, and the analysis still came back as errors. He was impossible to read. She suspected mental defenses, but that wasn't it. Worse, the questions he asked about runes had become so deep they scared her. In the end, that boy's mind was unbelievably deep, wide, and almost limitless. She still didn't know what to do, but for the next 10 days, she'd dig as deep as she could. In the end, she found nothing. Cursing, she admitted she hadn't expected it to end like this. When Yanwu got back to his hut, he summoned his captains and asked the witch if she remembered the magic rune. If she did, could it be combined with Blink? He wanted to improve his magic, speed, and strength. She said it was possible, but Blink was different from normal magic. The pain would be beyond anything he could imagine. Yanwu told her to do it. He had to stay focused so a month of effort wouldn't go to waste. Better slow and sure. So she agreed, but reminded him she had warned him. He also couldn't pass out, or the process would fail. Then it began. Since runic magic normally flows through bones and he didn't naturally have it, they would carve the runes deep into them. The soldiers thought he had gone completely insane. Carving magic runes into his own body had to hurt more than anything they could imagine. But if he endured it, he could evolve to a level they couldn't even understand. Another 3 months passed. Yanwu realized he had stayed much longer than planned. He needed to handle his business and head back, but before leaving, he wanted to test his new powers in battle. When he activated Vigrid, he thought this was the perfect time to begin. Then he realized it was far beyond what he expected. His allies came out to ask what was going on, but someone else was approaching. The newcomer asked if Yanwu had caused all this with just his aura, then cursed. Someone like him had performance beyond what should be possible. Then he asked if the protagonist was leaving this floor already. MC said no. He felt like they hadn't spent much time together, especially since he thought Khan had been avoiding him because of Doyle. But Khan said he'd be honest. Something huge had happened. Not long ago, Kindred had died. As for Victoria, 2 people arrived and immediately asked if the report about Kindred was really true. There was no way he should die on a floor like the 20th. Victoria said it had been a long time since she'd seen them. Darksword and House God. But this was not something they could treat lightly. Khan cursed, saying they had shown up last. Yanwu recognized them. The man was Sol Luna, a vampire swordsman, and the woman was Rebecca, a high ranker. He could feel the hostility, but that man's hostility was obvious. They were told to come inside. Then she explained that even she didn't know what had really happened. All she knew was that she had gone on a mission, and she was reporting it right then. They could hardly believe it. Was that even possible? Did Jaehan wonder, was the Mihu King real? The mission was tied to Su Wukong. To other divine beings, the Mihu King was an odd case, a stone monkey who became a god. After gaining many powers and reaching enlightenment, he found nothing that pleased him and wandered the heavens. Later he was sealed again, fought demons as atonement, and was finally reborn as a divine being. In any myth, very few figures reach that level. Jahan had heard his fame was huge, especially in a tower full of people chasing godhood. But a mission that important on floor 20? The tower wouldn't lie about a mission like that. But something felt off. Rumors had long said floor 20 was connected to the Mihu King. For ages, those mountains had been called the 5 Elements, and he carried the golden cudgel, the sacred weapon the Mihu King stole from the Dragon Kings. Jahan had no idea what would happen once those rumors started spreading. A deity wasn't some ordinary being. He had gone from a normal human to someone with the power of a god. His brother had never even seen one in person. Still, he doubted a bishop of the demon army would die on a mission like that. More likely it was a trap by the demon army. As far as he knew, every bishop was crafty enough to set a trap and wait years for the right moment. They were crueler than almost anyone, and Kindred was no different. Jahan could tell from his power, but what was he after in all this? He was stronger than the 5 of them put together. Seeing they doubted her, she offered a mana oath, but first asked a favor. They needed to go to the mission area and recover Kindred's body. She didn't care about the corpse itself, but she had made him a promise. If something like this happened, she wouldn't ask for help for free. Instead, she offered a deal. They could learn the location of anyone in the dungeon if they completed the mission. In return, they had to take her to Kindred's body. Yanwu felt there was too much at stake to ignore it, so he agreed to go. For his own reasons, he needed to see something with his own eyes, and he also wanted to know what was going on with Khan, who agreed to join the mission too. The redhead agreed as well, but the vampire refused. He didn't want to risk dying, but bindings wrapped around him. If he wouldn't come, he could still leak everything he had heard, so they had no reason to let him walk away. In the end, they gave him a warning not to say a word, and then they headed for the mission. It led to a hidden cave. Kindred had found it alone after a long search. When they arrived, they couldn't understand how a portal could exist in a place like that. It made no sense. A passage had formed there. It was their only clue to Kindred. Rebecca said she would take the lead, but the moment they entered, an evil force washed over them. It was so strong they could barely move, so she raised a protective shield. It was a creepy place, but they had to keep going. Everyone stayed on guard. After walking for a long time, they reached another fork. It felt like they had been going in circles, and soon they started arguing because they were getting nowhere. John thought those two wouldn't last much longer. He still couldn't tell what skill was guiding them, but he knew it was draining a lot of mana and mental strength, and Victoria looked close to running out too. Oddly enough, Khan was handling it best. He held onto his will and didn't let the cave mess with his mind. The other two had forgotten the cave was another test. If they kept this up, they would kill themselves. He was doing fine because he stayed calm. His abilities were helping him keep his head clear. He had to help them. He didn't get it. Those dark thoughts from earlier were fading. No, that wasn't it. Something was erasing the Mishu god's hateful thoughts. What was that? Everyone asked how he did it. John apologized and said he had a very useful power for this floor. They cursed at him, annoyed he hadn't helped from the start. Still, they had to move on. John wasn't trying to fool them, but he saw no reason to show his powers to everyone. He figured the dungeon was exposing its structure, a tangled maze like a spider web. Even going back would be almost impossible, and now he could see why. There were traps and ghost monsters. In normal conditions they could fight them, but here one mistake could be fatal. Rebecca might manage since she was a ranker, but Victoria and Khan could be in real danger. He had no choice. They had to break through and kill anything in the way. It looked like everything was unfolding the way he expected. He was also starting to figure out the dungeon's layout, but then he found traces of energy. He didn't know what they were until he was told it was wall. With his captain's advice and his extrasensory perception, he realized they were records left by a great master. That confirmed it. After being sealed by Zakyamuni, these had been marks of rage left by the Mihu king, while trying to break free from his seal himself. For 500 years he trained and learned to control his temper. So these were the 72 divine transformations, but John realized he had been stupid. The 72 were only a small part. This place held the whole of the Mifu king. John badly wanted to understand the being the world once envied for his power, and now the proof of his training was right in front of him. But he was interrupted. He had to focus. The maze hadn't changed at all. If they split up, they would get lost. They needed to wait there while she checked if she was right. But as he moved, he felt an energy and activated his aura. Rebecca couldn't understand why he attacked so suddenly. Nothing made sense. John apologized, but there was no time to explain. He believed the Mihu king's remnant was trying to trap them. She was an apostle, so why was there no way she could be more useless than a mere player down here? She cursed the thought that all those hard years of training might mean nothing. The power was insanely destructive. Even limited to maybe half her strength, she was still overwhelming. Then she told him to take command from here. It was unusual for a ranker to hand over control. Victoria agreed too. She didn't have enough strength left to lead, and it was obvious he understood the terrain better than they did. He also noticed the vampire was above them. The most likely answer was that he had come for the reward, but at least he would know what was happening. So she agreed. They had to follow him, and they did. They moved through tunnel after tunnel, killing anything that got in their way. Then they reached what looked like the end. It was amazing. They had arrived fast. The door was enormous, and he recognized the phrase on it. At once, everyone realized this was the final piece of the Miju King's legacy. So a being like him really had existed. But Victoria said they couldn't open the door. It was made of legendary iron that could seal gods and demons. They tried with all their power, but it didn't move even a little. John knew that if brute force failed, then Kindred must have entered some other way. He had to find out how, and when he leaned against it, a light appeared. Almost embarrassed, John told them they should go in. Inside was massive, and the most striking part was the giant stone monkey statues. Then someone shouted, Kindred was there, and carved into the stone were the Miju King's 72 divine transformations. Khan thought they had found it. If he got them, then Doyle might. But the vampire appeared. He claimed they were his. Then another voice ordered them not to disturb their lord's sleep. John realized they had been completely wrong. It was never the Miju King speaking. It had always been his servants. They declared that anyone who disturbed their king's eternal rest would die. No matter what they did, the statues wouldn't break. Khan decided he had to block their path with the skill cry. John shouted that he had found their core, the place where the king's will had taken root. They had to strike the spots he marked. They never expected the statues to have a weakness, but if they did, that gave them a chance. Victoria said this was insane, and she was out of mana. Then the vampire showed up, thanking them for everything. He told them to handle the rest. John figured that if that guy was here, the demon army was probably waiting outside. They had to be careful. When Victoria saw the body, she froze. Was it a doll? John didn't believe the mission could be this easy, but he had solved part of it. The 72 divine transformations were the key. If the first test was showing their basic ability, then the second was proving they were worthy to serve the Miho King, and the giant statues on each side were the judges. The only thing he still didn't get was the fake body, but something was wrong. He heard Victoria yell for him to get out of there. Damn, he couldn't see anything. Rebecca was sent flying, and an attack came straight at him. For a second, he thought his arms would break. They were shaking. The enemy was strong, fast, and heavy. Rebecca was in critical condition, and the other statues were starting to move too. He needed an answer fast. There had to be one. What would make them worthy heirs of the Mihu King? Respect or fear? He shouted for everyone to bow down. Khan cursed. Was that really it? Just showing respect to a king? Victoria was crying. She had risked her life. He tried to heal her, but the light in her eyes was fading. Dion was set on inheriting Mihai's legacy. He had to get the golden cudgel, but first he couldn't allow any more interference, so he made a plan. They had to get to the door. On the count of 3, 2, 1, he summoned Shannon, then he told Shannon to throw him upward, drawing the giant monkey's attention. Now he tried to escape, but when they gave him no opening, he activated some artifacts and barely defended himself. His friends thought they had reached the door. He should have come too, but Gian told them he would see them later, drawing his celestial sword. From here on, there was no reason to hide his power. Damn, he had shut the door. That idiot was always like this, saving everyone else before himself. Gian activated his 5 senses again. That half year of training definitely wasn't wasted. He could feel his extrasensory perception had grown sharper. He could now see the wavelengths clearly. It had become far stronger. Nothing like the old Yanwu. He activates all his skills, including the legendary shields, while calling on his army of darkness. Then drawing out his full power, the monkeys shout that he has to prove he deserves to be the king's successor. Yahello knows he's much stronger now, but those things are unbelievably tough. Worse, they keep getting stronger little by little. He sees only one choice: learn the god's 72 techniques. Thinking it over, the statue's movements seem suspicious. Each one uses 6 distinct moves, and with 2 statues for each set of movements. That adds up to 72 moves. Those had to be the 72 divine transformations. Once he realizes that, he uses his abilities to push both his mind and body to the limit. His brain feels like it might burst, and he uses Flame Jail. It works. Hundreds of new achievements flood in, and the monkeys decide the test has been cleared. But the third trial starts right away. The door opens, and beyond it stretches a beautiful land. In the distance, a dragon appears. It asks if he is the new piece. Yu and Wu can tell the dragon's presence is overwhelming, far beyond a phoenix or an ordinary dragon. When it asks about the successor, he nods. If that's true, then he needs to climb onto its back. After a long trip, they finally arrive. As the dragon says goodbye, he wonders if the being in front of him is King Mifu. The man casually tells him not to act so respectful, then starts praising himself. When Yu and Wu tries to ask something, he cuts in first. There are rules here, and he can only answer 3 questions. The first 2 are already gone without real answers, so only 1 question remains. The protagonist thinks it through. Because of this place's rules, the man can't just explain everything. That means the 3 questions are probably the third trial, so he asks something precise. Who are you? The man is surprised. He never expected that question. That means Yeon Wu passed the second test. He is Sun Wukong. What remains of King Miho is only the shell left behind before he vanished, and this place is an imaginary world. He doesn't know where the real king is. He's been bored out of his mind here, but after all this time, someone finally qualified, so now he has to take this. MC recognizes it right away. It's Divine Iron, a piece of the Golden Cudgel. At the same time, he receives a new mission. The pieces are scattered all over the tower. No one knows how many there are or where they ended up. Some might even be inside random people. No one has ever gathered them all, so if he gives up, that's fine too. Sun Wukong can just wait for another successor. Youngwoo has no reason to refuse, so he accepts it. He has taken the hidden mission. Sun Wukong wishes him luck, and says that portal will send him back to the tower. Before leaving, he asks about the bracelet he has, because it seems made of the same material as the Golden Cudgel. Sun Wukong freezes, and asks where he got it. That is definitely a godly weapon. He confirms it needs 3 parts to be complete, but warns Yanwu to be careful. If he keeps it, others will hunt him forever, because they all fear it. It's the only artifact in the whole universe that can imprison or seal gods and demons. Yanwu thanks him for the warning, and they part ways. After that, they talk about how interesting that boy was, and how much he resembled his old master. Then they suddenly panic. There's an intruder. Who would dare enter their sanctuary? Then the undead one appears, saying he is the other side of the great celestial demon, and has come to serve him. Back in the dungeon, Yanwu sees no sign of Khan or Victoria. They must have managed to escape. Looking at the ranker, he thinks they didn't interact much, but she seemed like a good person. He'd like to take her soul, but the black bracelet can only collect souls killed by its owner. Even so, he plans to try later. He also realizes this place isn't connected only to him. From what he heard, other people must be searching for the same thing, but there shouldn't be any more rivals. So he turns the body completely to stone. Later, Yanwu arrives at the village and demands to see the newly hatched legendary creatures. As he walks in, he notices someone mumbling complete nonsense. Yanwu doesn't recognize him at first, so he has to think back. He can't figure out what's wrong. It's like the guy's on drugs. His whole appearance has changed, and when Yanwu looks closely, demonic energy is pouring out of him. But that's the Martial King's problem, so he leaves it alone. Then he finds the elders again, still showering those creatures with praise. But this time, they actually have a reason. The beasts that hatched are griffins, known as some of the finest mythical beasts. Their bodies show huge potential, so he grants them the title of legendary mythical beasts, completing the spirit's mission. As a reward, he gets serpent shell armor, and the dragon asks if that little thing is supposed to replace the abyss turtle. Yanwu is shocked. Is that Growl? It had been sleeping for half a year inside the stone in his chest. Chirpy also tells him she's ready to fly. He asks Growl and Chirpy how they feel, but the dragon gets annoyed. Was that really the best name he could come up with in 6 months? Growl? Laughing, Yanwu apologizes. Naming things isn't his strong point. But if that's the case, would Nemesis be a good name? Growl agrees. That was the name of a goddess of vengeance and law in Olympus. They explain that a god's name alone has no power. What matters is the blessing tied to that god's power, nature, and rank. So if someone uses a god's name, they may gain that god's protection. Still, a god's name can't be used lightly. Many who tried couldn't handle the power and ended up cursed. But the protagonist fully believes he can honor vengeance and law and becomes strong enough to control it. So Growl becomes Nemesis. The goddess also agrees to watch over her disciple, with one warning: do not stain the god's name. Chirpy sees the impressive name and wants one too, so she is named Nike. Then Yanwu asks Nemesis, now that he's awake, because he wants to talk. He asks why MC summoned him. MC asks why he was reborn, and why the ancient dragon Kalidas was still alive. Nemesis says he wandered through the void the whole time. Since the void flows between worlds and dimensions, he waited for him to come back for him and then reached this place because Kalidas told him to. But that's the strange part. Kalidas had closed his eyes after giving everything to Yanwu, even his precious dragon heart, and they saw his mana fade away. Yet when Nemesis was about to die at the clan's hands, he heard Kalidas' voice, someone who should have been dead, ordering him to wait because that child would return soon. And that's exactly what happened. Remembering all this, the protagonist realizes he has always wondered who returned his brother's dead body to Earth. Could it have been Kalidas? Then where is he now? He figures Kalidas might be on the 50th floor, the place where he died, and could be waiting there. The problem is that MC still isn't strong enough to reach it. He also needs to add his name to the Hall of Fame. And to do that, he has to climb again, starting from floor 21. After teleporting, he arrives at the Shadow Training Hall on the 21st floor. He's surprised by how massive the building is. Inside, there are 5 doors, numbered 1 through 5. The lower the number, the harder the challenge. Once he enters a door, he has to keep moving forward through 33 sections. There's only one goal: destroy the shadow alter egos in each section. Every alter ego carries the skills and combat sense of players previously recorded in the Hall of Fame. Only those strong enough to be called top tier can be registered there. In this place, challengers can retry the same level over and over, though for normal players, this stage is a nightmare. When he checks the names, the Martial King is ranked 2nd and his brother is 4th. For the first time, his brother isn't in 1st place, so Yongwoo decides he needs to learn more about this floor. As he understands it, he'll have to fight his own illusion on floor 20. He did see that his brother was in 2nd place, but once he goes in now, that rank will drop to 3rd, which starts a dumb contest over who's stronger. Even so, he wishes him luck and says he has to do everything he can to take 1st place. John admits that, back then, even he couldn't beat the person in 1st. Yongwoo starts wondering what kind of person that was, and then heads for floor 21. But first, he has to go see his friend and apologize for making him wait so long. John laughs. People are shouting over each other to buy a weapon. It's an auction. One person begs his master to stop it, saying that sword is his. Another one pleads for the same thing. After watching the bids, John offers 500,000. Everyone is shocked. That's a huge amount. But someone raises it to 600,000. Then John offers 1 million for all the swords, making the dwarf furious. The dwarf throws them at him, but when Yongwoo sees the sword, he's stunned. It's an incredible weapon, a double rank item. There's no way something like that was made overnight. On top of that, every item is brand new and flawless. It's obvious the dwarf never rested for a single second during all that time. Yongwoo apologizes for failing to keep his promise to meet up sooner, but the dwarf calms him down. He's fine, he just didn't want to lose anyone again. The protagonist needs to remember that. Then MC says he brought excellent materials and would like to ask for his help again. He got a lot of valuable rewards on floor 20 and wants to upgrade all his gear. And Nova says there's no way he could refuse someone who believed in his talent from the start. That trust matters too much. Still, he warns Yongwoo that he'll only be an assistant, and if he catches him slacking off, he'll smash his head with that hammer. 20 days pass like that, and Hinova's magic armor is finally complete. He lights up just looking at it, but Hinova smacks his hand away. How dare he? He needs to wait a second. Yongwoo remembers his brother's words. That made him feel strange. Birthdays were never celebrated there, so he gave Hinova Hell's Tears as his first birthday gift. The protagonist couldn't believe Hinova still had them. Hell's Tears were gone from the world. She was the last giant, so powerful she was called the Mother of the Underworld. Her tears were top-grade items. Hinova worked those tears into the armor, turning it into a true masterpiece with far too many stats to read through. Then the dwarf told him to try it on. Yongwoo was shocked by how comfortable it felt, like being held by his mother and father. Then they were called over. The two of them wanted to check their new skills. The dragon still had the same abilities as before, except for Dream. Yongwoo figured everything he went through helped him gain it. It was the kind of place where anyone would get trapped and lost, but the stats looked great. It was a strong skill that could be merged with the undead army. Chirpy was mostly the same too, except for the unrestricted skill. Yongwoo had always felt his wings came with a big limit when he flew, but now it was completely different. In the air, he was much faster, and Nike's skill also got stronger with any movement. After the mess he caused, he thought it was better to focus on the blue spirit the Abyss Turtle had given him. It had huge potential, but he had no idea how to raise it. Still, he could give it to the bodies he controlled. He first thought of Hepburn, but she was too loyal to her goddess. The same was true for the vampire. That left him with only one soul, Rebecca. Even if her power was gone, her trace still remained, so he could use her and meet the conditions. Rebecca asked where she was. She was supposed to be dead, so in total confusion, she asked if he was insane. How had he awakened her trace? When she heard he wanted to use her power, she was stunned. She was an apostle devoted to her goddess, but Yanwu pointed out that being alive like this was still better than being dead. She cursed, then said that long ago when she was young, she saw a beast in a distant land. All she felt back then was fear. It crushed her village and ate her family. The power that creature gave off was burned into her mind. She had endured for so long, trying to get stronger, so she could face that beast someday. But even after becoming an apostle, she still lacked power. That was why she entered that dungeon, and she never thought it would end like this. Yonai wasn't moved at all. He only wanted her power. She insulted him, but accepted. She would follow him on one condition. She wanted freedom to move as she pleased. When the captains appeared, he asked if they looked like they had no freedom. She was amazed by the soldiers under him, and Yonwu explained the blue spirit. Then he gave her the soul of the apostle Urd and the vampires as well, so she could recover part of her old holy power. After consuming them, she formed perfect synergy. But the demons watching through the system started arguing. That annoyed the protagonist because it wasn't the first time. Then someone called him a bastard. He asked who it was. The voice kept whining and insulting him again, just like everyone had said. It was Kai, a high-ranking guardian of the 12 zodiacs. Lupi. Despite how he looked, he was a hedonist who chased thrills. He asked why the kid was looking for him, cursed at him, and asked if he had been with Plaza, since Plaza had been accused, taken into custody, and was under investigation. They didn't say much more and parted ways. Then Yanwu noticed that Khan and Victoria weren't there either. He was upset he couldn't find them, and the whispers from the others in the room made it worse. After entering, he decided to start clearing from the 5th gate. There were 5 gates in total. The first held the top-ranked players, the second the next group, and so on. He chose Gate 5, where the weakest should be, and planned to beat every one of them without resting. His first opponent was Kraden, ranked 165. Kraden used fake swords like hidden daggers. Yunwu wanted Rebecca to handle the fight, but her spirit form was too different from when she was alive, so she needed more time to adjust to her body. He also wanted to test the new dagger Hanova made for him, covered in demonic runes. That skill made his power even hotter. Outside, people wondered why the masked man picked the 5th gate instead of the 1st. Wasn't he trying to get his name onto the ranking? Some guessed he wanted to clear every trial, but that sounded ridiculous. Even if these players were younger versions, they were still some of the strongest people ever to pass through the tower. No matter how strong Yanwu was, could he really fight the tower's best over and over without stopping? They asked Heidi what she thought, but the high elf said nothing. Then the place started shaking, and they asked what the hell was going on. Why was the dungeon trembling? Staring at the gate, they wondered what was happening inside, while Heidi quietly counted 6 minutes, 32 seconds, 8 minutes, 36 seconds, 9 minutes, and on and on. Yanwu cleared the 5th stage, then the 4th, and the 3rd in record time. He cleared gate number 2 in 2 hours and 30 minutes. It took longer than he expected, but he used that time to memorize the players' patterns. It would have been stupid to waste such a great training chance by going straight to gate 1, but things would be different from here on. The next opponents were real monsters, and luck alone wouldn't beat them. He couldn't back down. Once he entered, he would either die or win. And first of all, he had to beat the man waiting ahead. That was the rebel swordsman Vuldabich, his brother's first friend. At first, his 5-meter height made him scary, but over time they traveled together and helped each other. Vuldabich, Viera Dunn, and his brother became the founders of Team Artia. But after his brother died, Vuldabich disappeared completely. No one knew why, but one thing was certain. He was the first to lead Artia toward ruin. Even if he hadn't stabbed his brother himself, he was just as much a traitor as Leonte and Bahal, so Yanwu would get rid of him. There stood that damn giant, still using rune-based magic gear to launch himself forward. Then Yanwu, with his boosted dagger, unleashed a burst. Meanwhile, the god of Bao kept searching like crazy for information about the stone, but even after 6 months he found nothing. He kept thinking about Cain, yet it seemed impossible that such a low-level player could be mixed up in something like that. Then, while investigating, he found Henova, who had now become one of the top 5 blacksmiths in the tower. As for Yonwu, he moved into the 21st section. In the 23rd, he fought the first Tale of the 9, then the second bishop of the army of Kindred, and now he was facing the god of Saber, his master's first disciple. Even though that man was called a genius, at this point he had no chance against Yonwu. The people in the lobby couldn't believe it. It was insane. He had recently been at gate 15, but now he was already at gate 8. They wondered if he could take first place, but that seemed impossible. First place belonged to Bivasbat, the unbreakable wall that stopped everyone. They asked Heidi again what she thought, but she apologized. She couldn't say anything. Still, she activated her eyes. Meanwhile, Yonwu reached his next opponent at the 11th gate. It was Nocturne. He didn't know who that was. His brother had never seen him. But the energy around him was clearly strange. It felt a lot like his master's. And thinking back, his master had once mentioned having a 3rd disciple. So this had to be his master's 2nd disciple. Yeonwoo could tell he was strong. He sensed the smell of the 8 extreme fists, but also a different spirit mixed into him. Even so, MC apologized. He had to move on to the next floor. After several minutes, he thought this was unfair. Even if it was some kind of dragon, his opponent was the Summer Queen. Compared to the one he knew, she was much smaller and weaker, but still powerful. Then came the next test, and he had to force his way through. Gate number 4 began. Because of his great results and clear time, he was given 30 minutes to recover. When he saw the shadow, it really was him, his brother. The dragon asked if he was okay, and though Yeonwoo knew it was only an illusion, he still said he was sorry. All that time, he thought his brother had abandoned him and run away somewhere, so he hated him for it. The same thing happened when he went to Korea. No one cared about him all that time, and he lived like his life meant nothing, almost like he was looking for a place to die. The only reason he kept going was his mother's plea to protect his brother, no matter what happened. The dragon asked if he had sorted out his feelings. Yeonwoo apologized again. His brother must have been shaken too, but the dragon asked if he really thought he could win. If it was too hard, he should ask for help. He answered with one thing. He had never lost to his brother. Then the countdown ended, and the trial began. His brother gave off power as he activated his sky wings. Yeonwoo thought it would be way too embarrassing to lose now after what Nemesis said. Nemesis seemed to understand. Even without siblings, he got it a little. He wouldn't want to lose to that white dragon either. The dragons attacked, just like the brothers did. Still, Yeonwoo felt his own dragon was on a completely different level. Even so, he had to win no matter what. The protagonist used Chirpy's boost. As he tried to launch a second strike, his brother used Dragon Eyes, dodged the attack, and moved into open space. Yeonwoo was in trouble. That was chaotic bombardment. He used his magic rune to teleport behind him. MC thought he had landed a heavy hit, but his brother would recover soon. He couldn't give him time to heal, so he pressed in with the 8 extreme fists. The only thing that worried him was that sword, a masterpiece even better than Vigrid. And now he realized something else. His brother was reading his attacks better and better. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to counter anymore, and he couldn't allow even the smallest opening his attack. He suddenly pulls back, and Yeonwoo wonders what he's planning. Then he uses a wall of flames to shut down any surprise attack, but it doesn't affect him at all. Then hundreds of bolts start crashing down. Wave of light, a skill that packs lightning and magic power together, causing random explosions. Yeonwoo can't believe his brother was this strong back on the 20th floor, but that move clearly hurts the user too. He wonders why he did that. His little brother would never fight like that. Was he copying him? When they were young, he always rushed in first, and his brother was the one who cleaned up after him, always scolding him until he learned to think first. Now his brother was acting like him, but this wasn't the time to get emotional. He had to focus. The next attack would be devastating. Its power was insane, and he had no clear way to stop it. Still, he thinks if he adds more aura, black energy, and dragon blood, then compresses and detonates it, he can combine all his techniques to create something on par with his brother's wave of light, even if it puts him at risk. He never thought the blast could melt dragon scales. It was unbelievably hot. But his brother kept coming anyway. He was in real trouble. He tells Nike to activate her territory on him. Warnings flash before him. He needed better control over his power. His body had gone numb, but then he breaks free of that state and can now control fire and light. He had also learned the idea of dragon pressure. He thinks he reduced the damage around him as much as he could. Still, his sword had become so heavy he couldn't even hold it with both hands. But his brother had one more thing that he didn't. Elemental contact. Some people had to risk their lives to reach that level. His brother was a total genius. The captains, seeing how shaken and battered he was, thought he'd die at this rate. They wanted to step in too, but Yeonwoo refused. He had already told them he couldn't afford to be humiliated. Activating his max state and his new power, dragon pressure, he had cleared section number 3 and gained a lot. Still, his brother's body carried an overwhelming sense of fear. If he kept going like this, maybe he should give him a little more time. Just a little. Then against all logic, his brother laughs and says it was fun. Yeonwoo, he thinks it might have been the alter ego illusion. It was normal for those things to carry some memories, but it still felt like he was talking to his little brother. When he wakes up, he realizes he fought his brother for 3 hours. It had been unbelievably hard. So what would the last 3 be like, especially the next one? He didn't know much about him, only that he was the chief bishop of the Devil Army, said to be the demon god's apostle, and he even had the monarch trait. But first he wanted to test his new skill. He thinks Wave of Fire can be controlled to a certain degree even if it turned everything around him into a wasteland, and he had cleared the 3rd door. On top of that, he got a piece of the king's staff. As he moved on, he entered door number 2. There stood his master in his younger days. Even though he looked young and playful, he gave off a sharp beast-like air that felt different from the other shadows. Any student with a great master would, at least once, think about how to beat him and surpass him. But strangely, he said he gave up. He explained that his master was far stronger, so there was no way he could win head-on. Instead, if he was allowed to pass, he had to talk about the outside world because he had been trapped there for years without knowing anything. Yeonwoo agreed. He had nothing to lose, but it didn't go the way he expected. His master asks what he thinks he's doing. Yeonwoo fires back, asking why he should trust him. He curses, realizing he thought he'd caught a weakling. but if not, then he had no other choice. Yunwoo shouts that this might be the only way to bring back some part of his brother's past, so they had to capture the shadow however they could. The power was incredible, just what you'd expect from a monster. On top of that, what he used earlier was definitely wave art, but that made no sense. Back then, his master should have only known the basics of the 8 extreme fists, so had the shadow studied on its own and made its own version of the 8 fists? Yanwoo thinks that's probably right. If so, it had to be tied to the master's real body. Now he wanted answers. The protagonist uses Declaration of Dominion and apologizes. But like he said, he'd have to beat him down to capture him alive. He remembers his master's words, telling him to surpass him and reach the top. Yaomu wonders what this shadow really was. It was nastier than he thought. Had it gained an identity of its own? At the same time, maybe the shadow was still improving the technique. It couldn't create anything new under the system, but it had evolved the 8 fists. The captains desperately begged to be released, but Yanwoo refuses. They had to wait. Watching him, he had to admit it was amazing. Even after using Wave of Fire, his injuries weren't serious. It was obvious he'd lose at this rate, but if he let his captains out, he could at least force a draw. Still, that wouldn't be a true win. He needed a plan to beat him and win for real. He thinks they are alike, but that shadow had spent decades training in the 8 extreme fists. So what was the difference between him, the Saber God, and Nocturne? They had all forged their own paths through their skills, but he still hadn't found a clear path for himself. What he did know was that he wanted one that boosted speed and strength. He needed brutal training to draw that power out. Then he rejects that idea. If he couldn't find his own path yet, he could walk the paths of others and use them for himself. In his mind and body, he already knew many paths that led to glory. Like the techniques of the Saber God, the Martial King is stunned. What was wrong with this guy? He was fighting differently than before, and now he was even taking in Nocturne's path, which was smooth and refined. He curses, "What is this?" It felt like he was fighting several masters at once, and Yanwoo was still using the secret art of the Demon King's apostle. The next path came from the strongest person he had ever seen, the path of the Martial King. He shouts in anger. Was he really using that move? Was he mocking him? This was a wild, unstoppable path. No way. He had broken through his defense, and the final path he would take came from the Sky Wings, the path followed by his brother, Freedom. Yanwoo realizes that this shadow was nothing like his master. The real man would never obsess over just one technique. The captains ask if he shouldn't collect the shadow to summon his brother, but he refuses. He had been blinded. Summoning his brother's shadow would be an insult. It wasn't really his brother. The truth was, he could never see him again. That dream had blinded him, but he had to stop getting distracted and move on. The tower informs him that the first door is starting. Yeonwoo is dying to meet the one called All for One, but the tower announces that the simulation of Bifaspot was removed for unknown reasons. That meant he had cleared every trial. Meanwhile, someone arrives at Hinova's forge, right as the ranking updates. The dwarf realizes he had really taken first place, and wonders who was calling him. The bow god finds everything strange. Hinova's shop should have been in ruins after the fall of Artia, and his disciple had died. He should have been grieving, but he was smiling. Then someone asks who that person was. He didn't like the look of him at all, so he followed. He curses, saying he'll deal with him later, then orders him to answer his questions, and he'll spare his life. But the other man refuses. He wasn't stupid enough to fall for that. The Saber God thinks it might have worked, though he'd rather do this the hard way. They should enjoy the meal while gathering memories, and then they learn Cain was the one behind the war. Hearing that, he thinks things are about to get interesting. As for the protagonist, he was facing the 21st floor. As he attacks, he wonders why the being called All for One had been erased from the shadow system. What could that mean? Then he clears the 22nd floor too, earning more achievements. Even Poseidon watches him with interest, thinking of making him an apostle. But for now, he had no plans to make any deals with them. Also, on earlier floors, he learned that Brahm was hiding on the 23rd floor, so he heads there. The test for the 23rd floor begins. It was a land known as Hell because of its terrain and monsters. The demon tribe lived there, beings that grew from trees. On that floor, he needed to get the purple devil flower and the ceratopsian dinosaur from Lake Roy. But first, he had to find that bastard Brahm. Meanwhile, while he searched, his spirits enjoyed the place and kept getting stronger. After a long search, he finally found the place he had heard about. Those were the Elohim, one of the 8 clans, a group of transformed beings where only tribes with powerful bloodlines like high ranks or transcendence could join. But why were they there? He knew they didn't get along with Brahm. You might be wondering who the hell Brahm is. I don't know either, but we'll find out. Looking closer, he spots the old man of Elohim, a former member of Artia. So why was he there? And there was someone else. Galliard. He knew Galliard was Bram's friend. Was he trying to stop those Elohim bastards from finding him? Then he notices the arrow and they shout that it's an ambush from the treetop. They have to catch him. What an idiot. They had him, but he vanishes and appears behind them. Then Helheim fires arrows of light to protect his allies. Galliard wonders if the shield Brahm gave him can withstand the attack. Seeing that power, he is amazed, but he knows his opponent is a martial artist. Then Jiol appears, cutting down all the disciples. Cheon Wu says he'll explain later, but they need to get out of there. Helheim had gone mad, that bastard. Later, they move to a safe place. Galliard thinks Yanwu has changed a lot and asks how he knew he was there, but MC says it was just a coincidence. He was looking for Brahm to ask a favor. Galliard doesn't think he's lying, but he still can't fully trust him. Then a message arrives saying that Brahm wants to know why he smells like a dragon. Yanwu thinks the dragon blessing should have stayed hidden. If the dragon was outside, how did Brahm notice it? Even Summer Queen didn't, so he plays dumb and says he has no idea what Brahm means. Galliard tells him to come along. The master of the house wants to meet him. As they walk, a hidden path opens through an illusion barrier. Galliard warns him to think carefully, because the current situation means he'll have to stay there for a while. If he doesn't want that, he should leave now. Yanwu asks if they're protecting something tied to what Helheim was after. He wonders what could be so important that they built a barrier for it. It must have cost a huge amount of both resources and mana. When they arrive, he starts wondering what's really going on. This was the man who took pride in being thrown out of Elohim, the one who always chased freedom. The incarnation of the god Brahma, who had come down from the heavens. And beside him stood a human dragon, a being born from a dragon, and a human, one that goes beyond the limits of either race. After the ancient dragon Kaladas died, and the last true dragons vanished, only 3 people in the tower were connected to dragons. Summer Queen, who was half human and half dragon. Ananta and her brother, the successor of the ancient dragon. Ananta had disappeared for unknown reasons. Cheonwoo didn't know why, though her brother apparently did. Could this girl be Ananta's daughter? Brahm asks if he knew Ananta. Cheonwoo says he only figured it out. Summer Queen refused to have children, and the Sky Wings were dead, so Ananta was the only answer left. If that's why Elohim was hunting them and they still let him in, then Brahm must want to make a deal. Brahm agrees, but first he needs to know if Cheonwoo is worthy of that deal, so he tells him to explain who he belongs to. Yanwu activates his dragon skill and figures that answer should be enough. Brahm accepts it and tells him to follow. Yanwu asks how he ended up taking care of Ananta's daughter. The whole thing doesn't make sense to him, because a man this strict didn't even help his own brother when he was dying. Brahm only says it was because of a deal with Ananta. She asked for one thing, that he teach her daughter dragon knowledge while she stayed there. The girl's name was Sesha. When Jeongwoo agrees, he gives his own terms and explains why he came. He wants to study the Book of Mercury, which Brahm wrote. It was a magic book Brahm created using the knowledge he had as a god on the lower floors. Brahm doesn't like the idea at first, but after they make a mana oath, Jeongwoo starts getting lessons for 2 hours every night. Hinova's alchemy teachings also help him understand things better, and during the day he looks after the young dragon. Nemesis makes fun of him for being a babysitter. The captains tease him too. His master was known for being harsh, so how was he supposed to win over a little girl? But Yeongwoo had a trick up his sleeve. He won Sesha over with desserts and showed a side of himself no one had seen before. As for the madman, he curses his luck. He brought high rankers to make sure everything worked, but now his plan to restore the extinct dragon and giant races had been delayed. Still, he wouldn't give up, and to do it he had to kidnap that girl, the tower's only dragon descendant. He thinks he missed his chance once before, but not again. If only he had the corpse of Skywings, none of this would be necessary. She was Hemera, his sister, who came to help her useless brother and brought enough forces to cover for his failures. Later, Jangwoo, after getting treated like a babysitter, is asked to gather some violet devil flowers. Since ancient times, dragons and demons could never live together. They became mortal enemies. People said dragons could devour a demon's elemental body to purify their soul and magic, while demons ate dragons to boost their mana. And if someone could capture a demon, there was even a shortcut to gaining a demon's blessing. The violet devil flower. They apologize a little, but they also need that flower. Jongwoo asks if they're trying to plant a demon blessing in him. They calm him down and explain she was doing something similar. She wasn't skilled at using her power and only had a quarter of a dragon's strength, so she was refining devil flowers to raise her magical power. Still, he should be careful. He only needed flowers with 4 concentrations, but Seja could only handle 3, since too much would make her sick. Then he notices the place is packed with flowers. Jungwoo is shocked. Violet devil flowers are supposed to be incredibly rare in the whole tower. When they see he doesn't believe them, they tell him to follow Galliard. Jungwoo wonders what all this means. Can those flowers really be grown? Once they explain how Bram did it, game alerts appear, saying an unknown demon king is enraged. Jungwoo can't believe it. If this worked, then they weren't just making flowers, they were creating real demons too. Then he sees the transmutation circles, and it all clicks. They were cultivating demon trees to bloom devil flowers, then casting mental spells like confusion and madness on the demon species born from those trees, forcing them to eat each other. The moment demons appeared, a sealing spell trapped them. It was a mix of alchemy, black magic, mana, and more. Jungwoo asks Galliard directly if Brahm is getting ready to fight every player in the tower, or if he's preparing to control demons. Galliard laughs. It's close enough. If Jungwoo saw Secha, then he must have noticed she's limited by her weak body. Secha had been frail since birth. No matter how much medicine she took, she always ended up bedridden again. Cha Yongwoo had sensed that weakness the first time he felt her energy. They explained that she only recently became able to run. The one time Secha truly improved was after taking in the demon's blessing. But even that was starting to hit its limit. So yes, they were raising a full-grown demon for Secha to eat. Chayan Wu can't believe Brahm, of all people, the man known for being cold-blooded, would do something this reckless. He asks what happened between Sesha and Brahm, but Galliard admits he doesn't know either. Brahm never explained it. He only knew one thing. If Sesha needed it, Brahm would even try to capture a god. Then 2 weeks passed. He studied alchemy without rest, and Brahm taught him far more than he expected. Boo and Rebecca also helped whenever he got stuck. He kept trying to figure out the stone inside his chest, but made no real progress. Still, whenever Sesha showed up, everyone was stunned to see their master become so gentle around her. While giving him food, Sesha showed him a drawing. Someone had told her that if she didn't understand something, she should turn it around. The moment Chayan Wu looks at it, everything clicks. All this time, he thought the Philosopher's Stone was just an energy source that could create endless power. But if he treated it as a medium instead, its output could grow exponentially. Now he understood why Leonte and Bild hadn't been able to complete the Philosopher's Stone in his chest. If his theory was right, it still needed one more power source. Then he thinks of the demon Galliard and Brahm plan to capture. In theory, that would be more than enough magical power. Once that happened, the Dragon Heart and the Philosopher's Stone would become two organs of immense strength, creating an unlimited amount of magical power. The next day, Chayan Wu gives the coordinates of their location to Fante and Adora, and they arrive at the illusion barrier. Brahm is a little annoyed. How could he bring outsiders to his hideout? But when he sees how happy Sesha is, he calms down. Galliard thinks she's been through a lot since she's been cut off from society for so long. And now that he looks at her, he can't remember the last time she laughed this much. Maybe everything had been for Sesha's sake, but it also left her completely alone. Then Chayan Wu is called over and told that the transmutation circle and the barrier were nearly finished. Luckily, there was still no sign of the Elohim and Aether group, and once the barrier was complete, they wouldn't be able to enter even if they found the place. Chayan Wu explains that once the illusion world is finished, the area will fully become Brahm's domain, his sacred territory. It has limits, but the god Brahm will be able to use his divine power. Brahm then tells him he can finally rest and handle his own business. After that, he invites Fante and Adora on a raid. When Chaya, the protagonist, explains that he is dressed that way so no one recognizes him, Fante does the same. They soon reach Lake Roy, where a large crowd has gathered. Everyone is there to capture the demonic ceratopsian dinosaur. It was a demon species that could metamorphose into a high-class creature. Chayan Wu decides, of course, that he plans to steal it from all of them. For now, though, they need to stay together and keep a low profile. But if someone finds him out, he'll kill them. Fante agrees, but a few minutes later, he's already threatening everyone and trying to start a fight. The reason Fante picks a fight is simple. A group suddenly shows up and orders everyone to back off. Of course, nobody argues. There isn't a high ranker there except one. At that moment, Chayan Wu realizes this actually helps him, because someone appears that he never expected to see: the poisonous ice serpent Lao, a high ranker. The Bloodland clan was one of the 8 great clans. They called themselves a nation and claimed to be heirs to a destroyed world. Their goal was to reclaim the promised land. Even without land or rule, they swore they would one day restore that lost world. They were feared for how organized their squads were, and it was obvious they were working with the Elohim group. There was no way they'd send a whole squad and a high ranker for something as simple as a Lake Roy mission. He doesn't know what they're planning, but Fante starts threatening everyone, ready to teach them a lesson. In fact, he even gets happy when their leader walks toward him. But the man walks right past him and heads straight to Chael with a smile. He says there's been enough fighting for one day and introduces himself as an envoy of His Majesty, who wants to invite their leader, his group, and Braum. Cha-MC couldn't understand how he was recognized or how they knew about his link to Braum. That made him realize the great clans were tied to this much more deeply than he thought. From now on, he had to be far more careful. For now, since this involved Braum, hiding was pointless. Lao explained he recognized him through his serpent skill, which let him read all the traits and features of a target. He added that His Majesty had taken a strong interest in him, so he should accept the invitation. Chabayan Wu explains that this was the Gluttony Emperor, the Lord of Greed. He devoured everything he wanted and was always hungry for whatever landed in his hands. That included people too. He could steal abilities through cannibalism. He even tried to swallow everything Chabayan Wu had. What he wanted most was the one flesh he had never tasted before: dragon meat. Chayan Wu couldn't believe he still wanted to eat a dragon. The man was insane. Even so, he figured he could use the invitation. First, though, he had something to do. The ranker told him he would protect him from the rear. Still, Chai, the protagonist, knew they only wanted to test his abilities. Right then, the ceratopsian dinosaur appeared. The woman said she could finally see the one who had caught her emperor's eye. Fante felt the place was incredibly dangerous. They were inside the dinosaur now, a bizarre world where different demonic species were tangled together. He was surprised when Chayan Wu found something, one of the dinosaur's hearts. There were 5 in all, and they needed the other 4 to enter the monster's consciousness. Then monsters started appearing, but Chayan Wu used his bracelet and fused skills, swallowing every demon in a wide area. He told them to watch those 2 lines. There were 2 hearts there, and they had to find them. At the same time, Chayan Wu was searching for something else when he fell into a void. Someone asked whose body it was. Chayan Wu realized this was the real body, the perfect chance to gain experience from the demons, and then Devil's Venom came at him. He had heard it was deadly to dragon species. If this creature had it, someone must have raised it that way. Still, he needed to kill it to gain the demon's blessing. Demon declaration. Wave of fire. Lao thought the dinosaur had eaten him. It was obvious something was happening inside that body. Then someone laughed. Had they joined the Horn tribe? It was the Elohim group. They wondered why they had shown up right now. The two sides traded insults, ending with Lao's wall of ice. Lao thought they should never have challenged him, but from behind a spear came for him. He barely blocked it, and war broke out between the two groups. The battle fully erupted. Lao ordered everyone to regroup at the lake. The blonde man couldn't let the chance slip away to get rid of the dinosaur and wipe out those bloodland bastards too. This was their end. But something was wrong with the dinosaur. The whole area had been calcified by an immense power. The blonde man believed he was the heir of the great Freya. There was no way he could lose to a mere human. Still, it didn't matter. He just had to kill him. At that moment, Aether was probably already at the hideout, but Cha Yan-woo says he knew that. Did they really not think this might be a trap? Earlier, he had learned the Elohim group was planning an ambush, so he decided to lure them to the dinosaur's location and feed them to the demons. Lao couldn't believe it. Why help them so well when they had even helped him? Cha Yan-woo took off his mask to answer that question. Lao realized he had only been used, and he prayed his master would be worthy of this enemy. Meanwhile, Brahm said they had finally arrived and told Gilbert he needed to take good care of Sesha until they met again. As he left, he said he would use these people as sacrifices to cure his illness, no matter what. This was the last gift his mother could give Ananta, and also a regret for the man who no longer existed in this world. Then he cast a spell. He told everyone to stay alert. A magic spell had activated, and suddenly soldiers started disappearing. It was bizarre. Their divine bodies felt like they were leaving them, as if this world itself was devouring them. Looking at his followers, he gave the signal. The spell had worked and stabilized his power. They praised the feat, but something was wrong. She cursed Brahm, demanding to know what he had done. Her soldiers were helpless against that force. She told them they had to run, but then her brother stabbed her in the back. She called him a fool. If she died, he would die too. But Aether denied it. He would live through her by activating a forbidden spell. He declared that the whole world belonged to the great god, and anyone trying to seize it would be broken. The soldiers trembled. The devil army had appeared, and Aether greeted his bishop. They asked about the body, but he apologized. He had failed to recover it through his own negligence. The man said there was only one choice left: kill them all. Chera felt a powerful energy in her head and warned Gilead that Brahm was in serious danger. Hearing that, Gilead believed her at once. That girl had sharper extrasensory power than any rancor, but his mission was to save her. She refused. Brahm realized he had miscalculated and had no other choice. Looking into the sphere, he saw it was Kindred. Then the truth came out. The woman had come to hand over the girl, begging him to please protect her daughter. He argued she wasn't his daughter, but the woman denied it. The child wasn't born from her body. She was born from her heart. She made him promise to protect her. Father. That was the first and last time he heard her call him that. The daughter who had hated him all her life was now begging, and he simply couldn't refuse. Maybe he first raised her to pay for the sins of his youth, but at some point he began to truly care for her, and that was how he became Sitch's real grandfather. Then someone said that was where his illusion ended. Bram couldn't believe it. His vision had been caught. Even his space was overwhelmed, and when he looked closer, he saw the aura was clearly from the spirits of the Devil Army. Now he understood why Kindred could move wildly through his territory. The Devil Army existed in a possessed state by the god they served. He knew exactly who that god was, a god but not a god, a demon but not a demon. Tower players called it the demon god, but that being was actually closer to light than any god, while preaching the opposite idea: destroy everything and rebuild it. That was why the Devil Army called it the demon of the sky or the heavenly demon. Even if Brahm released all his authority, defeating the heavenly demon would be nearly impossible, and taking down Kindred quickly wouldn't be easy either. On top of that, his world had started to be stained by the heavenly demon's color, so he had to crush the entire illusion world. The followers wondered whether the second bishop was alright, but then an arrow appeared. They cursed. Were they trying to assassinate him? The fight kept going, even though Brahm was growing weaker little by little because he wasn't within his barrier. Even so, if he died there, those bastards would take Sesha with them, and he would never allow that to happen. As he fell, he remembered his precious girl. No matter what happened, he would protect her, even if he no longer had divine power. Demon summoning. The demon said the air of the lower floors felt much fresher than the air above. His name was Agares, the Grand Duke, who represented ruin and madness. Kindred couldn't understand it. A demon shouldn't be able to enter the lower floors, much less a high demon. Was he aiming for the human dragon? He thought fast but had no choice and used his possession. He had fused two opposite energies to cause that explosion. He didn't think he could beat him, but he could at least break his manifestation. Ekrazes laughed and called him a fine disciple of the king, though he still had far to go. He had to disappear. Then he was startled, so that was a shadow. Either way, the nuisance was gone. He asked what wish his contractor wanted from him. Brahm didn't understand. Had he called someone like Belial or Dantalion? Then why was Agares here? Once he thought he understood, Agares asked whether he had a dead dragon corpse. Brahm denied it, but Agares told him to stop playing dumb. Clearly, as payment, he would take the weak, talentless human girl, and since she was the daughter of Wings of the Sky, that was reason enough to take her. Hearing that from behind, Brahm thought of one thing. His wish was that he should sacrifice himself for his granddaughter Sesha. He explains that his mercury book and his own body were at their limits. He had stopped Sesha's aging with divinity to keep her healthy, but now he had no choice. At that moment, he gave up the rest of his life. Meanwhile, John was being given the reward for the dinosaur, and at that moment, Boo blocked a storm of demonic energy. He didn't know what it was, but it felt a lot like Agaris's power. He had a bad feeling. As he flew toward Brahm, he reflected on how obsessed that being was with his brother. They had been allies because they studied each other's power, but Agaris always wanted to merge. His brother refused every time, and those repeated rejections enraged Agaris. After being rejected again and again, the demon finally cut all ties with his brother. Years later, he returned when his brother was dying, only to urge him to join him. But the answer stayed the same. He wondered why Agaris had appeared now. Given his place, he should have already gotten what he wanted in the past. Then he wondered what had happened, because traces of Brahm remained. By gathering the memory fragments in the area, he understood everything. He wondered why that trace was so shaken, then heard that the girl was the daughter of Wings of the Sky. Had he heard right? Did his brother have a daughter? That couldn't be. Nothing about that appeared in the diary. He had only ever loved Viera Dune. There was no one else, and he never betrayed her. In fact, she had always liked his brother, but his brother only saw her as a friend. Then he remembered she had said something important the last time they met. Someone had promised to protect her no matter what. Now he understood who she meant. More memories rushed back. Brahm had a daughter, but he acted as if she didn't exist because of his divinity. Even so, she kept looking for him despite hating him, bringing Awalo Zalulens Vijaro Dune's daughter. For a long time, Vijaro Dune hid that she had a child. Then Ananta found out by accident, took the girl to protect her and raised her as her own daughter. Now Yoon understands what happened. He failed to protect his brother, but he swears he'll protect his niece with his life. Agaris realized what the old man had been planning all this time, but Brahm apologized. He couldn't grant that wish. As the illusion field shifted, the sealed circle grew weaker too. Brahm watched the falling pages like his hopes turning to dust. Sesha cried out for him. Agaris sneers that this is what his brother left behind. He never liked that bastard, but the girl could still make a useful trophy, so he pulls her closer. Seeing him, Sesha trembles in fear, and remembers her mother gently telling her she looked just like her father. She also said her smile was beautiful, so she shouldn't cry. She had to smile. Just as she's about to be eaten, Agaris's arm goes flying. Using magic runes, he tries to get her somewhere safe, then takes off his mask. When Sesha sees him, she thinks he looks so much like her. Tears fill her eyes, and her hands reach out to hug him. She asks if he really is her father, and they share a deeply emotional embrace. Brahm is about to ask who she means, but they're cut off. The details can wait. Right now, she needs treatment first. He thinks the face is the same, but this isn't Jungo. The skills, the personality, the way he talks and moves, everything is different. Could this be his brother? The captains are uneasy and don't know how to deal with that thing. An archdemon had appeared. He already knew of Agares, but seeing him here was very different from hearing about him from the higher floors. The protagonist tells him he came for Sesha, and for him too, didn't he? Agares nods. Long ago, he was humiliated by him, so he wants payback. Still, a Grand Duke picking on a tiny fish would look bad, so he'll give him a chance. If he wants power, Agares will give it to him. But if that still isn't enough, then he has to hand over his niece, and Agares will grant him power equal to his own. Cha Xianwu asks what happens if he doesn't want it. That instantly enrages the demon. His brother always refused him too. So how dare a mere human act like that and forget his place? He attacks with a pitch-black veil. This is meant to force Cha Yangwu into becoming his subordinate. He didn't plan to use this, but refusal leaves him no choice. Then something feels off. He doesn't know what it is, but that presence, it feels like something on his level. How could that be? Cha Yangwu knows Agares is strong enough to crush even Brahm, so a mortal like him can't win head-on. If that's true, then he needs someone who actually can fight him. Brahm understands, restores the magic circle, and opens a new gate. The gate asks who he seeks. When it hears the name, it asks what he's offering. Once it sees Aegis, the deal is accepted. Hermes says it has been 900 years since they last met, back when Luciel was sealed. Agares can't understand why Hermes is here. He should be watching, but Hermes cuts him off. He came for the same reason. He got an offer and is only here to repay the price. So if Agares agrees, they can fight or he can back down. Agares laughs. He has no intention of retreating. Cha Yonwu finally understands what this really is. A true battle between a god and a demon. Just watching it nearly drives him mad. The area keeps rebuilding and breaking apart in an instant, and without that light, he would have passed out. He wonders if that power belongs to Athena. Calling even Athena with Aegis as the price was unexpected. And she's not only protecting him, she's shielding everyone else too. He doesn't know why Athena is helping him now, but that can wait. He needs to help trap Agares. Looking at the items, he knows his body will pay for this, but he still has to awaken the demon's blessing. The system announces that the blessing is awakening. Cha Yonwu is in terrible pain, but he remembers what his brother once said about demon dragons. For ages, dragons and demons have been enemies. Their hate for each other is built into their instincts, but their influence ran so deep that some abandoned their own race and took on the traits of their enemy. Those were demon dragons. They carried both dragon and demon power, and that gave them overwhelming authority. For Calidus, accepting Agaras's power was a disgrace to dragons. If his brother took it, Calidus would end their contract right away. So his brother promised never to accept it and never tried to claim a demon dragon's body. But the thought still crossed his mind, and Cha Yun-woo's body starts changing fast. On top of that, he had already reached the limit of the dragon's blessing, and now the demon's blessing had hit its limit too. Stage 3 begins to open, activating authority, element contact. He tells Nemesis and Nike to follow him, wave of fire, lightning, and the 72 transformations of the Monkey King. Hermes, seeing the opening, joins in with his serpents. Agaras flies into a rage. How dare they? Cha Yun-woo is completely drained, but he knows this is the perfect moment to catch that bastard. If he can fire just one more time, he'll win, and Sesha can be saved. But his vision starts to blur, and his body begins to give out. His allies shout in worry. Cha Yun-woo curses and refuses to accept it. He can't fall here. They have to capture Agaras. After losing Jungo, he can't lose Sesha too. He has to save her, no matter what. But at that moment, Agaras breaks free. Hermes thought he could finish him there, but driving him back to floor 98 is better, so he opens a summoning gate. Agaras, though, refuses to believe he can be pushed to floor 98 that easily. This time, he'll take him along. But Cha Yun-woo, by pure reflex, activates the power of his vampire dagger, draining in all the power he can. But he's gone far past his limit. The system warns that his demon dragon body is close to collapsing. Agares can't understand it. Was he really challenging him? Then someone cuts off Agares' arm, throws him into the summoning gate, and through screams of revenge, he's dragged away. Hermes laughs. Agares was always obsessively stubborn. Cha Yun-woo doesn't understand why the administrators are here, but they tell him to drink something. It's an item called nectar. He doesn't have enough karma to buy it, but they're covering the cost. Cha Yun-woo is stunned. They also show him a gem made from the demon's blessing. The demon's core. It holds huge power, so it might heal Seisha. The core contains tremendous power, enough that it could help treat Seisha. But it was made in such a chaotic way that he couldn't remove it from his body. Still, he can't save Seisha if he collapses first. Hermes tells him to calm down. He gets rattled too easily. Then Athena wraps him in her blessing. They ask if he's already leaving, and he says yes, trusting the rest to them. Hours later, Cha Yun-woo opens his eyes. They tell him he's now on floor 24. Cha Yun-woo tries to think, but then notices his mask is gone. Adora asks if he's looking for this. Once he realizes they saw his face, he curses. He should have been more careful. He wonders how many people saw it. Then he stops. Adora would never be that careless, so only she and Fante saw him. Did they already know what his face meant? Even if not, he still can't leave any loose ends. He grabs his dagger. If he has to kill them, it has to be now. But Adora's warm hands break through the hatred around him. She hugs him and tells him everything will be okay, because she's with him. She also says Fante never saw his face. He refused to look without permission. She felt the same way, but someone had to take care of him because of his condition, so she apologizes for not leaving him alone. Cha Yun-woo thinks about telling her everything, but only says that one day he'll tell her the whole truth. That makes Adora happy. Later, he visits Bram, who says he looks exactly like him, though inside they are completely different. He also admits he hated that face because it made his daughter suffer. Cha Yun-woo asks if he wants to live, offering to make him a shadow subordinate. Bram agrees. He can't leave that girl alone. He has to help care for her and heal her, as his eyes slowly begin to close, and he dies. Cha Yun-woo is about to use the souls, but Sesha stops him. Bram had already told her the soul could still help. This was the homunculus's spiritual fluid. Bram had said the soul could still be useful, because this was spiritual fluid from the homunculus. Chazi, the protagonist, is shocked to see it. It was as valuable as the Book of Mercury. Sesha trusts that her uncle will use it well. He knows it would be terrible if this fails, but he tries anyway. The system congratulates him for discovering a new way to control death in the body. The gods of floor 98 begin to show their displeasure. While some demons are pleased, Sesha runs into the arms of her grandfather, then asks why he's so stiff. Bram then admits that he's her family now. But first he has to explain how they'll cure Sesha's illness and rescue Ananta. He tells them to take a look. This was the transmutation circle he made, and this was the Philosopher's Stone. It was something Viera Dune had taken, but now it belonged to him, though he didn't know all the details. He asks whether it could work, combining that formula with the Book of Mercury. The answer is yes. The Philosopher's Stone would complete it, and with that power they could create a transmutation circle. This time it would work. They'd be able to trap demons properly and transplant them into Sesha without putting her in danger. That solves one part, but how would they save Ananta? She was likely fighting somewhere in Walpurgis Night. Cha Yun-woo says they'll use an auction. He'll put the Philosopher's Stone up for bidding, along with a few other artifacts. Bram realizes that if they do that, the tower will go wild, especially the Red Dragon. Summer Queen's dragon heart had dried up, so they desperately chase the Philosopher's Stone. MC says that's when he'll lure them to Walpurgis Night and begin the witch hunt. And the way to get their attention was, the goblin asks if he's finished, because they need to go there. When they arrive, he tells them to sit down so they can begin. There were messages from some gods. Cha Yun-woo wonders what this is about. Were these all the ones interested in him? There were 41 on the god's side and 55 on the demon's side. They all wanted to make him an apostle. Since becoming a ranker usually needs a blessing, they thought waiting until the 50th floor was too long, so they offered him a contract instead. It was only temporary, but Chai Yong-woo refused. He didn't want to belong to anyone, though something the goblin said came back to him. The goblin was about to turn them all down. Chai He stopped him. If they wanted him that badly, they should hand over some authority first. The goblin said this was only the second time someone had played with the 98th floor like this. When Chai Yong-woo checked the offers, he was stunned. They were all giving him gifts, even without a formal temporary contract. It was obvious they all wanted him. So the protagonist looked through them and decided to take only one for now, the Faceless Law. That skill gave Boo huge wings to fly. He didn't reject the others though. He would save them to review later. Then he had something else to bring up. Hermes and Agaras had fought so fiercely that the stage was heavily damaged, forcing it to shut down for a while. Most of the players who stayed behind were killed, and now complaints from clans and players were pouring in. So he needed to be careful. They could end up blaming him. After that, they parted ways. Chai Yong-woo knew the clans would come after him, Brahm and Sesha, once the chaos settled. So they left the 24th floor and headed for the One-Horn tribe. But when they arrived, the village was on edge. Adora rushed to her father and asked what happened. He told her that Yanu was dead. The Blue Sword clan's bow-god had killed him. A team was sent after the killer, but they were killed too. Chai Yong-woo couldn't understand why the bow-god was targeting the tribe now. The Martial King made it clear he would catch him. No one was allowed to touch his people. He planned to snap the man's neck, so he told everyone to get ready. Chai Yong-woo figured the tower would stay in chaos for a while, so he decided to find Hanova. When he met him, he asked if Hanova knew about the Philosopher's Stone. Then he explained everything that had happened and asked for help. Hanova agreed, not for Chatham Sea, but because the stone sounded fascinating. After that, the five of them gathered at a table to discuss one thing: how to complete the Philosopher's Stone themselves. They put their heads together and rewrote the formula again and again until Hanova could apply it. The research moved fast and it looked like the stone would be finished soon. But then a month later, they still hadn't done it. They were close, but completely worn out. They had solved everything except how to pour the contents into a vessel, so Rebecca gave them an idea: call Victoria, because she knew where to find one. Adora couldn't understand why a mage that strong would be in a place like that, but they explained she was there because her master came from that place. Then when they reached their destination, they found a room full of women. John stepped in and demanded to see Miss Anastasia. As soon as her name was spoken, the system warned him that someone was casting a seduction spell on him. When she heard he was looking for Victoria, she got angry. But then someone shouted for them to stop. The moment she saw Rebecca's spirit, she couldn't understand it. Rebecca was supposed to be dead. After escaping the palace with the protagonist's help, they ended up being chased by mysterious people. The only thing she knew was that they weren't from some small clan. After days of pursuit, Khan stepped forward to fight them, and after that, he vanished. She never found him, and remembering it all made her collapse. She didn't know why they had come, but Victoria was in no state to handle anything, so they needed to leave. Rebecca thought she had never really looked at Victoria, even after spending 5 years with her in the mountains. Back then, Victoria was shameless and selfish, but also warm-hearted, stronger than everyone else, and she had become that way because of Rebecca. When they saw the book, they couldn't believe it. It was the research Victoria had wanted to present at the Magic Tower. John couldn't understand why she gave it to them, but she must have felt so guilty that she handed over years of work. Still, that book meant they could move forward with the Philosopher's Stone research. It was so useful that everyone at the table burst with joy, and with the new steps they restarted the research from scratch. The result was the scroll now lying on the table, but it was extremely risky. They could only try once, unless they gathered 10,000 souls all over again. John was about to begin the ritual. He had only one shot. If he failed, he would die right away. Now that the vessel was complete, he had to fuse the Philosopher's Stone with the magic source, and for the final step, connect the stone to his magic circuit. A mana storm suddenly broke out, and they told him to raise a barrier, or else Kane's energy could vanish. His captains felt the overwhelming power of the stone. Rebecca thought that kind of power could turn her into a divine being instead of a spirit. Chai Yong-woo sensed something deeply evil. He thought it had to be the grudges inside the Philosopher's Stone. It was too dangerous. If he let his guard down, it would devour him. Then a voice from the deepest darkness told him it still wasn't time. Once he matured more, it would come for him. Chai Yong-woo only heard his name over and over. When he woke up, they asked what had happened. He had caused a huge mess. But before they explained everything, they asked how the Philosopher's Stone had turned out. With a smile, he said he still didn't know. They needed to test it first. Meanwhile, Sesha demanded to see her uncle, because it had been days since he played with her. When they treated her like a little kid, she asked what he was doing, and Chirpy told her uncle was off playing fighting games with his friends. The captain thought that power was far too terrifying. When he first met him, he was just a small child. Now he had become unbelievably strong. But the captain had fought beside him too, so he couldn't allow himself to give up there. The system warned his subordinate about the devil's blessing. At the same time, he was borrowing the Philosopher's Stone's power and even casting a spirit summoning spell. Even his allies were shocked. Both of them were terrifying. For Ham, it was impossible to understand how much power he held. And that wasn't all. His servants were incredibly strong and moved as one with him. After hearing the encouragement, Che Yun-woo said they had to find his divinity again. But he knew that wouldn't be easy. No one in the tower had ever regained divinity as a player. There were only rumors that All for One might have a way to do it. Even so, the protagonist told him that if he got his divinity back, he would do the same. He was shocked. Could Che Yun-woo really? He nodded. He had already tested the stone's function. Now they had to move to the next stage. He was going to destroy the witches and save his daughter. Later at Khalid's auction house, Che Yun-woo laid out the plan for the auction, changing his face with a tribal skill Fante had used before. And the merchant he picked was the same one who had always sold them things, though the man never realized it. Once the plan was set, he wrote down the Philosopher's Stone formula, but the key part had been destroyed on the emerald tablet. He had already planted the seeds, so now he only had to wait for them to grow. Then the merchant carefully split the inscription into 3 parts, and they were auctioned off as part of the legacy of the great alchemist Trismegistus. The people who recognized their true value swarmed Khalid's auction house. The 8 great clans heard the rumors and started digging into the auction. By the day of the sale, crowds of players had gathered, including all the bidders. On the first day, the tycoon Croy, said to have the most connections, confirmed the inscription was real, and its value turned out to be even greater than expected. That proof made everyone realize the inscription was worth far more than they had imagined. Soon the story spread past a single floor and across the whole tower. In the middle of that uproar, the second auction began. The winning bid came from the Magic Tower, which was ready to seize every valuable piece. At the Summer Queen's castle, she was trapped in the same nightmare as always. When she woke, she cursed him. Ever since that bastard died, the dream kept coming back. Her heart was so damaged, it had even changed her hair. She was at her limit and didn't have much time left. It was all because of that winged bastard. Then a message reached her. She was told to look at it right away. The Philosopher's Stone had been found. It wasn't complete, but its operating system and composition principles matched what they had been tracking. The Magic Tower had revealed this after buying the inscription at the auction. The night before, they announced it, and the Queen's aides said they had to get that final piece no matter what. Any method was allowed. When the last auction day arrived, all the tower's big players were there. Everyone came, even the Summer Queen's son. He was adopted, but the Queen had given him her blood to make him stronger. Then the auction began, and the first bid was called. Prince Express offered the elixir. People challenged him. What the hell was he doing? That artifact was divine medicine. Even the heavenly wing of art wanted it in their hands. It was something money alone could never buy, which showed just how valuable the Philosopher's Stone was. Its worth had reached that level. Shaking, the merchant started reading the offers one by one, but the others refused to back down. Did he really think he could get that inscription so easily? He stood up and denied it. They didn't want just one inscription. They wanted all of them. Then the earlier buyers were told at once that the inscriptions had been stolen. Everyone shouted, asking what he had just done. Was he trying to declare war on the entire Magic Tower? He laughed. At last, he had it. The secret that could heal his mother and let the Red Dragon rule the tower. Meanwhile, they laughed too, because they had expected this. In the new settings, they had planted the wrong formula on purpose. Demons and dragons are natural enemies of poison, so this would be deadly to their bodies. And since her body was already ruined by her heart, it would only get worse. By the time the Summer Queen noticed something was wrong, she would already be poisoned. Fueled by hatred, she would fly into a rage and head straight for the place where the inscription had been accepted. This was the witch's home on Walpurgis Night, and Brahm was honestly impressed. He never expected a plan this precise. He still believed it could work out, so he had to move fast. As for the Summer Queen, she was thrilled. She had finally gotten the Philosopher's Stone. People said the Summer Queen wasn't just the clan's leader. The real reason the tower feared the Red Dragon was because she was the source of its strength, sharing her power with its players. She was the core of the Red Dragon, almost the Red Dragon itself. But what if something went wrong with her? Right then, the Queen was hit by terrible pain. The others asked what was happening to her. Meanwhile, he returned to the floor of disaster and found parts of the exploration journal. That told him the auction house was the real thing. At that moment, he was ready. Using the stone, he activated new abilities and gained the third celestial spirit, which held evil spirits and a swarm of monsters that he ordered to spread out. He remembered Brahm's words. He had called him evil. This method was completely different from Brahm's. They watched in shock as the monsters devoured each other, but they had to step back. Now it was time to start the plan. The demon said the air felt amazingly fresh. He had managed to give birth to a low-class demon. Then the system warned that every demon on the 98th floor was furious. The demon introduced himself and thanked him for the summoning, promising to serve him forever. But Yahello cut him off. He needed to shut his mouth. Brahm looked at the ring and was surprised that something so small could cure the ruined illness. Meanwhile, even Marquise Caliburn of the Bloodland was asking about him. He was one of the 2 swords the gluttonous emperor valued most, and now he demanded to know what happened that day. John figured a small lie might help. He had heard the players of the land were bound by loyalty, so he made up a story that Elohim had clashed with them. Then Lao told him to run while he bought time. Because of that, they survived, and Lao died like a true knight. Caliburn believed it and invited him again. John couldn't refuse since his comrade had sacrificed himself so he could meet his master. Right then, Caliburn swore on Lao's will that John was an ally and would be protected from any danger. Elohim would pay for all of it. John thought that was good enough for now, But when they reached their land, everyone had been slaughtered. They asked what had happened there. The Duke told him not to worry about his condition and explained that the red dragon had gone mad. The magic tower, the magnate's people, and the bureaucrat had turned not just them, but the whole tower into enemies. He had also heard what happened to Elohim. Saying his name, he swore to raise his army again. Outside, those red dragon or Elohim bastards would kill the pests in the name of their emperor. That was how Bloodland declared war. The peace they had kept because of their common enemy, Archia, finally began to break. When they got there, everyone saw the place was a wreck. John summoned Boo and told him to find out what happened there. Thinking about it, Brahm asked where he had found that spirit. Even for a lich, that kind of growth made no sense. He must have been famous when he was alive. Brahm guessed he was probably one of the 9 kings. John didn't buy it. Was Boo really on the Summer Queen's level in his past? And why would a king fall into a mere soul? Then Boo showed them what had happened. The women cursed and said they had to escape that prince. Those two also appeared in Jongwoo's memories. Ark and Margaret, members of Viera Dune and the first witches born from the mother of witches. The lich opened a portal to their base. Through it, he told everyone to gather information on Ananta. He didn't know if there were traps, and the place reminded him of his past. Even so, they had to go in. They entered the infinite world of night. The system warned that this was private property. Without the owner's permission, they would be at a disadvantage. As they moved, he realized it was a barrier of fear and illusions. It also drained life force, though Brahm could lessen it a bit. Still, they needed to become allies by forming a group contract and casting immunity on them. Then Jungwoo got 2 missions. One was to capture the Red Dragon, dead or alive, within 3 days. The other was to destroy Walpurgis Night. Even if they denied the charges, the Summer Queen would never accept that denial. John understood. In the end, the office had stepped in. The Red Dragon struck back without holding back, and attention shifted away from Walpurgis Night. But no matter what happened, Doom and the witches were finished. That worked for them. They had to hurry. There was no time. As they moved on, everything was in ruins. They had to watch everything, but when he turned around, his allies were gone. Then he heard Adora's voice. That should have been a relief. But John cut off her head. The body thought that was too much, even if it wasn't really Adora. John understood this had to be a doppelganger, one of the test subjects. He summoned Shannon and told her to capture it. John was a little surprised. Shannon hadn't been this strong before, and her personality had changed too. The doppelganger's body kept healing, but Shannon kept tearing it apart. In the end, it spilled everything, hoping it could at least die a little faster. It revealed the structure, the weakness of the place, and even details about Walpurgis Night. But John planned to hand that lying bastard over to Sesha and save it for later. It thought John had promised not to kill it if it talked, but John had never said that. After getting the information, he told Rebecca to rescue the rest of the group. With what he had learned, she didn't want to leave him alone, but he calmed her down. The witches were only magic experts, and he wasn't weak anymore. When he entered, he already had someone under his blade. She thought that was impossible. How had he broken through the fortress? No intruder should have been able to enter. John wanted to squeeze out every bit of information he could, but she only told him to shut up and kill her. Still, John already had the power to see the memories inside souls. After killing her, he learned that Ananta was locked underground beneath the castle. That was why she had lost contact with her father, and Sesha had been captured by Viera Dune. He had to save her. As for the god of the bow, he was covered in blood. He had escaped the Horn tribe, a tribe feared especially because of the martial king. He had heard that man was one of the most monstrous players, even among the 9 kings. Being chased by someone like that felt exciting. He rarely felt threatened, but now he felt like he was back on Earth, where danger was always close. He said he still had a long way to go before seeing his sister. Then he noticed flyers in the air and grabbed one. It was the mission about Walpurgis Night they had seen before. He thought crushing Walpurgis Night sounded interesting, and if it went well, he could take control of it. As he accepted the mission, he prayed the masked man would be there. Soon, hundreds of witches cast their magic, and the Red Dragon forces were hit hard. The prince couldn't understand it. Even if they were the first witches, they shouldn't be able to keep pulling off miracles like this. He was sure they were using some artifact. Seeing the battle, a commander said they had already lost a third of their troops and needed to retreat now. But the prince refused. The cure for his mother was there. Then in a single instant, everything changed. The prince had no idea what happened, but this was the opening they needed. They had to arrive before them. Back at the castle of Broken, she reported that the monster formation had just collapsed, and the 5 protective barriers were about to break. Only the underworld boundary formation remained. They didn't know which bastard had been tearing through them, but the enemy was close. They had to stop them no matter what. She believed that even incomplete, it could still hold them back. With the Philosopher's Stone, they had a pure one. Nothing like the stones from the inscriptions. Everyone had to get ready for battle, since they had all consumed the same stone. Then she caught a heavy smell of blood behind her. She wondered who that bastard was. She hadn't sensed him at all. And where were the other witches? When she looked around, they had all been slaughtered. She needed to warn her lady, but something was wrong. The stone was reacting. Chan Yongwu figured this had happened to all the witches. That made 42. It all came down to his solid work. There had been no flaw in Walpurgis Night's stone, because the Philosopher's Stone was perfect. It didn't need help from other magic powers, and Boo used that point to block the flow of magic. Because of that, the witches' stones turned into ordinary rocks, and they pushed forward into the castle. Viera Dune kept receiving reports about what was happening in the castle. The mercenaries were closing in fast. The Trafalgar clan was at the south gate, and even Chow the Ranker had appeared. Elohim was just outside the north gate, and they reported that the barriers had been destroyed by the Martial King. Everyone panicked. The Martial King himself had shown up with his tribe. At this rate, their clan was clearly doomed. There was no hope. They all stared as their mother prepared to speak and calm them. In the laboratory was the answer. Soon a being would appear to protect her helpless daughters. Chan Yongwu thought Elohim had been a big help, but he couldn't let him take Viera Dune's head. He told Bu to handle the basement while he went after Ananta. When he reached the lab, he found her. It was Ananta, and they tell the story of how they first met. His brother had noticed her strong spirit, and that led to a close friendship despite their very different personalities. Years later, she was captured and tortured for the location of test subject BX-71, the human dragon she had stolen. But she refused to talk. They were insane. She said they should tell that bitch Viera Dune that she would tear her apart someday. After saving her, Cha Yanwu wondered what they had tried to do. Her mind was almost gone from her body. If this was Ananta's condition, then the other test subjects should already be dead. He teleported Ananta away, and decided the best thing he could do for them was destroy them and set them free. After getting out of the room, Wu says he managed to bring the entire library, the other Philosopher's Stone, and hundreds of witches. They were running because everything had been stolen. They asked their leader if she is okay, but after seeing the damage, she can't believe it. The materials for making a vessel were gone, so they could no longer summon their mother. Still, she orders them to prepare another vessel, even a temporary one. She says she'll go down herself and punish anyone daring to interfere with her plans. Then she lashes out, calling them useless, and ordering them to find, no matter what, Ananta and the intruder. When she sees the traces, she thinks that magic looks very similar to dragon magic. It also reminds her of him, and then a huge explosion suddenly erupts there. When she sees Zhongwu, even through the mask, she remembers Zhongwu. She says she wanted to become the leader of Walpurgis Night, so she would leave Artia behind. She believed better than anyone that her brother would understand, but she still poisoned Zhongwu, and even used his daughter as a test subject. She made the worst choices. He wonders what happened in her past to make her think like that, or if she had always been faking everything. Then he slices her throat. Doom wakes up, and they ask why she had suddenly been moved into this body. This was her special ability, inherited from the Great Mother, letting her move the data of her ego into another body. In other words, she could switch bodies. She curses, saying there's no way that bastard should be alive. She killed him, but those eyes were definitely his. She threatens her servants, demanding they confirm that she really killed that bastard. They swear they are sure she did. She apologizes and says she lost control. The moment her head was cut off, the Philosopher's Stone activated. It had been set to save her in case of danger. She tells everyone to take a defensive position, but then someone asks where the hell she thinks she's going. She wonders where she is now, and then it keeps going, more deaths and more deaths for the same reason. She begs desperately for him to stop, but Cha Yanwu refuses. Ananta, Seisha, and he had suffered far more than she ever did. She had no right to ask for mercy. Terrified, she screams, asking who he really is. Cha Yanwu laughs. He never took off the mask, so this wasn't fun enough. Then he says he hoped she would keep coming back to life so he could kill her again and again until her spirit could no longer survive. Then he feels a killing aura. He praises it. That speed was beyond most rankers. His senses had sharpened even more. Kindred asks where the dead Brahm was, because he knew Brahm had died, yet he was walking right nearby. Cha Yanwu wonders how the Devil Army knew that. Did they get someone to track him? He needed to be careful with them. Then he's told they had been waiting for him this whole time. The heavenly demon had declared that Seisha must be with them. He doesn't know why they needed her. He was only following the heavenly demon's will. But inside he laughs. That was nonsense. He had stopped following those orders a long time ago. Now he tells him to come along. But the protagonist asks what would happen if he refused. That angers Kindred. How dare he resist a heavenly demon's orders? Did he really think he had any other choice? Cha Yanwu says yes, he did have one. Dune is shaking with fear as her castle starts collapsing. What had MC done? He smiles. This was just the beginning. Galliard says everything is ready. But what were they about to do? Wasn't that magic supposed to require an insane price? Brahm calms him down. All of this would be enough. The witches could never have imagined getting this. The Philosopher's Stones made to protect them would now become projectiles. Meteor Strike. This spell normally needed at least half the mana from a dragon's heart. Rankers, mercenaries, S-class fighters. None of it mattered before this disaster. Chayomu thinks that after an attack this big, there shouldn't be any body left for her to transfer into. So he decides to look for the corpse. But someone behind him shouts his name. How dare someone like him hurt him? Shamyeonwoo praises him. It was amazing. He never thought he would survive that, and now he really wanted to see him do it again. He asks if he really thought he had planned only one attack. Another meteor strike follows. He confirms that one was also a shadow. The guy was incredibly stubborn, but there still should have been mental damage to the original body. And when he looks to the side, there it is. He thinks she died too easily, and should have been killed in a more painful way. He uses the Devour skill and gives it to Bu to consume. Thanks to the dagger, he managed to move some skills into his body, but his dragon body rejected them, so the system gave him regeneration instead. Cha Yanwu thinks it worked. That skill let him get closer to the being they called All for One. Players had discovered this was one of All for One's abilities, which they called immortality. It didn't mean he couldn't die, but that he could come back even if his head and soul were crushed. The power to return again and again. Because of that, no player could climb the wall. If someone mastered that skill and met the conditions, they might surpass everyone, even the Summer Queen or the Martial King. He had gotten everything he needed, so it was time to leave. Then an unknown mission is completed, and he receives as a reward dragon blood. It was a unique item. Since dragons no longer existed, it could no longer be obtained. It was valuable, but he didn't know how to use it right then. Suddenly he feels a powerful energy. It was clearly the Summer Queen, who shouts about the Philosopher's Stone and demands he hand it over. Yeonwoo thinks finishing that mission was a mistake, since it alerted her that he was there. She points at him, so it was him. He was the one who killed Dune and took the stone, and now he had to give it back. He thinks one small mistake could kill him. His chance of dying was 90%. Even so, he was ready to bet everything on the other 10. But then someone grabs his shoulder. He lets out a relieved breath. It was his master. The dragon woman tells him to hand over the stone. Very politely, he says he has no idea what she means, but then remembers that was what she wanted, wasn't it? The protagonist knew he would pull something like that. He was calmly standing against a dragon right in front of him. Seeing her rage, he tells his disciple that even though he wanted him to watch his master's greatness, he needed to leave. Yeonwoo asks him not to hit her too hard and thanks him. No matter what, he had to win. After blocking the attack, he laughs. He had rushed into that kind of battle just for one disciple. He had become much softer. After being disappointed by 2 disciples, he had promised himself never to give his heart to another student, but he couldn't say no to those bright eyes. Besides, a master couldn't allow himself to be ashamed. As he activates his power, the Red Dragon's followers can't believe what they're seeing. There was no way their mother should be losing power. But one of them smiles. This was his chance to keep his position, and he jumps in to help her. The princess curses him for always acting without thinking. But since he already moved, everyone else had to help too. She thinks that not even the Martial King could endure all those attacks. But then a bolt of lightning crashes down. Someone challenges them, asking who dared interrupt what the king was doing. When she sees him, she can't believe it. Was that the bloody philosopher? He stops, moved to learn that someone still remembered an old man like him. But he warns them if they interfere in his king's battle, they will die. Seeing all this, the princess realizes she has no other choice. She activates her power and rises into the sky, declaring they would show him what it meant to belong to the Red Dragon. We learn her name is Vij, the eldest of the 9 dragon children, and she orders her siblings forward, making them all transform. They shout that they have to protect their mother. They open portals as well, calling out their army, but then the army of the Horn tribe appears too. The old man calls her foolish. Was she really coming in for hand-to-hand combat? But when he sees her first attack, he's stunned. That was the technique of the 100 Fists. He demands to know why she could use his clan's secret technique. He couldn't understand it. The Martial King stood at the peak of martial arts, and the Summer Queen stood at the top of magic. Had she created someone like this just to hold back the Martial King? He laughs, then says she must be from the Horn tribe, and asks whose daughter she is. If she doesn't want to answer, he says he'll beat it out of her. He admits the Summer Queen tried hard, but everything she made was flawed. If she kept trying to connect poppied pieces, there would always be a limit. It was only a fake path she was walking. She tries to defend herself, but then at her side, her great mother is sent flying through the air. The Martial King laughs and says she should go on a diet. Everyone praises their king, but then an unnatural bloodlust erupts. She screams that she will kill him, kill all of them. The Martial King says this fight will decide who gets the right to smash the annoying face of All for One. That was when someone watching from afar thought it was incredible. He knew they were strong, but not this strong. Still, power made people self-centered and careless about their backs. He felt like it had been a long time since he sensed something like this, something similar to what he felt with his boss. He says goodbye to the Martial King, but as he aims, his whole world turns red. He wonders what this is and where he is. After checking every spot, he finally finds him. But who is Yeonwoo? Clenching his fist, he thinks this fight is his. That woman had hurt his brother badly, and she had to pay the same way. Then someone whispers in his ear that if that's what he wants, he should go fight. But Yeonwoo ignores it. He knew that soul might come out someday. Thinking about what to do, he checks his inventory and sees King's Festival. He had chosen a Jewel ingot as the reward. As he gets closer, someone stops him and asks who he is. When he answers with a fake voice, the man curses. So it was the scammer who sold him fake inscriptions. He insults him and asks if he came to laugh at his bankruptcy, since he had hired mercenaries for that mission and it all turned out useless. After recognizing him, Yeonwoo says they should talk later to Nocturne, and also tells him about the mission. He can't believe the reward and begs him to please say what he wants. He'll do any mission. Yeonwoo says he wants to buy his entire stock, including the dragon-slaying spears. He also buys the assassins and the rest of the items. Later, Yeonwoo is with his captains, and as he looks at them, Shannon reminds him that from now on he is the master, and he must never forget it. He apologizes and says no, he will not think like that again. Jungwoo understands, so they make their declaration. With the domain spirit arts, reinforcement demon arts and monster power all prepared, it was time to melt the souls into his own magic. The mages also realize the time to begin had come. He starts strengthening his muscles with magic, aura, and his skills. The pain tears through his body, and it seems unlikely he can endure all of it. The system warns that his whole body is starting to collapse, suffering irreversible damage, but his regeneration skill is now complete. Jiangwu decides he is ready. He coats his spear with the Demon King's venomous demonic magic, thinking he should clear out the pests first. The Horn tribe calls for a retreat. That creature is about to launch a killing blow. Then a light begins to shine in the sky. The dragon shouts for his brother, calling him a damned bastard. He swears to kill him, but his spirits and Jiangwu strike him at the same time. Then something bites him and drags him away. Still, Jiangwu tells them not to chase him. They need to get to the Summer Queen. He thanks him, knowing there was still some affection left in that family. But he denies it. His mother is going to die tonight, so he needs a lot more blood. Another chain from the queen's heart has been cut. The martial king uses that opening to attack. Still, he is annoyed. He expected more, but the only one worthy of him should be all for one. He is truly ashamed of his disciples and tells her to dodge the attack no matter what. She has to run. Then she remembers Jiangwu's words, telling her she would fight alone for the rest of her life and in the end would only close her eyes. But she snaps back, screaming at the top of her lungs to bring it on. Damn it, wings of heaven. The martial king is ready to kill her, but Jiangwu apologizes and says he will stand in his way. With her last breath, the queen thinks it is wings of heaven, and so the last dragon of the tower falls. No one can believe that someone so strong and powerful has died. Not even the Horn tribe can believe it. The princess also cannot accept that her beloved mother has died. Cursing the martial king and showing her horn, she vows to kill him. He does not understand why that girl has a horn. Then up in the sky, hundreds of portals appear. He gets angry. What were those damn things doing here? It was the Bloodland clan. He asks why they are here, while they call him a pig. Then he is greeted. Wasn't this his dear friend, the martial king? It was the commander of Bloodland, the gluttonous emperor. In the past, when the gluttonous emperor tried to eat the flesh of the Horn tribe, the martial king stormed his castle alone and nearly destroyed it. Now he has come to propose an alliance. On top of that, his disciple is a friend of his, and he points at Jiangwu. Without caring about the mood, he starts the music and changes his appearance. They should drink and enjoy themselves. He wonders if he can finally get a taste of dragonkind meat. Her allies tell Digi she needs to run, but she only wants revenge. The army moves in to devour her. Jiangwu activates his dagger and takes in the soul of the Summer Queen. Even though from the start she resists, Jiangwu does not know what to do, and the assassins warn him to be careful. The martial king is completely furious. How dare he? How dare he steal his victory? Still, after saving him, he knows this is part of his revenge, so he does not say much more. Then they leave, and what lies ahead is a complete mess. Adora is very worried about the huge bump on his backside. And that was the fall of Walpurgis and the Summer Queen. With the reward finally claimed, the office grants him a treasure vault from the castle, an armory full of precious artifacts, a packed library, and finally the outer space of the endless world of night, though that one had to be rebuilt from scratch. After that, he creates his clan house there. Around that time, he also visits the Horn tribe, where Sumogopu tells him all the preparations are done. After absorbing many witch souls, this being has grown fast, and even its thinking has improved. It even asks for a laboratory, and when he steps into the one he was given, it is astonishing. This creature is clearly very valuable to him. As he walks, he reaches the place where they prepared what Jiangwu asked for. He thanks them. It was time to begin. The moment she sees him, for a second, she attacks right away. But Bu locks her up at once. She demands to be let go. How dare wings of heaven? Then Sha Yanwu removes his mask. This was not the wings of heaven she knew. His name is Cha, the protagonist. Even while she hurls insults, he still apologizes, but says he will tear her apart for what she did to his brother. She just laughs, sure that nothing will happen to her, while her body is still there. He does not get it. So they explain that every part of her body is useful, and they will cut it apart piece by piece right in front of her, telling her exactly what each part will be used for. That breaks her. She begs them to stop and just kill her, or she will do anything they want. Cheon-woo wants to know why his brother died. The diary explained everything in detail, but he still could not understand why they betrayed him. Even if they feared him after he grew as strong as the Nine Kings, Archia was not a place that would fall so easily. What he really could not understand was why the Nine Kings suddenly joined forces against his brother. There had to be something he did not know. After promising she will be killed, she explains it was because of the Soul Stone. He had Lucifer's Soul Stone. Lucifer, the being known as the one who brought light to that world. He belonged to neither demons nor gods. He only wandered. Then 1,000 years ago, gods and demons tore off his wings, and he fell. That made everyone greedy. With that stone, anyone could become incredibly strong with ease. When he asks where the stone is, she says she does not know. But Jiangwu warns her to be a little smarter. If she knows nothing about the stone, their deal is off. He tells Bu to handle her. Then she tells the same story she once told Brahm, and he says that with this information they should bring out the main dish. Biaradun is summoned, and the second she sees him, she only wants to kill him. But Jiangwu knows she will not listen, so he tells Brahm to go first. He too, after all, he suffered a lot because of that woman. In his hand was Jiangwu's elixir. Sung made it because he was curious whether a ghoul-type monster could be hurt, and he was not sure it would work on her, but he wanted to try. After hours of torture, her spirit finally breaks. She begs for mercy and agrees to tell them everything. Jung-woo brings up the idea of Mother. He knows they wanted to revive the so-called Mother Earth. She was one of the few great gods that existed at the beginning of the universe. Viera-dun had a link to her, but those ties were suddenly severed, which is why they wanted to call her back. She screams that she already told them everything, so they should kill her. He tries to speak calmly, just like he did with his brother, while she keeps trying to excuse what she did. Jung-woo tells her his brother longed for her until the final moment of his life. He never let her go, even after all of that, but now he knows for sure how foolish that kid was. She denies it. He was just as insane as the rest of them. He always wanted more and more. He always tried to take everything. He was always hungry for power, and everyone got sick of him. She laughs and says his brother was just as much of a bastard as they were. As she casts a spell that lets her be taken over, the darker her mind becomes. Jung-woo asks if she is done. He calls her stupid for not even realizing what his skills can do. He stabs her again and again, staring into her eyes, and tells her to show him her real self. She curses him, and then it becomes clear they had been siblings. Jung-woo is stunned. Was that Mother Earth? They explain that she finally achieved her dream. The moment Jung-woo absorbed Viera, he realized he had only taken a tiny fragment of her soul. Viera-dun had already left the lower world and become Mother Earth herself. She had swallowed the being she served by using the Philosopher's Stone she completed. She cut out Jung-woo's heart, used that dragon heart in the Soul Stone, and with her infinite mana skill, copied her own magical ego data. Then she slowly devoured Mother Earth itself, like a virus slipping in without anyone noticing. Jung-woo understands that was her plan to ascend. The result was a monster that even consumed its own master and gained all of it by killing the man who loved her. But to her, she only came down to warn him. Jung-woo does not understand, but now it sounds like millions of voices speaking at once. She says she had a warning. She never wanted to be involved with them. She does not regret her life, and since she is dead in this world, he should stop his revenge against her. Jung-woo laughs. He feels sorry for his brother, who gave her everything, his body and heart, but to Viera-dun, his life was only one more step upward. Jung-woo warns her that he knows the gap in power between them is huge, even greater than with Hermes or the Martial King, but she should wait there and keep her neck clean, because it will not take him long to come for her head. All the gods are stirred up, some praise his courage, while others think a mere human has no right to speak that way to a god. She accepts it and says she does not believe a mere mortal can ever reach her, but if he does, she will be waiting. Brahm cannot believe it. The being that took and stole his daughter is now a god. Looking at Jung-woo, he asks him to keep his promise. He will help however he can. Jung-woo accepts the burden. Brahm says that in that moment he believed in that simple human. Even with only a faint faith left and though his holiness was gone completely, there might still be a small prophecy where everyone could smile. Second life rancor. End of season. And so after the Summer Queen's death, the Red Dragon grew weak, and its 9 children started a civil war for the throne. 3 factions rose in that war. The White Dragon, led by the Spring Queen, Waltz, the Black Dragon under the Autumn Lord Tom, and the Green Dragon, commanded by Hyol, Lisso, and Baharton. That is how Floor 72 was thrown into a fierce war, with each side trying to devour the others. And in the middle of that chaos, others jumped at the chance to grab that power, building new clans as fresh rankers arrived. That kicked off an age of chaos where strength was the only rule. But while the tower was burning in war, Jung-woo and his group entered a very different phase. With Ananta's information, she was healed, and after some time she finally woke up. Still, while Brahm walked with her through their hidden little village in the forest, she slipped down from the protagonist's arms and ran happily toward her mother, then suddenly stopped when one cold look left her stunned. Jung-woo couldn't understand it. Upset, he realized that even though everyone had wanted Ananta to wake up, now that she didn't recognize anyone, and her eyes still wandered blankly. Frustrated, MC drank, thinking that if he had known about all of them sooner, maybe he could have saved her in time. But the voice in his head challenged that without clairvoyance like All for One, or the prophetic sight of the 3 Norns, no one could have seen this coming. That voice kept telling him to stop blaming himself, but it didn't change how pathetic and lonely he felt. Just then the siblings showed up, worried about him, or at least Adora was. Seeing them, he understood that there were now too many people he had to protect. His niece Ananta, Brahm, his spirits Shannon, Han, Rebecca, and Boo, the siblings in Galliard too. Carrying all that, and determined to become the shield over them all, he decided it was time to tell them the truth. Dante, excited, just hoped he would finally take off the mask. Then they froze when they recognized him as Heavenwing. Sometime later, Yan-woo finished telling them his tragic story. He spoke with an eerie calm that clashed with Fante's reaction. Furious, and seeing him as a brother of the tribe, Fante believed they all had to help him. So right away, he decided to go talk to his father. But Adora stopped him with a sharp shout. She made it clear that if their father already knew Yan-woo's secret and still did nothing, it was because he wanted him to spread his wings on his own. Even so, the protagonist wished that they could be his wings, because what he was about to do was reckless. It would likely put everyone around him in danger, including their tribe. Fante, still sure of himself, said they would be there for him. his absurdly strong sister, and himself too, since he knew the successor's seat would be his, or he'd beat whoever took it. Adora did not enjoy that jab, and the two started to fight while Yanwu smiled and thanked them both. Still, Adora had one question. What exactly was his next step? He said he wanted to build a clan, so trying to become like a sword, to the point that his body and the blade would become one. He opened his gap of sensing, his extrasensory perception, focusing on the overwhelming image of the martial king's power. His eyes changed and a horn of shadow formed on his head as he planned to strengthen at least the tip of that power. Then a red essence of wild power was shattered like glass by his sword, triggering a huge blast that hurled the target away. That target was Yanwu, who slammed into a burning tree and admitted in frustration that it failed again. Even after combining his dragon body, the Philosopher's Stone, and regeneration, a mix that made his power grow at a ridiculous rate, his body still couldn't keep up. No matter how many times he climbed the mountain to trigger that chain of powers, it always felt like he was crashing into a giant wall. With no other choice, he sat down to rest and clear his head. That's when Galliard showed up and asked why he looked so miserable. Yanwu thought about how stuck he was, but what really threw him off was seeing the elf carrying a huge basket of fruit and vegetables, apparently on a serious mission to convince the little dragon girl that vegan food had benefits, because she was way too obsessed with meat. MC instantly switched into chef mode and suggested making bean meat, even giving him a solid recipe, so the girl wouldn't notice the difference between mashed beans and steak. The elf, hoping to drag him along for help in the kitchen, gladly agreed. Soon the little dragon girl loved the fake meat feast and praised her uncle's amazing cooking over Galliard's terrible skills, which stabbed him right in the heart. Yanwu warned him not to serve it all the time or she'd catch on. Once they got the girl to sleep while her mom Galliard washed the dishes, he kept insisting he could talk about whatever was bothering him. At last, Yanwu opened up, admitting his growth had stalled and that he couldn't keep Laura's form stable. Galliard listened carefully and told him to follow him to the backyard. There, Galliard picked up a simple branch and took a guard stance, telling Yanwu to attack. At first, the protagonist had no idea what he meant, but when Galliard insisted they fight like at the start of the tutorial with no skills or tricks, he realized the elf wanted to show him something. Even though he knew his combat level was far below Galliard's, the confidence in that challenge left him confused enough to accept. So he charged in at full speed, and then, with one flick of the arm, Galliard's branch warped and moved so fast that it slipped past Yanwu's sword and smacked him right on the head, dropping him instantly. MC lay there in total shock, staring at his opponent, unable to believe what had just happened. Not even with his dragon eyes or his extrasensory perception could he react to a simple branch. As calm as ever, Galliard just offered him a second round. Yanwu accepted, not about to lose to something like that. He watched the branch with total focus, trying to read every tiny vibration, every possible path, moving in while calculating the odds, dodging the strike, or so he thought. In the next instant, he felt something behind him, and it was another hit that sent him flying. While he spun through the air, he tried to figure out how he had failed again. Seeing him get ready to try again, Galliard warned that nothing would change. But Yanwu, sure this time he could do it, unleashed his power only to end up on the ground again, pushed down like it was nothing, by a simple branch. He was completely stunned, unable to understand how, even using all his abilities, he kept losing to someone who wasn't even using magic. That's when Galliard told him what he lacked: awareness. Yanwu still didn't fully get it, so his friend explained that pushing his body to the limit in training could work, but the real problem came after that. His abilities weren't failing, his imagination was. That was what his body had been trying to tell him, and he finally understood. It was the ability to turn what happened inside him into something he could project outward. That awareness could be used in two ways: extrasensory perception, to feel the area around him, and aura, to harden and strengthen the sword. But right in front of him, Galliard was using a plain branch to make wind slashes and even lightning bursts. Also, Yanwu would understand. Seeing it with his own eyes, the protagonist punched the ground in frustration because he finally got it. All this time, he had focused only on raising his destructive power and ignored awareness. Galliard offered him a hand to pull him up and reminded him that without it, he would never control what he had. Yanwu then remembered how his brother always saw him as his first teacher, even if he never liked that title. A soft wave of nostalgia hit him as he thought of Chaoran-Si, the one he had also trained, mostly by smacking him with branches. So since Yanwu had called him master, Galliard decided to give him a few lessons, just like he had done with his brother. Meanwhile, in a city, guards chased a figure hiding in the shadows, someone who seemed to remember Yanwu's eyes, calm but able to set everything ablaze. It was the look of their captain. They remembered those days of war, when their sister died in their arms. Now that the captain was in the tower, they planned to use the chance to finish what they had started back in the war. Meanwhile, Yanwu kept training, listening as Galliard explained how to control mind and body, starting with footwork, light steps, steady rhythm, and the ability to compress space to move faster, a signature technique of All for One, which he already partly understood. Then the elf showed him how to become lighter than air, or heavier than lead, or even fast enough to leave after images, while moving with absurd stealth. So stealthy that Yanwu didn't even notice when Galliard vanished and reappeared right beside him, giving him the chance to complain that this was all demonstration and no practice. So his master finally gave him his first exercise, run 1,000 laps around the village. Because of that training, he became the town's biggest rumor, with everyone seeing him as some weird guy hopping around like a frog and feeling his dignity die while Galliard kept coaching him. The commotion drew the Horn siblings' attention, and they watched as Galliard threw nuts into the air while Che Yan-woo had to chase them down, like a squirrel. Fante cringed hard at the sight, while Adora thought he looked like an adorable puppy. Che Yan-woo, though, was too focused to notice anything else, locked on his goal. At last he understood. In his case, he had to turn all that hypersensitive sensing inward so he could better read changes in the outside world. That let him gain mental energy, a channel where spiritual power flowed, useful in many ways, and the more it grew, the closer it would bring him to spiritual enlightenment. Par Yan-woo ran at full speed, aware that thanks to his brutal training, his muscles were hard as rock, yet flexible like rubber, and he could feel the cellular pulse of his whole body in the air. With that, Galliard decided Char Yan-woo had mastered the basics. Now it was time to move on. The protagonist was ready for what came next, so his master pulled out a stick to train him. This time, the clashes were so strong that even the air shook, leaving the Horn siblings completely stunned. Adora looked a little worried, but Fante was the one truly shaken when he saw the huge gap between them. So while he walked through the village, he couldn't stop thinking about when Cha Yan-woo asked them to be his wings. Back then, he spoke with total confidence, but now, Fante admits the gap between them keeps growing. Since meeting someone that amazing, he's been fooling himself, hiding how inferior Cha Yan-woo makes him feel. Still, he refuses to spend his life chasing from behind. Gathering every bit of courage he has, he storms into the governor's chamber, where the bloody philosopher is waiting. Without wasting time, Fante asks to learn Blood Thunder. The old man doubts he even understands what he's asking for, even though Fante knows it comes from the Brain Demon, a formless art mastered by the bloody philosopher himself. He says the bare minimum to learn it is brains, and Fante is weak compared to many others. He tears him down even more, saying people only call him a future king because of his father and little sister. And now he has the nerve to seek out someone even demon forces avoid, the creator of the ancient scriptures, the man who even shaped his father, the martial king. He can't see how someone this weak and naive could ever handle his red blood enlightenment. Fante's pride cracks, but he forces down his anger. The philosopher takes that as surrender, but with a firm bow, the boy asks for one chance. Just one. That catches the old man off guard since he thought Fante would snap, and he knows the trouble the boy keeps causing comes from his impatience, which is his biggest flaw when it comes to blood arts. Still, seeing him stand there without backing down, he gives him a chance. Now he wants to see if Fante is truly worthy. Fante lights up though he has no clue what to do, and the old man, annoyed, tells him to figure it out himself before throwing him out of the library. He ends up sitting on the floor, thinking right when Adora arrives ready to leave. She quickly realizes he's decided to climb the tower, accepting that they want the same thing, even if they'll take different paths. She asks him to stay safe, and he watches her go. Not long after, Galliard brings Yan-woo the news that Fante entered the sealed training room, a tiny place where food can be brought in, but the door can't be opened from inside. At the same time, Adora left behind only a note, so Yan-woo figures she's climbing the tower. That pushes him to grow even stronger so his juniors don't catch up, and so all three of them begin their own quiet paths. As time passes, he gains full control over his mind and body, and he masters flash steps and learns wind path, techniques made by a lonely dark elf, who found comfort only in the wind until he became part of it. Yan-woo also gains storm eyes, which control the air around him to land a critical strike, and he tests it right away, seeing the wind currents clearly, then gathering them into an energy orb in his hand before it vanishes, leaving him stunned by his new power. His master is just as impressed, calling it a huge feat for someone of his race, and now he hopes John can do the same. Then Yan-woo takes his stance, trying to keep his balance as he pours energy into his sword. He covers it with aura, but in the end, the energy breaks apart again. Frustrated by another failure, Cha Yan-woo remembers that months ago, he went to the Martial King to ask for advice about his plateau, but the only answer he got was that this wasn't his path. That only confused him then, but now the protagonist realizes the 8 trigrams and martial extremes were never meant for him. With complete control of his body, he accepts that his sword talent has reached its limit. Galliard tries to cheer him up, telling him not to rush and saying it's better for now to greet the guest who just arrived in the village, assuming Yan-woo already knows who it is. Meanwhile, the tribe looks over the merchant's goods as he speaks nervously, because he remembers every one of them. One for beheading a monster with way too much excitement, another for crushing and eating a dragon. But among these killers, one person scares him most, a calm-looking woman who once piled up a mountain of corpses at her feet, starting the Horn tribe's contest of who can build the biggest tower. The merchant is terrified, and it only gets worse when the Martial King appears. Just feeling that huge hand on his shoulder makes him think he's done for, even though the giant is only trying to be nice. But when he mentions Frisia, he annoys him enough to forget his fear, though in the end nothing happens, and he gets ready to leave the village. Cha Yan-woo stops him, reminding him about contacting the top brass. But the merchant explains he couldn't arrange a meeting, only a contact, and he pulls out an orb, one that can take MC straight to the most important people in the business world. In a flash, Cha Yan-woo appears in a beautiful place, almost like a polished version of Brahms' world of imagination. He's amazed by the power inside the crystal and starts to grasp just how far the organization called the Table really reaches. Then a hooded woman appears, riding a huge white wolf. The merchant immediately steps aside when he recognizes her, Lady Frieza. He trembles, never expecting her to come in person. Cha Yun-woo didn't expect her either, and admits his surprise when their eyes meet, creating instant tension between the two masked figures. He remembers her from his brother's past, back when Artie received her sponsorship, the first time the Rising Guild met the Table. They had offered crazy amounts of support for free, and that's what made his brother suspicious. He never learned why they backed him so heavily, but Cha Yun-woo understands one thing now. Frieza has a pattern. She only appears before people she sees as real candidates to become kings of the tower, so he assumes she sees the same value or interest in him that she once saw in his brother. She asks why he wanted to see her, and Cha Yun-woo gets straight to it. He's going to form a clan. Since the Table sponsors several of them, she quickly reads his goal. He wants their backing, but plenty of people ask and get turned down. Yun-woo takes that as her answer and starts to leave. Both merchants try to stop him, but he thinks the deal is over. Verdisha, though, assumes the human is just pretending to walk away so she'll accept him. Still, she thinks that trick is too simple for someone as sharp as the man she investigated, so she asks for a short talk. He agrees, and Frieza begins with one question. Why does he need sponsorship if he has all of the Summer Queen's wealth? Cha Yun-woo tells her that money is gone. She's confused, since the report said the fortune was in his hands, and it was, but by then he had already spent